Good evening, everybody, and welcome to day number 13 of the China Division 1 DPC. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me by my side is the lovely Sheepstick, the handsome Kezu, and the fabulous.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Hey.
Do you like that one? You always make
it.
fun of me for not complimenting you enough.
Yeah, you
Was
never
that
do
an
it.
okay level?
It was an improvement.
Okay, that did not sound good.
It will keep getting better.
It's a step in the right direction. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get there eventually. How you guys feeling that this is our last regular or normal day of China before we get into tiebreakers? Are you excited for the day to come?
There's only one reason I'm here today.
Oh yeah, what's that?
There's one thing I want to see. Can you guess what it is?
Aster Aries versus Dawn.
Yes, but more specifically,
Dawn winning.
closer.
Dawn winning the entire 2 games.
Okay,
Necrophos.
close. We're
Zeus!
nailing. Yes,
Zeus!
last pick Zeus.
I knew it.
That's
knew
what I'm
we'd
here
get
for.
that. Excellent. I'm excited to see if that one does happen.
Like an initiator
Yeah.
or... Okay.
Yeah.
Everything.
As the-
Yeah.
He does it all.
Team
Yeah.
fighter, initiator, damage dealer, objective taker.
Yeah.
What else does he do?
Does it all.
Wins
Does
the
it all.
lane, ganks, out carries everyone.
He doesn't
Yeah.
win games.
He does.
He does.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Today he will.
He's never
Today's the day. Let's have a recap of yesterday. We had 2 series on our Thursday. It started off with Knights versus eHome, and that one went 2-0, but not in favor of Knights, which might be a little bit of a shock to anyone who didn't tune in yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think eHome kind of outplayed them in both games. I do think that Knights kind of let go a little bit of the leads they had in both of their games. So I think maybe, an off day, or I don't really know exactly what happened, but I think, on the other side, eHome, they did a good job. They capitalized on it. I would say that they just played their drafts better, they played the map better, and I think they just showed up because they were still playing for the major, which they're playing a tiebreaker for, right?
Yes, yep.
So, they had more to play for. I think they came motivated and they kind of showed that in their play.
Yeah, I'd say that was probably most evident in game number 2 for eHome because Knights had built up this massive lead for themselves, and when we got to interview one of the eHome players, there was that debacle with the BKB being sold by accident, and he even explained just how much pressure they were really under, but they worked through it fantastically, Sheep.
Yeah, they made a really good comeback in that game. And I will say, I think Knights played abysmally in this series in general. Like game 1, they were less than coordinated. In game 2, they had that lead and they just threw it with sloppy mistakes. Like they weren't dewarding properly. They weren't chasing down kills as they should have been. The way, how you close a map down when you're ahead is really important, and they didn't do a very good job of it. But I think eHome did a great job on the other hand of smoking in the right way to get good angles on Knights and take them by surprise and get that comeback fights. So props to them.
Yeah, the perfect equation. Knights a little underperforming, eHome very much overperforming for how they have been so far in the DPC. The second series, Extreme Gaming up against IG. And this one was also a 2-0, so we had a bit of a quick day all round. Lizard, it was 2-0 in favor of Extreme Gaming.
It truly was. Sometimes you get a quick day. Today we're going all the way, by the way. It's
You
going to be
reckon?
6 games, 100%. I'm calling it.
Calling it now.
Calling it right now, no cap. When it comes to IG versus XG, enjoyable series, I would say. Everyone expected more or less XG to take it. IG looked a little bit better coming off of the rest period, coming off of the holiday, but no, they just didn't look good enough to win versus XG. They had some funky strats in first and the second game. In the second, this one, the PA, everyone was for it, but it just didn't work out. We have probably the biggest question mark on Dust still. I remember some of my panel members that are still here with me.
I'm here.
Not liking some of the dives that he was doing. But overall, XG, they just played a really cool couple of games. I liked the Monkey King in the second match. I hated
yeah,
it during the draft, but...
I was going to bring that one up. Now we know the Monkey King, what was it, Kunkka?
That was the last
this
pick
was
of the game,
Skunka.
right?
Yeah. It was the last pick to counter Dust Skunka in the mid lane. It crushed him much harder than I thought it would.
Yeah. For you guys, what was the standout in this series? Was it figuring out that matchup now, seeing how it played out, or was there more to how XG was playing?
I feel to me, usually the stand-up player is JT when it comes to Extreme. I think in terms of, team fighting, but also yesterday he played this Nature's Prophet with the Drow Aura, and I think he showed that he can also play these scaly heroes where he can just chill and sit back. The second game, I didn't really see it, but I know that the draft, I think, looks very nice. This Monkey King against the Kunkka mid, another hero that can jump on the Drow. So overall, I think for them, perhaps it's just more about the team play and the drafting, and then I think they're getting a bit more together with their itemization. But XG are doing better.
Yeah, the reason why I ask is because if we have a look at our standings, it is going to be Extreme Gaming and eHome are being forced into a tiebreaker for that last major spot. Asta and LGD and Knights all confirmed for the major. IG going to be staying in Division 1, whilst Asta Ares and Dawn Gaming are going to be relegated definitely down to Division 2, which brings me to today's schedule. Asta Ares versus Dawn Gaming will be our first series, and then LGD Asta in the second. The second one's exciting not only because it's two teams already confirmed for the major, probably two teams that everyone had at least in the top 2 or 3 for their power rankings, but because no matter the outcome, I believe there is going to be a tiebreaker in that top bit. Yes. There is.
If LGD
I had
win,
to double check in my brain, but yes, there is.
If LGD win, they play Aster, and if they lose, they play Knights.
Yep, LGD are going to be in that tiebreaker no matter what. But this first series, Asta Ares up against Dawn Gaming Sheep. Do you think you're on the same wavelength as Lizard? It's going to go all 3?
No.
No,
What
dumbass.
what a stupid thing to say.
All
Lizard.
3 games,
Seriously.
I'm calling it. One
Who
way
would
or
ever
another.
say that?
Stay
There is
firm, I like it.
Absolutely no way.
Absolutely
Asta Ares.
100% sheep. You know what you're talking about.
God damn it.
I kind of have to join Sheep on this one. I think it's unlikely it goes to 3 games, but you
Fight
know,
me.
what can
Oh,
you do?
okay.
so
well.
Sheep is, it's definitely not happening.
I'm
is,
saying it's
Lizard,
2.
Lizard is definitely happening, and Kezu's like 40-60.
Nah, 2-0. 2-0 as
Yeah.
well.
Oh,
I
okay,
think
you're also all
How about you, Nat?
I don't answer your question, sorry.
If there's a last pick, Zeus 3 games.
Okay.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
agree.
Yeah.
I
That's the
agree
one.
with that. We see a last big Zeus.
Yeah.
We saw the Asta Ares lineup there, though. We can also have a look at our Dawn Gaming lineup. The last time we'll see both of these guys in Division 1 for this tour. And I mean, Dawn Gaming's really hard to talk about. They don't have a win yet, and we've been sort of alluding to this joke about this Zeus, but it is a staple, I want to say, Kezu, something that you've associated with Dawn Gaming now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that this team needs more time. I think they probably need this next season, you know, in Division 2 to get better, form some more strategies, and then come back. Because at this point, I think there's just some things that are off, you know. Their enemies are better. They probably have more experience drafting, and it shows in the games.
Have you ever seen, Lizard, a win condition sort of stand out on Dawn Gaming? Do you think it's in their carry? Do you feel that, you know, maybe they should be placing more emphasis in their off or mid lane?
My problem when watching Dawn Gaming isn't necessarily one person and how he plays, because they can win lanes even versus really good teams, which they don't do often, but they can. We saw it with the Necrophos game. The problem is what they do after, how they combine their strengths, what their rotations look like. It's like, you know, when Dust has a bad game and he dives in,
Yeah.
that's how everyone on Dawn Gaming looks like
Oh.
in the mid game, and it has been happening every single game. Like Dust is very volatile. Like he has very high highs and very low lows. Dawn Gaming so far has had only lows post laning stage. Unfortunately, it is what it is. There's a reason why they're 0-6. Not gonna sugarcoat it, but maybe versus Asta Ares they can take it to game 3.
He's trying to drive that one home so much. The draft for game 1 that was on our screen sheet.
Yeah. Like, when I look at Dawn Gaming, so Dawn have looked best. For some reason, other teams keep giving them Lina. I'm assuming it's because they look down on them and they want to play against Lina versus them. And it's working, honestly. They are losing. But, like, this Lina on Siamong, the carry player for Dawn Gaming, has looked amazing. Him as a player has looked amazing compared to the rest of his team. Like, he's the only one that is able to keep up net worth really well. He's the one that is proactive in his moves. He always seems to have slightly better positioning. I think I'm the most impressed by him as a player. Everyone else, I haven't really felt the same way about. So that's like the highlight of this team, which means that coming into this draft, I hope they set him up for a good game. It's like the only thing I'd say that matters.
Okay.
It's interesting because Son Goku before was like one of those players that you would mention in previous seasons. He was in Team Saiyan and whatnot. Like Son Goku in Team Saiyan, you have to talk about him, obviously.
He's got to be good, right?
And he was they would always run these heroes that run you over like Lycans and Lycan Prophet, that Prophet strats. But yeah, in Dawn Gaming, he didn't look that crisp.
Well, the first phase for the draft is done and dusted. Asta Aries being able to pick up a Brood to close out the phase. She wasn't banned. They favored some of the other heroes instead. And Dawn going for something that feels very meta, very much what we've seen a lot of other teams excel on, Nature's Prophet and Tusk.
I mean, I think their opening is pretty okay. I mean, we've seen Nature's Prophet before. The hero's good. They also banned Bad Rider, which is very good against the Prophet. I think also White Album played that like the last 4 or 5 games. So taking out that. There's a different problem that there's a lot of heroes who are good against Nature's Prophet. Brood is one of them. Brood's also good against Tusk because it's hard to gank the hero. You kick out Nature's Prophet later. So overall, I think Asta Aries for now, they should be more comfortable with the first phase.
They also left the hero pool quite open by banning CM and Rubik. Like Dawn had to ban out this Bat and Lina because they have second pick. So they don't get the first overall pick. They can't take that Lina themselves. They have to try and cover like a last pick in the first phase Bat Rider that could just destroy them. And then Asta are like, okay, well, we'll let you take whatever you want, and then we'll leave it open. We get Brood. I think they're just so much happier. So I agree with Kazu.
I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sold on when you have so many heroes left in the pool. I'm not sold on picking Nature's Prophet as your first pick. I feel like he's really strong, but he's not a hero that brings too many problems to you. If you get my point, like some heroes are very difficult to deal with. Prophet is not easy, but there are solutions and plenty of them that you can choose from. So.
I would agree. He's more like you take it later down the road because. Like he abuses the slowliness of the enemy lineup or to enable more of your own tempo. So I would agree with that. I think now for Dawn in the next phase, it's important that they deal with this Brood.
Yeah.
We said already in the first phase, this hero's a problem. So in the next phase, you need to counter it in some way.
Yeah. It is also like super nice that they got this CM ban as well, because that's one of the supports that people love to play against the Brood Mother. And it's maybe something Dawn should have thought about if having Brood left in the pool. There's carries that play into Brood that teams like Slark. Just stuff that can bully in the lane really hard. I mean, I want to see Dawn put this Natures in the off lane. I don't want to see them put it safe lane against the Brood.
So some like Disruptor plus Slark in the second stage for Dawn Gaming. Something like that maybe. Like Naga has been banned out. Slark into Riki is kind of weird. Like we've seen a couple of games in which Slark suffers. You need to itemize differently.
But the thing is, at least, if they can pick the Slark, and it should then destroy the Brood, hopefully, and then you're kind of wanting to come out of this game with stronger lanes. Because Dawn Gaming also have second pick, so they should be winning at least 2 lanes. Yep. So if they can do that, and they already see the Brood, maybe they can even win 3 lanes.
3 lanes?
That's the cope for you, Lizard. This is how they win.
Wait.
This is how they take on game 3.
I need no cope. I trust in what I've said completely. This is going game 3. You can
blind faith.
Blind.
No,
just
it's
close your eyes.
research and analysis. Guys, why would you take this away from Lizard?
I've been looking at Dawn Gaming, and they've been on a steadily upward trajectory when it comes to the amount of kills that they have in their games, when it comes to the way they play.
Okay.
The way
what
they
about
come
the
out.
games where they don't have Lina?
It doesn't matter. It still goes up.
They'll just pick up a draw, you know, a sniper, a budget
Oh
Lina.
yeah, the same
The
hero.
games in which they
practically
do
the
have
same.
Lina, have they won them?
Have they won any game?
No, but they've certainly
Hey,
been on this
don't-
upwards incline.
Don't mess with my
I'm
logic.
just saying, your question can be reversed.
Okay, they go for an Ember. Okay, like you get the spirit early on to hunt down the Brood. It's like Ember usually gets banned anyway. What's left like on the mid lane that's strong, like a Pango?
The thing is, why would you open with an Ember when you have the last pick for this phase? Are you really that afraid that Asta Aries wants to put it in their lineup and they want to pick it here?
I think you can take a core here. I'm a bit surprised it's Ember as opposed to something such as Pangolier, who I think is a bit more open and deals with Brood slightly better than the Ember. I guess it's about the counter picks they want to get later with a +5 closing pick, which I think is not that easy. Because as Sheep mentioned, there's already some supports banned out that you would want. But it's got to be because they want to hold a pick.
Yeah.
Oh, there was 3 in the poll still. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Cool. Very nice.
You let a lesson tree through because you want to pick up an Ember.
I know you guys went to turn me with Quinn yesterday, but Lash, to some of these teams aren't as important.
I mean, the tree though.
The 3, yeah, the 3 definitely is.
Still a good hero. I think the Lash 3 is nice here. They lack damage against the Lashrak already with Ember Nature's Tusk. He does well. Could potentially also go safe lane if you want to swap it up a little bit, but I think he'll just go mid against Ember and he'll be happy.
No real follow-up, exact instant follow-up for the Riki. That's maybe only my only problem.
How are you feeling about Dawn? How are they going to close out this phase?
I have no
it
idea.
feels so tough
I'm
for
so
them.
annoyed by this friggin' Ember pick.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Why? Like, if you cover the teams, if you don't see Dawn, if this was Liquid drafting on the left side, you'd be fine with it. From my perspective,
Well,
it's
I
not
think
that bad.
Yeah, but I think the strength of Liquid is that they are a Brood team. So like Brood wouldn't be on the enemy team. They would have like, I think this opening would have gone a completely different way because the enemy, if you're playing against Liquid, you can never ban Rubik CM. You have to ban like Rubik Brood or something like that.
Yeah, sure. I'm just like for Dawn Gaming this draft. By the way, no copium. I'm not favoriting them in any way, but I like their draft. Like so far, what they've got isn't that bad. Even this Phoenix makes sense. Like a lot of percentage-based damage into the Lash. None of these heroes hurt you or deal with Yag very well.
I think what's okay with Dawn is their opening. I do think that opening the Ember in the second phase leaves a lot of room for, I mean, quote unquote, like some counter picking.
Which wasn't used in a big way, at least.
I think it's used not so much in perhaps the hero-to-hero matchup, but more so I think the fact that Dawn should have a damage problem within the mid-game of the game because of 3 armor, some pipe. Ember's damage is very slow, but I don't think it's some unplayable stuff whatsoever. I could have seen a pick such as Snapfire on 18-2 just to get this follow-up damage because I keep mentioning that they probably have damage issues to kind of mitigate that, but...
The craziest thing for me is that Aster Ares is still expecting this Prophet to be 100% safe lane. They're banning out all the offlaners, so they're expecting Prophet safe lane and the last pick offlane on Dawn Gaming, which is also possible, but do they have overall last pick? They do. So Dawn Gaming can see what Aster Ares takes and then just adjust.
This is, correct me if I'm wrong here, but what bothers me about the way that Dawn drafted is that the Brood response makes me feel like the Natures is really hard to put in against the Brood, which means that then when you open with this Ember, they get to pick the mid matchup they're happy with, and then they also get to see where Dawn are putting things, and
theoretically, you're correct. I'm just stating that it wasn't abused to that extent.
Not to the absolute max. It just feels rough. Like they can then pick their carry knowing that it's probably going to be into this Nature's Prophet. It's not. But now you have a Brood vs Nature's matchup, which doesn't seem that bad at all.
At all, indeed. Okay, like Enigma overall, I like it. It's a really solid pick. Like usually if you're drafting a Slark, you're banning out the Enigma. Son Goku should have a free lane. Should have a free lane. But overall, I'm just very worried for their safe lane. It can go real bad real fast.
Yeah, because it feels weird to look at this and say that Dawn had the overall last pick, that they were the ones that got to close out 2 phases. Do you think they have the advantage when it comes to the laning matchup and
I think
out of it?
Their last pick is good with the Enigma.
Okay.
I don't think it is what brings the lineup together, but against Aster it is fine. But I do think that Aster's mid-game, they don't have enough to deal with them saving each other and their tankiness.
Okay. And yourself, I know you're trying to process everything in these 2 drafts.
I'm doing my best.
She's working overtime, okay, guys?
They didn't go Zeus, that's the problem.
Yeah. By the way, I'm taking that back. I think even their safe lane should do fine. Like if it wasn't Dawn, if it were more similar in skill teams.
Well, the thing is, you have to factor that into this, right? Is it a team that hasn't yet been able to pick up a win in DPC, doing a matchup that isn't favorable, able to come out ahead?
Rough.
I mean,
Very quickly, Sheep.
At least I think Dawn can fight a lot more easily pre-15 minutes.
Okay.
So that maybe they can do a lot with that.
All right, aggression, tempo, that's what we want to see from Dawn. We want to see some execution from them here in game number 1. We're going to be heading on over to our casters, Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 1, Aster Ares and Dawn working on their way, one of these teams, to their first series victory. One of them has to get one. We'll see who it ends up being. What do you think? Game 1, who do you favor?
I like what Esther Aries got. Like I never thought I'm gonna say it. Like the tricore, it's not the tricore, but having Slark, Broodmother, and Ricky on the same team. This looks like a couple of years ago you would definitely lose the game, but it's a pub lineup. But this time around, I think it's fine. They do have Leshrac that ties this team together, so he can go around the map, kill the towers, draw the attention. I expected something different from the Dawn Gaming on the last pick. This Enigma just doesn't strike me as like wow pick, like we really got you. They do have a lot of push with Enigma, with the Nature's Prophet, so expect them to play relatively active early on. There was a series against Knights, like one game against Knights, the first one that they played the other day, where they looked the best so far in the DPC,
Right.
and I want to see if they can replicate that.
Yeah, so they had like a 4,000 or 5,000 net worth lead in that first game, and I mean, from there, it didn't really take off. It felt like it was just a matter of time until it ended up imploding, and it's not going to help that they're also with a stand-in mid, so things don't get easier. The chemistry doesn't build. It actually gets taken apart a little bit as we head into this series. So game one, quick pause, now unpaused, as we'll be underway. I want to say, for me at least, in my opinion, Astar Aries are in an unfortunate situation because
Yeah,
I feel like
it
their
feels like-
results aren't as true to who they are.
I have to agree. This team, considering the players that they have, it feels like they should do better, but you also have like some of the, I would say, overperforming teams, like eHome doing much better than expected. You have Knights as well. When I was coming into this season, I'm like, Astar Aries, they have a solid lineup. I want to see them in the middle of the pack. I didn't think that they're going to qualify to a major, but, this doesn't do them justice, I'd say.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate for them because both these teams are already chiseled in stone to be in Div 2, which is unfortunate. So it'll be a road back for these teams, which maybe is fortunate that going into the next season's Division 2, they'll not be up against some of the really strong teams that I think are in Division 2 right now. But we'll see. I do expect Astar Aries to be back in Division 1 come Tour 3.
Yeah, if they
Stay together.
stay together or if they make slight adjustments, if you make a completely new team, then you might be in trouble. And also, think to notice, Zone will be playing the mid. X is missing. I don't know if that's a sign of him leaving the team, considering that they are already out of Division 1. So, things do get emotional in Dota.
That's for sure. We've seen it in the past with some of the teams that are still here in Division 1 and Division 2 China. So, Zone, not the greatest mid in China, but it's also hard to be at that upper echelon. I would say White Album's a much better player in the mid lane. For me, he didn't really impress with his time in Team Sane last year. But we'll see what he could do. He plays for Team Mystique, which will be participating in Division 2 when that starts.
Yeah. This Lash versus Ember matchup, you mentioned the White Album being a better mid laner overall. This is also favorite matchup for Leshrac, so I want to see how much White Album will get things done in this one. On the bottom, TK dragging the creep wave. They don't want to play the lane immediately against the Nature's Prophet, so dragging it back. This might be one of the first times I've seen people dragging the creep wave away from Broodmother, because having that extra regeneration from your spin webs and just a hard hero to push out of the lane. So I assume that they want to get like level 2, level 3, and then they start to play a bit more aggressive. With the Blink Strike, with Insatiable Hunger on top of Nature's Prophet, these two heroes can easily close the gap and get the top of him, which Nature's Prophet does not like to play into.
Yeah, this team, we'll see what they could do up against this Ricky as time goes on, especially once, we talk about it all the time when we talk about Ricky. Not just the Sleeping Dart, but the level 10 extension to the smokescreen radius. As MS getting low, run down, and killed off by TK, which will get him closer to the second point for Ricky, which is, of course, that shard of 15 minutes. which he'll need the gold for. to
Good
get
start here on the bottom lane. Phoenix was still level 1. Ricky, 2 points, 2 Blink Strike charges, plus Silken Bola. Enough slow for Phoenix to die, and he's bringing some extra regen for Siumang, who is about to crack level 3, but so is Broodmother, so Insatiable Hunger is available. Wouldn't talk too much about the top lane. Slark is gonna do well here. I think he should be fine. Like, I don't think he should die, and you can see his adjustment already. He's not gonna be using that Essence Shift. Wanted to like be able to jump over the shards and also deal well with these Eidolons. It's not the greatest damage when it comes down to killing the Eidolons, but if Dread Protector is there with the Nature's Grasp to slow them down, some extra damage, they could kill it.
a lot of micro in this game, I'm noticing. Spiderlings, Treants, Eidolons. Oh my. Wonder what else we could add. Maybe we could have had a Visage in this game as well.
Necro Book build on Tusk.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get to 60 minutes and we'll see the Necro creeps come through. But interesting to see this many micro heroes in just one game. Red Panda taking a lot of damage from that Malefice and extra like right clicks from the Enigma and the Eidolons. Not an aggressive lane just yet. Ooh, now finally gets that first point of the Essence Shift. I think, truthfully, it would be tough for them to kill the Slark in this lane, if the bounce is right. We'll see.
They need to pull the lane back. Red Panda does have a small cap open, so should pull it back because it's hard for Slark to farm here near the tier 2 tower. Yeah.
Ooh, good shards.
Shards to block it. Still a couple of creeps are gonna get there, so
Yeah.
it's a half pull. Not too bad. These Wool Assassins, they kill the creep wave relatively quickly.
I think the idea was just get a half pull as Siumang's gonna dive bottom. TK and Shanxi also combining for another kill.
This bottom lane is not going well. Broodmother off to a complete free farm. She's level 4. Ricky staying out of XP range. He even has the big camp open, so he can't pull the lane back. This also opens up a kill threat on Siumang one more time. Mid lane doing really well. I'm impressed by the Ember Spirit. 25 CS, more than Leshrac. Leshrac does have more denies, so he'll hit level 6 slightly faster, but Ember will also be level 6, so I don't think there's going to be a solo kill threat there.
It's just a question of whether or not White Album wants to move to a side lane. We'll see, of course, on the 6-minute mark, the power rune, what we're going to see from it. As TK, he did walk all the way back to base, so he'll be there to refill White Album's bottle and also kind of be near with a Blink Strike and a smoke screen. So that should end up being a kill on zone, and that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that extra slow lightning plus a Blink Strike and also a point in Cloud from Ricky, enough to slow him down and land that Splitter. DK will stick around, so if he TPs, he plants down an Observer Ward. Also, we'll check the 6-minute rune, so they could kill him one more time potentially when he TPs back in.
And then it's a long walk back. It'll be an Invis rune bottom. That'll be held for White Album. He wants to refill his
Ricky
bottle.
should pick it up. Cosplay that he's level 6.
All of a sudden they start thinking how to get all this experience really quickly. Oh my god.
Broodmother will get that level 6 after after this creep wave. I mean, you need to kill the siege creep, but yeah, Ricky for now fighting against Phoenix. And once you hit that level 6 on Broodmother, things are gonna get a lot difficult. Like, they don't have that one hero that can sit in Broodmother's lane and just push him out.
Ooh, White Album became top lane, and he'll just die here to Dakrais to get the kill on Son Goku. They do have Siumang now top, as U's starting to hit away kind of hard with the Essence Shift starting to stack up at 11.
I don't think White Album expected this kind of damage to come out. 6 Eidolons, tag team, and Malefice. He got bursted. Like, I also didn't expect that he's gonna die that quickly.
Yeah, all of a sudden 1,200 damage being done by the Enigma really quickly onto this this little Shrek who only got to output 350 of his own. He never had a chance to do anything. And that was the rotation I was talking about, the Lestrak making, but obviously it doesn't go well for them, and he puts Dawn Gaming on the board with a kill, which is not to be expected with a move like that. And you can see Shanxi, he's now got control of this lane.
This
Like you
opens
said.
up the map so much. Broodmother hitting that level 6, has mana boots, has a soul ring, infinite mana pretty much, and this is gonna be a huge issue. You see that MS is trying to get some XP here, but he might die if he misses you. Oh,
That might be the reason for it. He and Enigma disconnected at the same time, because he was just standing there inside the Spiderlings.
Enigma and Phoenix. This is the universe lineup. You know, having a black hole, having the supernova. 2 great abilities, but might not be able to use it together as effective as in maybe some other games, because things are gonna get pretty chaotic, especially with this smokescreen from Ricky. You have BKB piercing ability from Treant, and then again, Slark with all the attack speed can easily deal with the egg. Going into Echo Saber next, pretty standard build on Slark, I would say. Like, the other option is to get a Diffusal Blade if you want to fight, but then you don't have like the disassembling tool to get your Aghanim Scepter faster, which is a key item on Slark.
Yeah, but I like Diffusal Blade.
No, Diffusal Blade's nice. I don't mind Diffusal. Like, even Echo Saber into Diffusal sometimes is really good, just to be able to get that damage. Gives you extra kill threat as well.
We don't see it as much on the Slark anymore. Although I want to say we see a lot of Slark games where like Pango's also in the game on the team, and then we see like Pango get Diffusal.
Yeah, but what if you burn all of their mana? And MS does have a TP.
Ooh, damage is enough.
So extra 100 gold on a TP. I mean, if you keep dying, you don't lose the gold on teleport scrolls because you don't have to buy them if you're feeding, so that's a good thing.
That's what I do.
This Guardian Grease, it's gonna be such a good timing on Shanxi.
Yeah, it seems very easy for him to just have this open lane and not really be bothered. He's already level 8. I don't really know how you go about touching this spider. They're going to go again over mid. They'll Center the Wrath of Nature does a good amount of damage on a TK and White Album, so they won't stay aggressive. Over to the side, though, Uu. He might be in some trouble. They've got the Ember coming in, and they do see him. They've got this Obs for vision, and you can see Red Panda. He's already deep in the trees.
They want to kill this tower. Blightstone, Eidolons, Red Panda trying to get as much XP as he can from this. Try to delay it, but there's way too many heroes here. Nature's Prophet as well with his Treants. So they have to let this one go.
Let it go, they do. So, Maelstrom being built here for Simong, no surprise. It feels like that's pretty standard for what we see for the Nature's Prophets right now. And Bloodstone for White Album, where Ulu, like you said, is the Echo Saber, and the Enigma, it's Guardian Greaves, it's offlane. It feels like that's the offlane item of choice for a lot of these heroes. It's actually double Maelstrom for Dawn Gaming. Ember and Nature's Prophet going for it.
Yeah, I don't mind like having early Gleipnir on Nature's Prophet. He might get Maelstrom into BKB this time around because you also want to have some kind of a defensive tool for yourself. Dock Race.
Coming over, and they've got the Searing Chains. White Album taking a lot of damage once again. Simong was maybe thinking about TPing over. White Album surviving thanks to the Living Armor and the Leech Seed, but Siamong's in. Sprout stun from White Album. TK's now here. Slight's not enough. Remnant forward, still trying to get this kill. There's another Remnant to finally get White Album.
Orb of Corrosion, Broom Handle, Sleight of Fist, all these things do add up. Like Ember, early damage is a lot whenever there's a slight maxed out, which most of the time it is. And now Dawn Gaming moving to the mid lane. White Album, we did say that he should have a good time. I mean, in terms of net worth, he's still second, but doesn't get much done. Like, maybe this Living Armor that he's playing with gives him false sense of security. And now Shanxi's also mid, but a bit too late.
Oh, they want to go for zone. He'll Remnant, but they lined up the stun. Slight once again, and now they've got the mech. They'll pounce, leash the Ember, and they'll get the kill on his zone. So he can't get the Remnant onto the low ground. He ends up staying, and the stun lineup by White Album's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that was a really nice move there. This should also be a tower. MS is level 6, so is Son Goku. But in terms of execution, they need someone to buy time. Like, they need Ember Spirit to set things up for them. And you see DK a bit too deep here.
He's got tricks of the trade until Blink Strike back. They don't have enough to control him, and they end up losing that tier 1 tower over mid.
So far, so good for Dawn Gaming. We did praise them in their series against Knights, but also this is the one where, in terms of laning stage, they didn't lose too much. We've seen them lose the games in like 5-6 minutes, pretty much, where the net worth. But this time around, it feels like they've been practicing a lot during this 2-week break that China had during the DPC, so they got a lot of stuff done. They definitely look much more solid.
Look at the goal that TK has saved up. He's going to have this shard immediately at the moment of availability. Courier, as is tradition for a Ricky. If you're not getting at least 3 couriers, are you really a Ricky?
Are you even playing the game properly?
Exactly.
Brood bottom does have mech.
Snowball, so they're going to try and get this with a Supernova. Turning around, Searing Chain. Sark actually is going to be in trouble. They can't pop this egg. They've got stun onto 4, but it's not going to be enough. Overgrowth comes in. They get the kill into Dark Race. They'll take out Zone. Maybe they won't be in trouble with everybody here from Aster Aries. It's a double kill there for White Album. Everybody dead on Dawn Gaming. And all of a sudden now you kind of feel that shift where Aster Aries are going to gain a lot of net worth, and it may not stop at that point.
This Brood Mother is so tanky. Extra living armor, extra armor from the tower. So you're sitting at... what is that? With the living armor, it's like over 60% physical resistance, and now once you get to the Guardian Greaves, I also want to see what the next item is going to be from Shanxi, whether that's going to be straight up pipe, because he's going to negate pretty much the whole damage from Dawn Gaming if he decides to go for a pipe.
So, almost done with Guardian Greaves. We'll see what he queues up next, and that will be the answer to your question. And Shard. Enough gold there for Ricky, just waiting for the timing. And then, truthfully, I think if you're Dawn Gaming, you're in a lot of trouble until you get BKBs. Sleeping Dart into Splitter, Sleeping Dart into Pounce.
And not the best abilities to play with. This is not like, you know, Mirana, but if he plays with Leshrac, 1 stun and the overwhelming damage from the hero, should be enough to get the kills before they get BKBs.
So what is it?
I love this. Ember Spirit using Slight on like 20 units, never-ending Slight.
I was thinking about getting Shard upgrade for Leshrac as well.
No, this shard's really good. We don't need a different shard. It's fine.
No. I'm saying get it. So Sleeping Dart into Leshrac stun, into another stun, into Sleeping Dart again. Like you just be stunned and slept the entire time.
Radiant's courier has been
Another courier. There, see? If you're not killing couriers, are you really playing the game? Right now, TK is playing the game. Almost 1,700 gold. There he goes. Queues up the shard. 5 seconds, and then they'll have that Sleeping Dart.
Even Slark wants to pick up the shard.
Yeah, very early.
Yeah, I don't know why is this still a thing. When you buy a shard or a raindrop, it goes on cooldown. Like, sorry, we don't have enough in stock. We have to order one for you.
That would be interesting if there was delayed purchases.
Yeah, it gets delayed. If 4 people in your team buy it, like, you need to wait. You can't get it straight away.
So hear me out. What if?
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, we're getting towards the end of the first tour, so I need to get my bad ideas out.
No, just write them down in the word pad and leave it there. Lock it. This is the combo.
Sleep, stun, snowball. Doesn't hit TK, he'll blink strike back. Shards are off the mark as well. Top lane though, Son Goku in trouble. Death Shroud was used, so now chasing Son Goku. Ooh, turned. Was he thinking about going into the black hole there? Weird how he turned right out of the Sark. TK, smoke screen. Does he have anywhere to jump to? No, he doesn't. He'll end up dying his own.
White Album a bit too far away to help him out.
Ooh, black hole, yeah. He did go for it. Seawong's gonna come through. Sprout, they can't keep the vision on him. So black hole for nothing.
Not sure what the plan there was. I mean, you're playing into Slark. There's no real follow-up damage. You know that he has Shadow
Boris
Dance
Punch,
available.
Supernova,
Let's see if he can kill
and
it.
can
1,
they
2,
get
3,
the
4,
egg?
5.
Yes, they can. MS is gonna die. Down goes Dacrace. They'll look over for Son Goku. If they can find him, they'll pounce, leech him, and kill him. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. Ooh, with a double kill, he's on a mega kill streak, and they lose nothing on the side of Aster Aries. While at the same time, Shanxi is taking the bottom tier 2.
Their damage is very limited right now. Like, their damage with the hero was very limited just coming into this game. And now with this damage mitigation from Broodmother, it's going to be full pipe in 1,000 gold, which Broodmother takes like a minute to farm. So, Greaves and pipe. Ember's damage is very limited. It's going to be poke damage from the Slight.
Sleep.
It's going to be another one.
Smoke screen, and they just lose Dacrace so quickly. Like, there's just no chance when you get caught like that. Pounce leashing again, and big damage on MS once more. And following it up, Blink Strike, Sweeping Dart, Smoke Screen, and all Sleight of Fist coming through onto the Slark. But they just don't have the control, even with the Searing Chains.
I'm not sure who's supposed to deal damage here on side of Dawn Gaming. Like, Enigma with those demonic conversions, it's just not enough because you have living armor as well. Tusk damage is very limited. Same goes for Enigma. Like Nature's Prophet, I even wouldn't mind if Nature's Prophet in this situation builds like a more damage stealth-oriented build where he skips the BKB, gets a full Gleipnir just so that they have something.
Right. Snowball, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chain, Sunray, TK, Tricks of the Trade, and still in the Sunray. But the turnaround, they're gonna look over at MS, they'll look at the Ember, and they don't get either of them, but you can see already how scared Dawn Gaming are once they do show their faces like that. Aster Aries, they've got a very farmed Brood who, like you said, should finish the pipe soon, and, well, only 87 more gold. Couple creeps.
This also opens up the Roche. Aster Aries needs to get a pick off, go inside the Roche pit. You have enough sustain with that living armor, with that Guardian Greaves that we mentioned.
Oh, he got it!
him.
Ooh, wow! That was impressive. There's so many spots that he could have pounced to. He found the right one. Kills Son Goku. That was wicked sick.
That was nicely done. That's pretty impressive. Radiant also used Scan where Enigma was. Not sure. I mean, if you get pounced, you're still dead. The Scan's not really going to help you, especially if you're trying to TP out.
Although, with my newest idea, upgraded Scan. Don't shake your head, please.
At one point, peek up, you just got to stop. But it's not. You need to find a different job.
A new hobby. Sleep, smoke screen, dead MS.
You have to let this idea of you balancing Dota, you have to let it go.
I honestly, it's on my resume. All these ideas. I mean, the one that I didn't even tell you before was a really good one, I think. One of my favorite.
Zone.
Sleep.
Remnanted back. TK was waiting for him.
Smoke screen, and that is going to be zone. Silence again on the run. Remnant even further. And another sleep. Oh boy, black hole. But Overgrowth immediately stops that. They should be able to kill off Son Goku. They still didn't get Zone yet. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains coming out once again. They get the kill on Duck Rays. They'll look over as Zulu takes out Zone. Down goes MS. Triple kill for White Album. And this top tier 2 will also go the way of those 4 heroes because it's going to die.
Yeah, I don't see heroes on Aster Aries dying. Like, Leshrax's too tanky. Same goes for Broodmother. Slark, I don't think he dies. He has a Step Shroud to also save his own teammates. And that was nicely done. TK waiting on this Remnant. And he gets out for a moment, but then rest of the team. And you can see Red Panda, immediate Overgrowth to stop this black hole. Even if this black hole goes off, it's mostly on Broodmother. They're starting to try to hit her, but way too much damage mitigation, and it's just not going to happen.
8 permanent agility on the Essence Shift steal for Ulu. Like, they have just been working these heroes on Dawn Gaming and Aster Aries. A performance so far that we've been expecting from them for a long time this year.
Yeah. Dawn Gaming, they probably have one more fight in them. They will try to do something, and the game just might end. They might call it. There's been like 15, 17-minute games from Dawn Gaming, so they're not afraid to just call GG, especially considering the situation they're in right now. They're already relegated to Div 2, so I would not be surprised.
Yeah, and with the fact that they're down 12K in 21 minutes, it's just that's a lot to come back from, and their way back in isn't exactly amazing. Sweeping Dart zone's also here. There's the Silence with Smoke Screen. They've got the Pounce. They'll leash up the Enigma, and they'll get a kill on a Son Goku. It's with that Ag, so 2 Pounce charges available.
Radiant's middle tower.
Maybe there's a comeback. You know, maybe let me try to figure it out. Oh, Force Staff. That's a good item. To save from Slark, to save from Ricky.
I mean,
5-man Black Hole into Supernova.
Yeah.
Wrath of Nature. Bouncing around.
Yeah, and the perfect fight is certainly available to them. They can come back in if it does happen. Because it'll get you a lot of gold, right? Killing the Slark, who's on a
DK.
9-time spree.
He knows. We've seen Nature's Prophet farming enemy triangle when they...
Ooh, good BKB.
Gets the BKB off.
But Overgrowth.
Nah, he's still gonna drop.
Yeah.
DK,
Yeah,
he's been all over the place.
You know, he's
following Remnants and he's following Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, he's understanding the farming patterns and where these heroes are kind of going to be putting themselves. He's 2 steps ahead.
I would not be surprised if White Album picks up like bots do, just so that he can TP on Ricky, lower the cooldown, lower the...
They subbed Tusk, but
Radiant's middle tower.
won't get that jump.
It feels like the only hero they can kill is maybe Ricky. If he gets too close, he's not that tanky, but they might be able to burst him down. Mulu, dropping low, but we'll reset.
And he's got Depth Shroud available in Shadow Dance if he needs to really escape. They have Vision up on the high ground, and it's getting pinged by the Slark. So here comes Red Panda. I thought he was going to drop a sentry. I thought wrong. But they do smoke, they do wrap around, but TK's here, so smoke's going to be broken, and they just don't have dust for him. Sleep, Silence, Wrath of Nature bouncing around, and there's a Pounce a little bit short of this Phoenix. There's a Walrus Punch coming through on Ulu, and a Snowball over to the Broodmother. Force Staff to try and get some distance. Smoke Screen once again. TK kind of being annoying here with the Blink Strike slowing up the zone as well. They have a Blink available on Red Panda, Overgrowth available in 5. And Aster Aries don't have to play overly aggressive. They're in a comfortable lead.
Red Panda will keep the distance. He has one job in a team fight, cancel the potential black hole. That's about it. Blink in and use it. Still respecting some of the damage coming out from Dawn Gaming. I did talk about Siumang getting some cheap damage items to be able to punch back, and he's going into Daedalus, which I don't mind. He was thinking about getting the full Mjolnir, but yeah, we'll get that Daedalus eventually.
Son Goku forward and gonna be hit up hard as the Silence comes through on a couple. Force Staff back. Son Goku needs to do something, but the Overgrowth, and they'll get the kill on a Son Goku. Supernova is gonna pop here. So that'll stun up a couple, but they just are too tanky for these heroes to get the damage out on. Siumang's gonna fall, down goes Zone. 3 heroes gone. Snowball's not gonna do enough to save Duckrace. They'll call GG as White Album grabs a triple kill. He's godlike, and Aster Aries win game number 1 over Dawn Gaming.
Radiant's middle tower.
10, 12 minutes into the game, it's a 1k gold lead for Aster Aries, but then they start to make these moves. It feels like it's always the same story with the Dawn Gaming. Like
Right.
they, in terms of laning stage, there are games where they do relatively well. They keep things even, but I think this one also goes back to them having this no damage draft. You need a lot of time for this type of lineup to be able to like get stuff done, because you do have this Phoenix, so you have Enigma, you have Ember from the mid lane. The damage can be a bit slow in terms of rotations around the map. They did move okay in terms of like how fast they did it with the Nature's Prophet, TPing to the top lane, TPing to the mid lane, killing the tower. But Aster Ares TK on this Ricky, like we see this Ricky being super annoying, and for a good reason. Like he does not allow Ember to play the game pre-BKB, pretty much anyone. Like you can't cast your abilities. He had enough gold to buy a 15-minute shard exactly, starts to roam around the map, starts killing some couriers, and also there's no snowball save when you play against Ricky.
Yeah, it's really tough with that smoke screen and the extra radius, so things get difficult for Dawn Gaming. Pretty easy game one for Aster Ares. They're going to take the 1-0 lead over Dawn, and to break down this first game, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Let's have a chat about this Aster Ares Dawn Gaming game number 1. I don't even know where to start with this one, because actually lanes, let's talk about that. We thought, well, I'll say Lizard thought Dawn Gaming.
What did I think? Tell me.
That Dawn Gaming
tell me, yeah.
was going to be
Repeat.
able to hold themselves in lane. The
Didn't you
Nature's
see
Prophet,
they couldn't? They disconnected.
That
It
Nature's
happens.
It did.
They DC'd. Like that poor Phoenix, he was there, he was about to defend his
Kill
base,
everyone.
Kill
Yeah.
everyone, and
That's
then
the only
he
reason why
DCs.
this went
Of
multi,
course.
didn't it?
You sometimes DC, you feed a kill to the Brood, and you can't come back. No, I mean, Brood took the tower, what, minute 7?
Yep.
Hold on, guys. I
6:50?
have really important analysis.
Please.
First of all,
Yeah, we'll work
First
our
of
way there.
all,
Let's talk about lanes. Yeah.
really important point.
Yeah.
So Phoenix was just trading with Ricky Brood, and he did not do maths. He did not take into equation. Maybe he has some British blood in him, but he did not
I didn't
recognize
know.
the fact that Brood was about to hit level 2. Brood hits level 2, bam! Gets hit with the bowler, can't move, slowed down. Ricky, blink striking on his back.
Doing
pow,
it again.
Pow, he's getting run down the lane. Now he's dead. First blood, lane's over. GG.
Okay, well, that's not
And
one
that's
they
the
called
melody.
GG.
Yeah.
And that's the game.
I feel like you guys are not respecting Dawn enough here. Like
We're
we
looking
need
at-
to.
I haven't even said anything yet.
Yeah, you guys. come
Especially-
on.
He knows what I'm going to say.
Especially you, Kes.
Yeah, I'm very biased.
Okay. I was
mean-
going to ask about the Nature's Prophet Brood lane. This is probably the 3rd time I've asked about this. Gezu, would you like to talk about anything else?
I can talk about the lane real quick and then about something else.
Okay.
So the lane should go good, which, I mean, it went a little worse than it should, but it will be fine until a certain point where Brood will get level 6 and then kick heroes out, and I think this is usually a problem when you can't really deal with that. On top of that, their lineup has like this, like what, their damage is going to come from a double Maelstrom, some random Fire Spirit, some Ice Shards, so it's like some very low damage lineup into this Leshrac with 3 armor, with a pipe, with Greaves, a potential Slark Shard, so you just run into problems there. And
Not-
overall, I think Aster Ares just kind of outplayed them.
I was going to say, not only that, like, it's Brood Brother less just, like, constantly running at your towers, just taking more and more map space off of you. So not only do you have, like, those damage issues, you're not farming any items to try and make up for that, because you just don't have anywhere on the map that you can belong or be safe in farming.
Yeah, I'm like the thing that I don't understand. Brood was first phased, and you have last pick, right?
Yep.
And you end up having Phoenix and Nature's Prophet into Brood.
But you said
On
the
the
draft
lane.
was so good.
Yes,
He wanted to hype them up.
I definitely. No, honestly, I still think the draft could have worked if it played out a little bit better, like much better. Like the laning
A lot
stage on
better.
the safe lane,
Yeah.
like you shouldn't be. I don't know, like you shouldn't die. Like as Phoenix, I don't know how you die to Brood plus Ricky. That shouldn't be a thing. Like it
I
shouldn't
just
happen.
explained it.
He's
Yeah,
just
he
saying
did
it
quick
shouldn't.
math.
I'm
Okay,
saying
yeah.
that shouldn't happen.
He said
Which
he
is
didn't
true.
know how it happened. I'm just that's
No.
all. That's,
No, no,
that was my
shouldn't.
response. No, I understand.
Yeah, that
What
it
I don't
shouldn't happen.
understand is that
Yes.
you guys haven't given me an MVP.
I,
What the heck?
I have one right now.
Okay, guys, it's all you.
Go.
Lizard and Sheep don't have any input.
It's
Sure.
TK.
Okay.
This Ricky,
Who?
he
Oh.
owned. He did well in the lane.
Sorry.
He rotated mid around like minute 5-6 just when the Lesh got level 6 to kill the Ember, place aggressive wards, and then all they really wanted to do was wait for like minute 15, 16 with shard timings, bloodstones, pipes. He was sniping some couriers, more gold, more chill, showing them where the Nature's Prophet is. Easy game.
Easy Katka.
That's pretty good.
Yep, pretty good. Dawn Gaming, I know a lot about issues with how they execute, but
I liked it. how they execute.
I
Something.
think we should also focus on their draft and how they can maybe make a more simple draft for themselves. They weren't giving themselves any favorable matchups per se, but also when it came to execution, there was very little room for error.
Very little.
I mean,
Minuscule amount.
I think just to go about the draft real quick, or even in the first phase, you play against the first pick Riki, and instead of like overthinking hero matchups, I mean, Tusk Natures aren't good against this hero already. Riki wants to play the map, and you're now picking heroes into it that also want to play the map, which is what the hero shuts down with Ember Natures. When instead you see Riki, maybe you can just, I don't know, go some lineup that
Snowball.
balls up more.
Yep.
Yeah, or snowball the lanes, which I think they did neither, so...
Yeah, when I saw the Prophet, I was thinking, okay, maybe it might work if they go with some... But it was banned out. Like, they banned out that Prophet Aster Ares instantly after. So I was thinking maybe that Prophet, Nature's Prophet, and something like a Beast or Lycan, and just roll over the map. But yeah, it took... Like, their draft was a roller coaster, took them into a different direction. In the end, it didn't work, unfortunately. I had faith.
Yeah.
I still have, but...
Yeah. I mean, look, it's only game 1, guys. There is space for Dawn to be able to come back in game number 2, which will be happening after this break.
Game 3.
Welcome back. It's going to be game number 2 between Dawn
dead.
Gaming. He's dead. He's already dead.
What
Stop.
did you do to the poor...
Resuscitate him.
He's back.
I'm sorry, Beacom.
Oh, he's.
I'm sorry, Beacom. I'm sorry, this isn't mine, this is Beacom's.
Oh my god, you touched it with it.
There
You
may
know
or may
you
not be
could-
some
I'll
lipstick
wash
on
it, I'll wash it. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You could do these as well. You didn't have to go in for the
I just went
kiss.
straight
You
from the
just
mouth.
had to get the illusion. You just had to use the camera angle.
I think those are like poisonous or venomous or something.
She
One or
wanted
the
to
other.
There's
save
a
him.
difference.
It's okay.
Venom is
I
when...
know there is.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying one or the other. I'm not sure.
Well, I don't really know.
Yeah.
Even though I probably
Show
should.
the
I don't
camera
know.
what you did.
Show the camera.
It's hard to see.
It is kind of hard to see, but I will watch that B-Cup. I'm sorry. Game number 2, Asta Aries versus Dawn Gaming. Do you still have the high hopes?
I
Is it that I'll go
have
to a game 3?
game 3. We're getting there. We're getting to game 3.
Yeah?
100%.
How? What are Dawn going to have to draft or change to get to game number 3?
I
Dawn-
can tell
The
you
Zeus?
exactly what Dawn Gaming need.
What?
They need everyone to rally around this amazing stand-in player zone. This Ember Spirit. 2-5-2 in the last match. That's 100% kill participation on his team. Not only that, he had the highest hero damage in his team. He did not have the highest building damage. What can you do? You're an Ember Spirit. And
I can't. I
he
can't.
brought a breath
I
of
sense.
fresh air into a life, new
this,
life into
This
Dawn
has sold me
Gaming.
on a game 3 more than you did, Lizard.
I sense some. I don't know, sarcasm, some energy here that is
It's
surrounding
not
my
sarcasm.
voice.
Pure facts. Everything she said was pure facts.
No,
Would
he
you like
actually
to
owned the
check
lane as well. Like
He did very well in the lane.
He did
did
very well in the lane.
fantastic in
Later
the
on,
lane.
he was.
Yeah, you're watching.
I
All
saw
facts.
it. I saw it. I don't need to watch. I have good memory for
you?
one game.
Because you seem to have forgotten Dawn Gaming's past track record of video games.
Video
This
games.
DPC Dawn.
No, I haven't. I just love a good underdog story.
I haven't.
I'm all for a good underdog story as well, but Asta Aries could be seen just as much of an underdog if you hadn't watched a single day or game of China DPC. You're like, both these teams are on the exact same series scoreline. Neither of them have picked up a series win. So where's everyone hoping for Asta Aries? This is a
Well,
little bit biased. This
Aster
panel-
Aries took games. Aster Aries has players from tier 1 teams, ex-tier 1 teams. They have Red Panda, they have White Album. Then the 3 others that no one cares about. But those 2, no, it's not like that. It's not like that. It's not that no one cares about. They just weren't in as big of tier 1 teams as White Album and do it again. Yeah, White Album and Red Panda. That's all.
Okay,
I'm
all
not
right.
part of this.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't. condone
People keep
this.
saying I'm biased. Once again, I haven't said anything about it.
That's true.
You're so
Kezu,
biased.
would you like to share your
Kezu's on
thoughts
this
with
panel?
me?
Well, if you haven't watched any of the games and
Yes.
you see both teams being 0-6, you're like, oh, this could be an even match.
That's
But
what
if
I'm
you've-
saying.
Yeah, but if you've actually looked at their games, like you've seen some of the maps,
Yeah.
then you would be
Wrong.
I was gonna say stupid, but let's put it wrong.
Wrong.
Dawn have a chance, but it's not
What
looking
chance?
very good. I mean, if they change something up,
Change
I
what
think-
up?
a lot of draft.
Do we know they have Dawn have second pick this time round, guys?
Yeah.
Yep, they had a second pick.
Pick last
in
game?
Game
They
1
look,
as
they
well.
look better when they're on the response. They look better that way.
Do they?
What? No.
Yeah, they do.
They had.
on.
I'm sorry, but they had closing second phase, and overall last pick.
And they didn't
they
close it.
opened second phase with Ember and closed it off with a Phoenix, and
Look.
overall last pick an Enigma.
Hear me out. The best they've looked is with first pick when the enemy gives them Lina. That's it. That is it. And I refuse.
Not a bad point.
Wait,
say
was
anything else.
the Necro game first phase?
Yes.
Yeah, they were first
It was
pick
with
too.
Lina first pick. That Lina popped.
It all boils down to
Oh,
Lina.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't have had Lina that game. If they didn't have Lina, they would have done better. I'm sure.
Maybe Dawn, what they should do here is not ban Lina, and then they should just hope that Asta Aries doesn't take it. Idiots. Dummies. What can you do?
No,
You
they'll
just
Sick of
praying.
being here.
they'll have a better response this time, I believe.
Well,
Okay.
they're not going to have the Brood to deal with, which is nice. Already a great adjustment from Dawn Gaming here. Astary's still going to
True.
open up with Ricky, though.
Okay, but now Bat's in the pool, which they might just get batted if they
So
Do a
what
little
you're saying is
slip up
don't
here.
run back the Nature's Prophet.
Yes.
Do not, yeah.
You already shouldn't do it against Ricky, but especially also when
I
there's
love
a
it.
bat in the pool.
That's cool. That could get bat rided. One more.
No. They got this one.
One more.
A tree plus lizard.
They should pick a monkey king.
The tree plus a lizard.
Lizard on a tree. Tree
Yeah.
plus brood. Bat.
Bat. Oh, you reckon they should just snipe the bat for themselves?
Oh, here it comes.
Oh no.
Bat rider. That was
I mean,
my
it is
impression.
true.
Yay!
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Radiant team
What's
Yes.
that? Is it
Yeah.
a train?
No.
Yeah, it's the
Train to
hype, it's the
07.
hype train for
Hype
It's a hype
Asta
train for the
Aries.
2-0, yeah.
All aboard the Asta Aries train.
Yeah, I had faith in Dawn Gaming. I did. But unless they pick out some, I don't know, some cheese pick now, which I don't see happening,
10 seconds.
it's going to be rough. Like
Meepo?
already.
Meepo?
Sure,
Meepo?
sure.
Meepo?
Meepo.
Pog.
You
Meepo?
both know that's not the
Meepo?
one.
Meepo?
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 I wish we had a thing to do, but we don't play the same heroes. So.
Yeah. I don't play support.
Unlucky.
Yeah, this is awkward.
Yeah. Get
That
him
was
outta
really
here.
awkward. Way to kill the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, I just
So
wanted to
weird.
make it really awkward.
Yeah.
Maybe Zone brings something out, something crazy into the bat.
Yeah,
Some
let me-
Storm.
What is
I'm gonna
what
check
is
his. I'm gonna
the
check his double
best
buff.
Bat Rider lane dominator?
Queen of Pain, which is why it's always banned, and that's
Okay,
why
well,
first
it's not
pick
in the
Bad Rider is
pool.
good.
It's
All
not
right,
in the pool.
guys, I
so-
have an epic. I have epic news.
Okay, yes.
Zone's most played hero in competitive Dota, the hero that could change everything, is Ember Spirit.
Oh, that's why they played it.
That does not help me
Sorry,
out.
sorry.
That's why they picked it
Don't
last
pick
game.
Ember.
And
Don't
they
pick
can
Ember.
they can go for
Okay.
Storm.
Next epic piece of information. His most played hero in pubs before he closed his Dota buff, Storm Spirit.
There. That's it.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing,
We
bada
figured it out.
boom.
Shit.
Storm Spirit gets picked by Dawn Gaming. You get this hero that can jump out and bat. Suffers a bit against Ricky, but nothing that can't be dealt with.
I have a serious question.
Yes.
5
Do we feel that Dawn Gaming is sort of just drafting meta heroes or heroes that they've seen other teams win with that, you know, have good statistics, but they're not really actually formulating something that works well together, that works within their skill range, that works to their player's strength?
I'm not sure which one it is. It's either that they're not experienced enough and
Okay.
they think that their ideas work in a different way than they will,
Mm-hmm.
because right now their ideas are flawed, or they're sticking to what other people are playing, which puts them out of their comfort.
I don't think
I
that
don't
their
know which one it
ideas,
is.
like usually I would go with with that their ideas are flawed. I think that they're probably just cornered, and that's it. Like
can
I
see
feel
that.
like maybe the first half that's what it was, right? Because we saw those random, very random last picks like Azus, and no one was
Yeah.
really picking that. Like,
I
It
just
wasn't
think
looking that
I
strong.
really just think they're cornered. They're picking what's left in the meta pool. That's also their comfort.
remaining.
I would agree that their ideas are flawed when it comes to bans. Maybe they could cover the picks that they're taking a bit better. Like, there's, in my opinion at least, there is no reason to go. I guess.
I mean, the
if-
first
if-
phase,
yeah,
this
it's-
first phase
yeah,
is
yeah.
flawed if
Yeah.
you look at the way it plays
that's
out.
what's a synonym for flawed.
The problem is like
Not good.
maybe if you went with the bat on your second pick, Esther Aries would counter you instantly with the co-op in the first phase.
Yep.
So maybe that would be an issue.
It's more like a lot of when you know that teams play specific heroes, you want to already pick heroes that are good for you and that are. Lizard said it in the first game too, right? You were the one that said, "You see a Nature's Prophet, you don't really care. It's easy to counterpick." Which same story. It's like you know this team plays Bad Rider. You pick these two heroes that don't deal well with it, so you make it very easy for them to pick the hero. Also, I think Ricky Bad work very well together because they work on the map, and a lot of heroes who are good against Bad, they hate Ricky. Storm, Puck, whatever other elusive heroes, they all hate being darted into a smokescreen. You're fucking dead.
Whoa!
It's true. It's
Hey,
true.
he's just saying how it
Yeah.
is.
I don't like Ricky, and
Facts.
that's just a straight fact.
Yeah, his pub anger just came
Facts.
out there in that
That's
analysis.
a fact.
Jerseys. I mean, do you think Asta Aries should even cover themselves harder here and pick another hero that helps deal with Storm so that they absolutely cannot have a good game no matter what? Like something that rotates on mid or something like that? Because we've
me
seen some
see.
bats
Yes.
take a fat dump on Storm Spirit. It's like it's massive. But just with support rotations or like you secure a rune, like some haste rune, because Storm doesn't have the mana to get far enough away from you.
I'm not sure. You would need a 5 that does that, right? Like Ricky already can sort of do it. You could get a 5 that can complete that, or get an offlane with.
Slam the disruptor, bros.
Oof.
Slam it.
Slam it right now.
Yeah.
Team pick.
Oh my god.
It could still be a disruptor.
Mag Ursa.
Yo, imagine the wombo combo of the disrupt roll into the RP. The other way around, but yeah.
The Wombo Wombo.
Damn it. Dude, new hero though.
Hero. Okay.
Exciting. I mean, we saw Jakiro in Western Europe,
Yeah.
off lane.
I mean, it's nice. It like if this is nature's off lane, if they do want to do that, it like relieves the pressure in lane. Fuck. From the trans.
Yeah, can you guys do your best. You can pick any hero that's already been chosen here, and you have to do your best
Jokiro.
impression of their
Bad
person.
Rider.
Ricky Maru.
Oh, that was kind of good. That was really good. I like that.
That's my snapper.
Nice.
For the tree.
Who wants cookies? Well, too bad.
Oh, that was actually
That's a
solid.
winner.
I like that one.
Thanks.
She won,
Try my
she
Here you go.
won.
Here's your prize.
Yay!
Whoa.
Do it.
No, it's already got such pink lips.
I like the Jakiro. I think it's a different combo we haven't seen before. The dart into follow-up spells. It gives damage there. It gives follow damage into the Bad Rider. It's good if you lane into the Nature's Prophet or Treant. So, pretty solid. And
You
then
like the
down
Ice Path? Yeah.
Sure.
Ice Path fans. Any Ice Path
Dart,
fans
Ice
here?
Path, bam.
Yeah.
That's what I
I
want.
do like that.
Pretty solid. Plus a ton of damage with RP. Right?
Yep.
Yep.
Solid pick.
Great.
Cool.
Great.
Perfect.
Nice.
You don't seem very excited. You
I'm
didn't like
so
my
excited.
analysis?
I did like your
Okay,
analysis.
thank you. Thank you.
I've lost the plot of this draft completely.
I was going to say that my only thing is we're talking about Asta Aries, how everything's working well together for them, and then we look at the side of Dawn Gaming, and you guys already said, like, there's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to pick the elusive heroes
The thing
like
is-
Puck, but it's also still their best chance.
You have to.
Yeah.
So it's still your best pick. You just need to be aware of the fact that there's a Ricky who can set you up, so you need to be aware of being ready with your phase shift or playing around sentries.
But does it worry you then to think that their supports are going to be a tree snap, and it's like, we need as much help mid as we possibly can? Does this snap have to be shifted to 3? Do we pick up a better 4? Do we
I
keep it as
think-
4 and the support duo is not too bad?
Is the Spectre on Ares? I'm sorry, I think so, right? Like with the Viper band out and Doom band out.
Spec can work.
Yeah, I'm not sure. By the way, like they could put the snap on offlane. I wouldn't mind seeing it as 4 as well. Like they have some good combos. Like the rotations and the speed at which they play might be a bit slower than what Astra Ares have got, just because of the Ricky and the Bat. But you have Puck ulti, you have Tree ulti into Mortimer's Kisses. It's pretty solid amount of team fight.
I think they have easier ways of playing the game this time. You have like clear
That's what I like to
lockdown
hear.
into follow-up damage. You're
You're not playing into Brood.
like you're not playing into a pipe hero this time around. There'll be
Yep.
like some mech, sure, but no pipe, no super tanky heroes. So Dawn will, at least for now, they will be doing better in this game.
Okay.
There's always your boy Morphling with no stuns on Dawn Gaming.
Morph ain't bad. I would
Morphling,
tend to agree with that.
Solid.
Spectre is also fine.
Yeah. Kind of a lot of options, actually.
Yeah, I was thinking Slark, but they banned that. They banned some of the better options.
Radiant team pick.
Whoa!
That's not one of my options usually.
I don't like that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
Why?
I just don't like trolls.
He's like,
Oh,
I don't think
that's
Troll
fine.
is a bad hero in general. I just don't see like the point of it here. Usually you take it to like own your lane matchup, and then he has like decent core-to-core matchups. But in this game, you have a lot of things that can kite you, or heroes playing at range, which is not what Troll enjoys playing into.
I guess you can't win a lane with Prophet now, right? Wherever you go, whatever you do.
I guess you can go. If he's carry, he's probably fine until there's like some bad rider rotation. I would assume you want to pick an offlane hero here. It would kind of make the most sense to not put the natures into the troll.
Yeah, but at the same time, nature's into the Magnus isn't great. That's the point, right? Like, whatever.
With 3, it's maybe okay.
Okay.
I mean, Mag will do fine, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Troll is set up for a really good game. Between Empower, he's going to farm well. He's going to enable them to do Roshan, take towers. He's just a guy that can roll with the team when they have their like mech on mag and whatever have you. He can get involved. It's nice. He's not completely AFK.
Zeus.
You called it.
Dude, I mean, Dawn have literally no front line right now, and you have a support that wants to play back. You have a mid that wants to poke around and not be like right at the front. You have a Nature's that's just going to explode and die if the enemy get on him. Please pick something that front lines.
Nice front line. But
Sure.
we were calling for cheese pick,
Yeah.
more or less.
Yeah, but is this it? Is this the cheese that's gonna win?
This is the most exciting pick they could have picked for me outside of Meepo. This is close enough. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it as well. I'm not sure, like that safe lane into what Magnus Ricky, how it's gonna go. We'll see. It can be a bit of a problem for an arc before he gets 6.
It's going to be hard for Asta Ares to play these late game fights into like Ags. You got so spark rates everywhere. Like
Sparkly
it's hard for
stuff
Magnus
everywhere,
and Bat
okay.
to both get like a proper angle in on that in that situation.
Yeah, lay off the copium, guys. I don't like Arc Warden into Bad Rider. It's one of the hardest matchups. There's like
Oh,
a couple
really?
of heroes that break Arc Warden. It's like Spectre, Bad Rider, all the heroes that can get on the backline kind of break that hero because you can always find them.
Yep.
And I do think they will do well in lanes, but the game will eventually in the mid game, I think, fall out of their hand again.
Okay. Not a great analysis if you're a Dawn Gaming fan from my panel here. Hopefully, though, Outcasted, Bcop, and Lacoste can give you a little bit more hope.
You got any of that hopium left over?
I do. I do. Dawn Gaming, Arc Warden last pick. I thought I gotta go with something different. This is very late game oriented. They lose most of their games relatively early on, like 15 to 25-minute mark. They call GG. So I expected something to punch back earlier. Not a fan of this Arc Warden. They also are laning Nature's Prophet into Troll. This is the matchup that they've seen, decided to go with it. Not a big fan of it. And also what the panel talked about, Batrider does counter pretty much all of their heroes. It's good against Nature's Prophet. It's great against this Arc Warden. And they do have heroes to close the gap with. This Troll builds into Battle Fury, so you will have something to get out of the Sprout with. I thought that there were maybe better options when it comes down to the last pick if they wanted to shift this Nature's Prophet on the offlane, but you have what you have. You can't re-pick right now, so gotta play the game.
Yeah. So we'll see if they can use this Arc Warden to get to the ultra late game. I've cast too many Arc Warden games. These are the kind of games that go about 80 minutes, so I'm buckling in. But that's if Dawn can get there, right? Which is always the biggest question.
They do have like Puck to buy sometime early on. Nature's Prophet from the offlane as well. Like he's the hero that comes online relatively fast. I see Aghanim Scepter queued up. Big fan of that against Ricky, against Magnus, like even Troll. Disarm root mechanic works really well against these heroes, makes him super tanky. You have two supports who are really good at just team fighting. They work well together. And you also do have a save this time around for Ricky, like early point and cookie, so your heroes can actually cast spells. I think that's a good approach. And also Snapfire is the 4-staff builder, so expecting nothing less than that.
Yeah, they have Cookie, but we'll see what the combination ends up being here for Aster Ares. It's like Sweeping Dart into the Ice Path, or maybe you get a
Yeah, that's why
Skewer back,
Cookie's good,
but
so you can push people out of the trouble.
that's if they don't go for Doc Craze. He's got to find the proper positioning and be able to get in there, which will be very important, as it always is. But up against these heroes, where do you see the most important lane being?
For which team?
For either team, like what needs to go right? Let's start with top. What do you think about this matchup?
It's a difficult matchup. Like you're playing Nature's Prophet into Jakiro plus Troll, two range heroes, a lot of slow, easy way to kill the Treants. I don't think Troll cares too much. Love his starting item build. 6 mangoes and brought the tangos afterwards. So we'll have that extra regeneration. He's the hero that his spells are not that costly, but doesn't have much mana pool to work with. We'll use them eventually. Like there's a lot of value from these Whirling Axes.
So we've been seeing a lot of heroes kind of go to these early enchanted mangoes as, hold on, Dual Breath, and Doc Craze in trouble, not level 2, so doesn't have a cookie to get away. They've got the root and will get first blood. Ooh, getting it on Doc
Ulu
Craze.
stopped at one point. He didn't think that he's gonna be able to get him, and then gets root, and he's like, oh, hell yeah, I'm coming back. I'm getting that kill.
So I was going to say, we're seeing a lot of heroes go to these, or not a lot, or we're seeing situational moments where heroes are just stacking mangoes, right? We saw the other day there was like 9 mangoes in inventory, 6 mangoes. Do you think this is something that is being abused at this point? Like, do you think that this is going to be changed where like maybe enchanted mangoes have a stock per hero?
I think the cost will go up, or we're gonna reduce regeneration on it because it seems too valuable what you get for the price compared to like some other cheaper items.
It's interesting to see how players have been utilizing mangoes. It's such a different way than I feel like originally thought of when you were thinking mangoes back when they were first released. But we see a lot of these heroes just hold on to them, and even when they do use them, buy even more to keep that regeneration early on.
This Ring of Regen got nerfed. This is the item that was used a lot. Like we've even seen before, the nerfs carries using 2 Ring of Regens, Branch and the Calling Blade as their items. But it's not a thing anymore. Mango's a good substitute for it. And it's also the importance of the laning stage, where you always want to put pressure on the enemy hero, so having enough mana with those mangoes does benefit a lot. We see on the bottom lane, they pull the lane, Siumang farming underneath the tier 1 tower. Level 3, almost level 4. Shanxi doing the same thing. He's playing Magnus, and looking at his item build, he wants to get mana boost. Usually we see Mech on this Magnus, but this time around it's going to be Midas eventually. So maybe he thinks that they need something more for the late game, considering that they are playing into Arc Ward and Nature's Prophet. Like, these heroes do scale extremely well, so wants to prep just in case things go bad.
Yeah, not a bad idea overall. I'm looking at the order that he's got it in. So
He just put it in. It doesn't mean that in that particular order he's going to go for these items.
I'd be surprised too if he went Mana Boots, Blink, then Midas. But we'll see. Shanxi, I think he played really well previously, and I feel like he's in a really good lane with TK. Like, the two of them play really well around each other. I was really impressed with they laned in the first game.
He got the Boots of Speed delivered anyway. So, a bit of an extra move speed for Troll.
MS about.
Skewer
Right under
underneath
the tower,
but Strength Protector way too tanky. Has that Ring of Protection, a point in Living Armor. Mid lane, a lot of denies on Batrider. He will hit level 6 much faster than Puck, who's only level 4 at the moment, which is a bit surprising. Like, Puck's one of the heroes that does okay against the Batriders. There aren't many heroes that can play against Batrider on the mid lane nowadays, so definitely a kill potential. White Album will get that level 6 after this creep. Like, he needs 2 CS to get to level 6, so...
Let's see if TK rotates again. And it looks like, yeah, he's already walking over there. This is exactly what he did. Well, not exactly. He went back to base and then came over. But level 6...
Wants to put the cloud.
Yeah.
It's just that Puck can't use the Illusory Orb and run. Kill that creep. And they're going to be ready to go.
So there's that level 6. Lasso available. Phase shift, and TK has this obs and sees a Illusory Orb's already been used, so Waning Rift under the tower and be okay. TK may be making a little bit of an early jump, and that wait kind of allows them to grab an Arcane Rune here for Dacrace. Trying to TP out, and, well, not even Lasso.
A bit interesting. I guess he wants to have a kill threat on Puck. That's why he did not want to use it.
Uh-oh. Waning Rift, and there's the Phase Shift Illusory Orb again. So White Album, even with the help of both supports, not going to grab a kill here on Zone. And Zone is about to hit level 6 himself. Just one creep away. And then, well, with this full wave, White Album's got a pretty significant lead in terms of experience.
He does, and in terms of CS as well, but there's a kill threat on White Album. Does have 16 1 charges, Fairy Fire, and the Raindrop, but if they TP in with Son Goku and one extra hero, they could get a kill.
Kra's still sitting there, skewer away from Shanxi. Does not want to go into the Spark Wraith. Frustrating. Spark Wraiths are really annoying to deal with. And currently sitting at 3-0-2, so Flux at 3, Spark Wraith at 2, Son Goku at dead, and Uwu get a kill here, another one, that's the second one over in the top lane, the only lane that's really had any bloodshed so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's expected. Playing into Troll Jakiro matchup, Nature's Prophet can't really do much, and also an early point in Ice Path for Jakiro to stop the potential TP out. Like even if Troll gets an end snare, that's gonna be pretty pog. Going into Battle Fury as expected. I don't think this Troll will be touched. They need to bring Puck plus Nature's Prophet extra. Like they need to have 3 heroes to kill him, and also if they're fighting underneath the tower, he might get an ulti off by enough time for the rest of the team to connect. So definitely not see Ulu dying early on unless they decide to bring numbers.
Yeah, we'll see if they end up doing so. Right now, it's just Sengoku and Dakray sitting here, and they're continuing to just bother Shanxi over here bottom as have the arcane boots, and he's picked up those early gloves of haste going into the Midas. Mid lane, they drop the Dream Coil on it too. TK is gonna fall here to the Wrath of Nature coming in from Sengoku. They'll also take out White Album. Two kills in, not a courier.
I said 3 of them, but they also TP'd this clone from Arc Warden just to be able to secure the kill, and they will get the tower. So Dawn Gaming, pretty similar to what happened in the previous game. Backwards Cookie doesn't deal any damage. Puck still does have that DD, so we'll get another one.
Easy damage on a Red Panda.
Can he get a deny? No, but he can die.
Yeah, that's a problem. Smoke Screen's not going to help you. Blink Strike either. All of a sudden, that's 4 kills over mid and a tier 1 tower with a 1k lead going in the way of Dawn Gaming. It felt like a bit of a misplay there from Aster Aries, bringing in, or leaving Red Panda to stay and then bringing in TK.
Two supports kind of died for nothing, fighting into DD Puck and also not having anyone to back them up with. So good start. One more time for Dawn Gaming. They do kill the tier 1 tower mid. Next on probably going to be the tier 1 tower on the top lane. Wrath of Nature available in 15 seconds. So Shanxi, he needs to be careful, especially now that Skewer is on cooldown.
Jeez, 2 Spark Wraiths and all of a sudden he's almost dead.
White Album had such a good start, but now sitting below Puck. Like, doesn't even have Boots of Travel 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like he had opportunity to get kills when he had the lasso, especially over mid to get the kill onto the Snapfire, but didn't use it. Has been holding the lasso, and maybe just getting that kill would have been a moving point for him as well.
Yeah, I'll pop that lasso, no doubt about it. A kill, it's a killer, especially early on a hero that does require to have this Boots of Travel so he can match rotations from the Nature's Prophet and be more aggressive. Now White Album is farming the triangle, the stack that he made for himself, and we'll have bots available. Ricky's only level 3.
Yeah, and he is far away from having that shard at 11 minutes. At this point in the game, in game number 1, he had pretty much all the gold needed to get the shard. He was ready. So he gets the tome, he pops that, gets up to level 5, but still needs gold to pick up that shard to have that sleeping dart.
He's like, guys, please do something on the map. I can't really do much. I'm level 5 Ricky. I need gold. I need a lane for myself. Looks
should be able to get a kill.
Pretty dead
and
here.
Cookie lines it up. They've got the stun. They'll take out TK. So Dawn's still moving around the map and getting kills here.
This game looks really good for Dawn Gaming. One of the best openers I've seen them have.
Sengoku, he didn't run away from Ulu over in the triangle. They're going to chase. They have the Ice Path. They'll go to the ult. They'll try to get this kill onto the Nature's Prophet. They're rooting him up and killing him off. He saw them coming over. He saw Ulu, but didn't move in time and got a little bit greedy with what he was trying to get out of this stack.
Still going to be a good timing on Battle Fury 4 Troll. Needs just a Void Stone, another 800 gold to finish it off. On top of the Phase Boots and the Magic Wand. Level 9 on Troll. Arc Warden, level 8 with that Hand of Midas. But Arc Warden's having a good time. Arc Warden, now when he picks up Boots of Travel with Nature's Prophet, they can play very aggressive. Puck eventually will get a Blink Dagger. So they can outnumber opponents relatively easy with this type of a lineup.
I'm starting to worry about Aster Aries. I just see Arc Warden getting so much gold and like you said, once they've got these Boots Travel Maelstrom on Siamang, like he's going to be moving around. And at that point, I would assume that Son Goku already has the Ags, which will give that Wrath of Nature and the Entangle with it. I don't know how these heroes on Astro Ares really run away reliably.
Yeah. Astro Ares, like, Troll is going to get second item BKB, second item BKB on Batrider. They do have Overgrowth, but they're going to lack damage when it comes down dealing damage through the BKB, and Sleeping Dart will be available. TK, like, even though he didn't have that good of a game as compared to the previous one, is getting some XP on the top lane, farmed enough gold to get that shard at the exact 15-minute mark. Does have some...
Oh, Blink RP onto 2, only gets the skewer into 1. They'll go to the lasso, but now the kisses onto this Batrider, and White Album, he's gonna die to Dakre solo. They got both kills, and now Son Goku comes in, Scatterblast lands, Red Panda's dead. Shang-Chi needs to run here as Siwang joins in on the Arc Warden. That, I was gonna mention it. I mean, Shang-Chi, he went to the Blink Dagger. He just picked this up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We'll go back to Hand of Midas so that he can scale as we talked about it. But yeah, Troll does have Empower in this game, something that we didn't mention on top of the Battle Fury. So his farm, he can match the farm of Arc Warden, I would say. And it also opens up the Roche for them. If they can get this first Roche, it does allow Astro Ares to play the game for like next 5 minutes, very aggressive.
TK.
He's going
Doing
for the
it
couriers.
again.
Yeah.
Courier has been killed.
Just every
Radiant's top
time.
tower is under
He is
attack.
a thorn in the side
He
of this
stole the
Nature's
big
Prophet.
one. He actually stole 80 gold from Nature's Prophet there as well.
He's such a nuisance on this hero. TK just knows where to play, right? Like, just a trade. There's another one.
Killed.
Hey, now he's playing Ricky again. We talked about it in game 1. If you ain't killing couriers, you really playing Ricky?
Oh, double sentry. Does he have another one? He does. Might need to use it.
Oh,
Triple sentry.
triple sentry. Got him, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, they got him. They finally got there. 2 on top. That's gonna fall. No delay. Honestly, if TK can get back alive and
Dire's
continue
top
to
tower
just
has fallen.
kill this courier for Son Goku, not allow him to ever get the Ags, look at where the ward is. Like, now it sees,
Radiant's bottom tower
oh,
is under
it was
attack.
seeing Witchblade go over to Puck.
What Son Goku can do is TP back and buy another Ogre Axe because he will get the BKB anyway.
We'll see what the timing ends up being now. It should be in just 40 seconds, so grab it. Switches to Heaven's Albert. Overgrowth. Kisses. All
That's a big
onto
kill.
White Album.
Delaying Batrider's BKB is very crucial. Before BKB, he definitely doesn't feel as comfortable coming into a fight. Zone, having a good game. Witchblade done. Did manage to get a lot done in the laning stage. And now has some serious amount of damage to play with the team. Like every single time this Mortimer Kisses are up with the coil, it's a combo that they can kill every single hero on the map.
Look at where TK is. Always. Just always watching. And there goes a courier. All right, another courier. Dream coil used. And he wants to really get this kill, but not under the triple sentries.
They
that
need
are
more
down.
sentries.
They
And
need
there's
it all
another
over.
courier. Let's see if he goes for it.
Maybe. Is he gonna hit south? Yeah, he's not gonna see it. They're gonna actually get a kill on MS. Ooh, dominating. He's having a really good game. Oh, another courier. There it goes. Oh, there's another one coming. And immediately it changes course. He's such a pain in the ass.
So everybody gets 55 gold from it. So that's like 300 gold
Every time.
for the whole team, which is pretty nice. 4 so far.
You ever gain a net worth lead because Ricky's out there killing couriers? Because that's what just happened. They had a 1K, like 2K lead on Dawn Gaming, and he's just killed enough couriers to take it back.
Every single time I think about killing the couriers, it reminds me of Adfin and Boston Major, the way they played. And now we see the dart, but playing south.
Immediately double sentry. They're using a lot of sentries for this guy. Look at their map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sentries on their side of the river. That's a lot. You know, that's almost a gem's worth of sentries. BKB, Cookie, and White Album eventually lassos and goes off to the left.
DP's out, no Treant Protector.
Oh, Dream Coil used right at the end. Missed it, though.
It's a good try. It's a nice try because BKB was running out. If they could get a kill. Very interesting build from Troll. Echo Saber. Wants to get those stacks, those fervor stacks. I guess eventually he will disassemble it, get a BKB, and maybe get a Bloodthorn.
Duck Race.
To reduce the
He is
damage.
in trouble. Blink Strike. Turning, and Flame Break. He's still in the silence, and he'll burn away. He gave up.
This is where Dawn Gaming crumbled as a team. Like, everything was going right for them for the first, 15 minutes. They had a 2k gold lead, but when they need to make the moves, this is where it seems like they don't know what to do. Like, they get outmaneuvered on the map.
It's interesting, too, that that's happening, considering the fact that they've got Arc Warden with Boots to Travel and Nature's Prophet in this game. Even Zone on the puck, right? Like, they have so much mobility on this team. But they haven't exactly been able to utilize it enough. This
They
Sentry...
do have 3 smokes available. I want to see Puck play with Snapfire, go for kills. Every single time it's up, just go on a side lane to a hero that does not have BKB, like a Batrider Troll is building one, so gotta get more difficult as time goes by.
Just another Sentry in lane to catch TK. I mean, they're trying really hard. Does anybody... Okay, they have Dust on just the Snapfire. But again, they're investing so much. I feel like Gem would be a solid investment.
There's no gold on MS right now, sitting at 600. Smoke from Master Ares.
Well, he has bought about 9 sentries. White Album Smoke broken, and they'll get the sleep. They have the vision up on the high ground on this cliff. Illusory Orb hits TK. They'll finally take out MS.
They want maybe another kill before they go inside the Roche pit. Ulu is there.
Silence, so no lasso on the Doc Crace, and now they've got this Tempest double. Starting to throw some right clicks over at White Album, forcing him to pop the BKB, while Ulu's going to try and take Roche.
He has a BKB, but they're dropping very low.
Kisses. Waning Rift. Sleep and RP. Will use that ult, get the kill on a zone, and then go back to work on Roche.
Man, they need rest of the team. They need the other team members to be there. Nature's Grasp was available, and now
Lasso,
White Album will
bottom,
TP
and
get
Son
a
Goku's
solo
dead.
kill. 600 gold for him.
That's a good amount.
Enough damage.
Right into the blink.
Troll with the Empower, with his Battle Fury. Fervor maxed out. Level 60 now in Troll. And again, the game is kind of breaking. They need to do something. You can't just rely on Arc Warden farming.
Ooh, TK
Okay,
dusted this time.
he feels
should
very
be rooted.
dead.
Yeah,
Especially with throws of 8,000 pick up Siumang. Will finish. Gleipnir does have enough gold, so with double Gleipnir, I want to see them fighting. They just use the BKB on Troll. It's going to be 3 BKB cores on Acer Ares in the next minute, so gotta keep an eye on that.
Placing a lot of wards on the side of Dawn Gaming. 31, 32. And they currently, again, well, now they're starting to disappear, but they did have 9 sentries still on their side of the map. They really hate TK. It despise this Ricky.
I can see why.
He's so annoying.
He played the Ricky 2 times in a row. Killed like 8 to 10 couriers combined in those 2 games.
It's been fun to watch him, though. Haste bottom. Ulu. Let's see. He's going into the Axe. Sleeping Dart. They have found them a Treant Protector. And they'll get the kill on the MS. Mega kill streak now for White Album as they'll work on the tier 1 tower over mid.
Axe is a good pickup. He went back one more time to Echo Saber. Then he can dispel things on enemies like Living Armor. And he can dispel himself. Overgrowth.
Cookie and Scatterblast. Shanxi taking a lot of damage. They've got the Ice Path, though. It's going to be onto the real Arc Warden. And, ooh, Chase. He sprouted in an arena with Siyumang. They get the kill onto the Arc Warden. White Album with the BKB. Right clicks in from Ooh. Down goes Son Goku. Now they'll look over at Duck Craze. TK finally dying to zone. Cookie lands on a White Album. The Illusory Orb touches them both, but it's not doing enough damage to get really any confidence to kill these cores.
They're way too strong with this troll who has BKB and Aegis, and he's not afraid to pop it. I talked about this Aghanim Scepter. There's so many things to dispel on himself, like Rod of Atos, the full Gleipnir. He can dispel Silence, but this arm from Nature's Prophet also a big one. TK, once again, being in the right spot, using the Sleeping Dart, finding the right target, giving vision to Ulu and White Album so they can go for the targets that they need to kill.
He also just becomes the, like, target of the aggression from Dawn in that fight, right?
Yeah, you gotta take him down. Like, you hate this little fella.
Dream Coil was used on just TK, like, okay.
Looking at the build from MS, 1 point in Living Armor. So, some of his builds have been really awkward. I would say he's super greedy. He's an ex-carry player, so maybe he thinks that he needs to get, like, more stuff done. I don't mind 3 points in Nature's Grasp, but you want to max out Living Armor before, and 3 points in Leech Seed. Like, you didn't even play the lane. They were creep skipping. Having 2 points max in Leech Seed is what the best Treant Protectors in the world do. Like, it's just... I
remember there was this moment where... yeah, I think it was Sylar went from, like, carry to 5, and that lasted about 2 matches. But MS is still trying to make this carry to 5 work. Right clicks from Ulu on a Son Goku. And gets split up a little bit, but with the BKB still continues to chase. It's going to run out in just a second. They've got the Overgrowth. They'll lock him up. They have the Lasso on a zone. So they get the kill to TK. They take him to the Rubik. They're looking for the kisses to kill off Ulu. He's got the ult to take down Son Goku. 3 heroes dying here on the side of Dawn Gaming as Craze trying to run. Gleipnir hitting onto the Bat Rider, and Ulu the whole time just holding this battle trance.
He's been very patient. Where was this kind of a performance so far in the DPC? I understand that they are playing also against a team that is 0-6, but so far, like, his itemization, his understanding of the game, where he needs to be, when to join the fights, have been pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate because with a win here, Aster Ares is going to be 1-6, and they'll actually end up having more wins on the season than IG, who get to stay in Div 1.
Yeah, and we see the power of this Aghanim Scepter dispel that Overgrowth immediately, and now has a full Mage Slayer.
Let's see what Dawn Gaming can do. They're down 11k. This is where things kind of really tumble out of control.
They can kill Ricky.
They'll try. Gleipnir, that'll do it. That'll help out. Everybody's coming to kill the Ricky.
Middle tower is under attack.
Me and all my friends hate Ricky as they jump this TK and, well, yeah, and he's fine with that.
White Album does have a gem that Docres bought. I like that Docres is the one who, like, invested into gem. But then again, you don't have, like, other than Force Staff, you don't have another item I wouldn't mind to see a shard pickup. Usually it's the Treant Protector who buys it, but maybe he thinks that, okay, with the shard on Treant Protector, I'll be able to get some extra farm, and I'll be able to farm a Blink Dagger. And then once they decide to go in with the Magnus, with the Troll, through BKB, I'll lock him down. But then again, there's Aghanim Scepter on Troll, so never mind.
Yeah, may not work anymore, and Sleep on to the Nature's Prophet. Cookie to get out of the smoke screen, but they have found Son Goku. Wrath of Nature is bouncing, and it does have that Ags to entangle these heroes.
Immediately gets the
another
spell.
Sleep. Thanks to that Ags.
It's such a valuable pickup in this game.
Good Glaive here, but where's the follow-up?
Arc Warden is getting the farm. Like, he does have that Gleipnir. Going into Octarine Core next. Level 17. Growbow as well. Quickening Charm. Well, you'll love to use that one.
Ooh, sees Son Goku and roots him up as he's TPing out, so he's just gonna die. Farming deep in the dire jungle is not gonna work out for him.
They might find MS. White Album holding a gem.
They're a little bit south, and also Simon will escape.
Are scanning.
Things have kind of slowed down. Dawn Gaming have played pretty elusive for the last few minutes or so. Except for Son Goku, of course, on that death.
It's exactly what they need to do. They can't fight this troll, but they need to contest next Roshan. This is big. Roshan might respawn in 10 seconds. We're gonna see if it happens. And the troll, he's going for this unkillable build. Oh.
They found themselves zone and phase shift blink dream coil. Yeah, don't look at that. There we go.
Never mind, he got out of the trouble. That's what matters.
Tower is under attack.
20 seconds still, Roche.
Troll needs to find a better neutral item. He's been holding on to Lance of Pursuit, cosplaying Ricky.
Trying. He's like, TK, you have so much success. How can I have that kind of success? Well, you get yourself a Lance Pursuit. If you like me. Ricky's died 8 times. 8 of the 14 deaths have been on this Ricky. They just always make sure they want to kill this Ricky, because Shanxie's only died once. Troll hasn't died at all. And White Album 3 times, but Ricky's basically just been the target in the crosshair.
I mean, his positioning has been behind enemy lines near the tier 3 tower 15 minutes into the game, so no surprise there.
He's going Lotus Orb on this Ricky.
Love to be able to dispel, like
Snort.
just put that on Troll. Into sleep. Kisses.
And kisses. And BKB being popped here by Shanxie, so now maybe even looking to turn this one around. BKB popped by White Album, looking over at zone. Flame Break lands, and they've got the silence, means the Lasso can follow it up onto this puck. They get the kill in a zone. Now can they look at the rest? Overgrowth used. Locks up both this Bat Rider as well as TK. They'll take out White Album. He'll drop the gem, and now Dacrace trying to run. The gem was picked up by Ulu. They will try to maybe deal with the Tempest double, but it's going to run out just a second. TK takes out MS. Can they find anything else?
Ulu needs to give this gem to someone does not have phase boots, so can't really maneuver in these battles. They're going to take out another clone, another extra gold for Ulu most likely.
Yep.
And asleep, he got it off.
Yeah, so silence. They're going to skewer forward and RP this Arc Warden. Macro Pyre, Cookie trying to run. 4 staffs even being committed here. Gleipnir, but now the skewer back again. Look at Shanxie. Wrath of Nature is going to lock him up for a second, but Siumong buys back.
I don't know about this one, Chief. They need to get something out of this.
3.
Troll does have a BKB.
They're going to look over at the Troll, and oh man, what
He's
an
doing
ice
banky.
path. And they've got the sleep on Siumong. He needs to run, but here
right.
comes the Battle Trance. He's going to be rooted up. He's trying to get out of this, but I don't think he has a chance. Siumong falls back to back. Ice path lands on 2, and Red Panda, he'll die, but he's done everything needed of him already. Ulu still just surviving the entirety of this fight as Shanxie finally drops.
Root,
and he'll
can he get it
TP,
off?
but
They
the Cookie,
can.
they'll stun him up, stop the TP. Ooh, still fighting on this one. He'll have Battle Trance in 40 seconds if it lasts that long. White Album back into the fight. They get the kill there. Flame Break used on a Dacrace. They look over at the Snapfire, who is going to burn
White
out
Album
as well.
Does have BKB and Lasso available. This build on Troll, I love it. Aghanim Scepter into Heart plus the Mage Slayer. So whenever he hits someone, like 10,000 damage. Like these damage numbers are pretty insane. And getting closer to level 25. This buyback from Arc Warden, it looks like it did something to them, but this Ice Pad connecting on 3, maybe even the 4th one, and the Ricky finds another good sleep. They find Arc Warden and immediately kill him. He might need a Pike. I wouldn't mind seeing a Pike just to be able to deal with Troll. And
Double jam.
While this is happening, White Album gets another solo pick off, 800 gold for him.
Yeah, so they've got this Scythe of Vice available on White Album.
Rampage, get that shard on Troll. He picked it up. It probably does not want to use it. It's one of the worst shards in the game.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why not? Just take it. Why do you think it's so bad?
It does absolutely not. Like, the cooldown's 80 seconds.
What?
Yeah, like, this is, to me, this sounds like, you know, 30, 35-second cooldown, but for some reason it's 80.
So, for 70 bonus attack speed and 25 status resistance for 5 seconds, it's 80-second cooldown.
Yeah, you get one of those. Like, you don't get both.
Oh, gosh. Well, they're going to get a kill here on MS. Macropyre, Duckrace will burn away. Meanwhile, Shard for Sleeping Dart, 12-second cooldown.
Where's the shard? I can't find it. He's not holding it. Oh, Mag picked it up. Okay, that's sounds like a much better plan.
That makes a lot of sense. Tempest double gets to walk away. Can they kill Ulu? 10-0-6. Constant Quakemares, but they hit the Hex. They'll get the Skewer. Oh, all right. Quakemere again. Ice Path down. Doesn't find the mark, but Zone's still going to die here to Shanxi. They'll get the lasso out of Son Goku. And, well, that is going to be Zone and Son Goku falling. RPUs, they'll find Siumong. Skewer all the way back as GG is called, and Aster Aries will take the series 2-0.
Man, Dawn Gaming, they need to work out on their mid-game, like rotations, what to do with their heroes, because in terms of laning stage, this game didn't go too bad for them. Puck did recover. There was enough farm on Arc Warden, I would say, but they crumbled. This troll pick was also not contested in this game. This was the last pick troll for Aster Aries. They still had something to pick into it. Decided to go with the Arc Warden. Lane matchup wasn't really as good, and he completely popped off. Like, he got the most out of the lane. He got the kills. First Roshan, they got it relatively early on, and I love the build-up. Like, this is one of those games where you feel like, you know, maybe this troll as a hero should be picked more often.
Yeah, when you see a perfect performance like that against a team like Dawn, all of a sudden these heroes look like they should be back in the meta. It looked decent from Dawn. Again, like, there are many pieces that still feel like they're missing, but like they get to a certain point and everything is just gone. That buyback felt very unnecessary. Like, they could have stayed in this game.
Even without that buyback, like, maybe they could have dragged the game for another couple of minutes, but you lose a game against Troll inside your base against Jakiro. Like, this is Troll with farming with the Battle Fury and Empower, so you know that his items are going to be maxed out relatively early on. You lose a fight inside of the base. If you don't have buybacks, like, the game's just going to end because he deals way too much tower damage.
Yeah, so Troll ends up dominating. I felt like really Aster Aries, from all fronts, did really well in this series, and they ended up taking it 2-0 over Dawn Gaming to break down the series. And what we've seen in this one, well, they're going to throw it back to the panel. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much for this. The Ricky, the Troll, the Batmag, and Jakiro. It was just a very lovely lineup from Aster Aries. Fuyushi, stand out sort of player, someone that really enabled Aster Aries to do so well despite maybe, you know, not the best laning phase.
All right, we're just gonna jump straight to the MVP.
Oh,
it's
straight.
TK, the Ricky.
Again.
I could talk
Again.
half an hour about this guy, longer than the game. I don't know how long the game was. Anyway, he struggled to fight early. Like, I think he died 3 times or so. He sort of tried to defend that mid tower, died. It just was rough times. So what did he do? He adapted. He started playing on the enemy side of the map. He tried to cause as much problems and chaos as possible. He was killing couriers. Courier after courier after couriers. He was giving vision. He was forcing people to rotate to try and kill him, and when they tried to kill him, he would force sentries. He had like 3 sentries used just to kill him one time, and half the time he wasn't even dying. He was blocking the ancients with his body. He had a quelling blade that he would use to cut trees to like just maneuver and outmaneuver the enemy and like hide. And on top of that, he just pwned. He got his 50-minute timing, he got his sleep dart, and then he did normal Ricky stuff on top of all that shenanigans.
Yeah, I do know someone though in the green room that was cheering in the first half of this game in the earlier parts where Dawn were able to get a few rotations.
Don't. It didn't work out.
Yeah, because unsurprisingly it was a Lizard. I don't know, you could still hype them up. You know, there was that moment there where you're like, oh.
I mean, it kind of feels bad to go without a single win. You know, you go through the full tournament, you don't get a single win. I was hoping for them to actually at least take a game.
Yeah.
Like Aster Aries for me aren't a team that should be thinking about disbanding or anything like that, just working on their problems. Meanwhile, Dawn, it's looking really damn bad after losing every single match, one after another. It's just hard to...
Yeah.
It's very hard to stay optimistic and like to keep
Did
your
you
morale high.
At least enjoy it? Were you entertained? Because at the end of the day, that is what we are all here for
Not
too.
from this series. Maybe the one game that I kind of had hopes for them was the Necrophos game into the Spectre, which
Okay.
is also a game that made me realize, okay, these guys actually do understand matchups and can dig deep to find some solutions to meta heroes, but that's the only time they did it.
I feel like they. Sorry, I think that
Yeah,
they
I
always.
was gonna ask you a question anyway.
No, like
so.
they always like they hit one thing but not the other. Like I think in this game, for me, their draft is not ideal. I think the Arc Warden pick is okay. Then their early game goes good, but then they struggle in like the mid and late game. I feel like there's always a balance of the draft is good, but then the gameplay is strange. Yeah, MVP, you've been stolen.
Production, this is messed up. Production, please. The Ricky, please.
Please.
Please, production, please. I'm begging. Okay, sorry, continue.
I was done.
Yeah, his point was over anyway.
Whatever.
I want you to shed some light and express some of your thoughts, because you're on the Troll as a hero, but also why it excelled in this game. Like why they weren't able to really pressure it and to shut it down.
Yeah, so I think Troll is a hero that, first of all, he benefits a lot from having other people speed up his game, which Magnus does, first of all. And then second of all, I think he had a pretty free lane, because he did go up against his Nature's Prophet. Unless they gank him with Coil and Snap ult, I don't really think this hero's gonna die. And then on top of that, I think his team made a lot of space for him. You have the Bad Rider running around, TK, as Sheep mentioned, giving all the vision, all the wards, giving him more gold by sniping couriers. He went a great item build, 0 deaths, pretty clean.
Yeah, very clean. What about yourself, Sheep? Were you at least entertained with this game? The Arc Warden, you said this is the closest thing you're ever going to get because you're never going to get a Meepo.
That's true. I mean, it was pretty funny for a while. It was like a car crash in slow motion.
Oh yeah. I wasn't expecting the description to be that way.
No, it's just like the hero has the exact same weaknesses as Nature's Prophet, and you saw it as soon as Aster Aries hit their BKB timings. They would just like lock on to these heroes and just run in a straight line at them and use their BKBs to get there. And there's nothing you can do. You just die. It's way too hard. You have to itemize both for damage to actually be able to fight them, but also defensively because you just die when they get on top of you. I mean, Ulu didn't even have to buy a Blink Dagger, and they still couldn't deal with it.
And that's usually what you do versus an Arc Warden. You get that blink. It didn't even matter because Magnus did all the work. Like he's gonna get on top, he's gonna RP, skewer him back in. So you don't need a Blink Dagger if you have that guy following up.
A great display of Dota, of execution there from Aster Aries. They take the series 2-0, and it means we get a winner's interview. It's going to be White Album joining us. White Album, congratulations on the win here. It is a little bit bittersweet because you guys are going to Division 2, but I want to know what your mindset was coming into this series and what you were hoping to achieve.
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。我知道现在可能是一个比较苦涩的胜利，因为之后的话要去打这个 A 级的联赛。我想问一下，队伍在打这场比赛之前心态是一个什么样的？
就大家都比较失落吧，因为上一场打完之后0杠6了，这场反而也没什么压力了吧，就。
Yeah, our emotion was a little bit down before the game, and but I also think, knowing we don't have any chance, just to relieve the pressure on our shoulders.
Okay. Chief, do you have a question?
I'm thinking.
I can take it. So first off, congrats on the win. So you've had lots of series where you lose 1-2, where you fail to close out the game or slightly lose. Can you tell me why you think that happened in so many of your series?
那想问一下，就是很多比赛，大部分比赛其实都是1比2输掉的，而且里面很大一部分都是优势的局被翻盘的。有想过总结过这方面的原因吗？你觉得哪里出了问题？
劣吧。就前面的赛季前半期，我们比较迷信了几个不厉害的英雄，然后我个人状态也很不好，然后后面就是感觉调整过来了，但是比赛还是会出现各种失误，然后最终还是输掉了。
So for the first half of the tournament, I think we didn't understood the patch enough. We believe in many heroes that is not meta, not strong enough, and we just all in with those heroes, and it didn't work out. And for the later half, we realized the problem, and we thought we fixed them, but the real match during the matches is different. So we still make mistakes, and it was just like that.
I have one more question. Do you think Bad Rider on the closing pick of first phase is overpowered? You've played it 5 out of the 6 games. Do you think a Queen ban is enough?
我想问一下你个人的看法，就是蝙蝠这个英雄，因为6场比赛里你5场的话最近都是让队友帮你直接能选就第一阶段抢了。你觉得这个英雄在能搬女王的情况下，他是不是一个特别强势的点？
是的，我也是最近才会玩这个英雄，然后觉得这个英雄很厉害。
Yes, of course. I picked up Back Rider just recently, and the reason we keep picking him is I think the hero is very broken.
Agreed. Thank you.
Congrats on the win, White Album. Sorry for all the losses and that you couldn't stay in Division 1. Let's blame it on the meta. I think it's the meta. We're all looking towards the new patch. Which one of these heroes do you want to get to see dumpstered? Which one of these heroes do you want in the trash bin?
首先再次恭喜你们拿下胜利，非常遗憾，我们最后还是得去打 A 级，但是咱们今天就先把所有的这个失利归功于推到版本身上。那你觉得马上可能有版本更新了，哪些就是当前版本你特别不喜欢的英雄，你希望能够直接被削到这个单列上去，就是没人会选的那种地步？
蜘蛛吧，蜘蛛和丽娜看太多了，像。
I think I'll pick Brutalizer and Lina. I've seen Lina too many games, so Lina and Brutalizer.
Very, very understandable. And tell me, are you guys coming back to Division 1 after the next season?
那我还想问一下，我们下个赛季之后，你们相信自己还能回到我们的 S 级联赛吗？
我觉得我们队伍实力还行的，但是之前一直都是心态问题，我们会好好调整。
I think we have the strength to stay in this division. I think our most problem is coming from the mental side. We're definitely gonna adjust them, and we will try to come back.
Congrats on this win. I want to just ask off that. When it comes to the mental side, do you guys have a psychologist, or is that something you're going to look to get now for the next season?
那也提到了就是心态这方面的问题。那我想问一下，队伍里有没有专门就是负责这方面心理开导的这种心理师？然后还是说你们会用一个什么样的方式去来应对这些问题？
教练会安慰一下，然后大家互相安慰一下，但没什么用。
Yeah, the coach, he's always trying to comfort us, and players, we teammates, we comfort each other. But apparently for this season, it didn't work out.
Well, back to a Dota question at least. Kind of talking about like this strength of Batrider on 8 and stuff. Like, what is your opinion of first pick versus second pick in this meta specifically? Like, which do you think is better or worse, or do you think it's team preference?
那还想就是再回到游戏方面的问题，我们之前也聊了这个第一阶段蝙蝠，然后我还想就是从你的角度想问一下，你觉得在这个版本先选方跟后选方的优势跟劣势，你是怎么看的？
我不太懂 BP， 全听教练
I actually know nothing about drafting, so it's all up to our coaches.
All right.
Fair.
That's fair enough. I don't have anything else.
All right, well, White Album, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on the win today. Hopefully, we'll see you in Division 1 for 2 or 3.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望之后你们还能打回来。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
It's such a heartbreaking interview to do because it's like, yes, they get a win here, but it's off the back of already knowing you're definitely going down to Division 2. But they still seemed somewhat in high hopes to at least get a win under their belt. They're not going down undefeated, and they definitely have potential to be coming back up. I really do hope that we do see them back here in 2 and 3.
Definitely, and I think we will. Like, that's what he said. As long as they stick together, as long as they continue playing, we should see them once again in Division 1. Because it's what he said. Moral problems, psychological problems, like that's definitely their issue. If you remember even talking to Aster, they're the ones that said Aster Aries top 4, not even Division 1, top 4.
It is really rough knowing that that's probably one of the biggest downfalls. It's like you could play some of the best Dota, but at the end of the day as a team, if you guys mentally aren't there, if you don't show up on the day, if you can't bounce back, like what good is that? So it's rough. We'll have a look at the leaderboard. Hopefully it can come up for us. No, we're not doing the leaderboard. Just joking.
JK.
JK.
Nice one.
Nice joke.
Damn.
Anyway,
Awkward.
you get a little lingo for like a few extra seconds to see if she's going to try and defend herself or pick back up on it.
Yeah.
But she just doubled down.
It's like,
Yeah, she just doubled down on the silence. It's not going to be the leaderboard. But I can tell you off the top of my head, it does mean that Dawn Gaming is down there at 8th position, Aster Aries on 7th. And instead, there we go. Standing
let's
Production
go.
would come in clutch eventually. Aster Aries, yes, getting the 1-6 score line. Still going to be relegated. Dawn Gaming going winless, unfortunately. Everything else has not shifted at all in that leaderboard. Something that is exciting, though. LGD versus Aster. It's next, and no matter what LGD do here, they're going to be going into tiebreakers. It just depends if they want to come up against Aster again or if they want to be facing off Knights again. So this LGD Aster series, we have a little bit of time before it. Sheep, you're not going to be on panel for it.
True.
So would you like to impart some knowledge about this series? Any information or tidbits you'd like to give us?
Well, in fact, because I'm not working it, I didn't prep for it, so I don't have
okay,
anything.
but
No, I'm
this
just kidding. I'm missing with you. I'm excited to watch it, obviously.
Yep.
It's I think it's obviously really rough for LGD because they lost to Knights this season. I thought they were going to both be coming up against each other 6-0. But
Damn.
I do think LGD have like obviously been improving and improving. They did say that like they came together kind of quickly at the beginning of this DPC, so the fact they've been doing so well in general is great. Aster, I mean, they're just looking solid as hell. It honestly just seems like two pretty solid teams, and I think it will go to 3 games. I think Lizard
I would
already
agree.
got wrong that this whole day
Wrong.
would be 6
Yeah,
games.
I
What can
disagree
you
with
do?
every team.
He actually got the
unlucky.
series mixed up. He meant second series would
Yeah.
go 3 games.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what it was, of
Oh,
course.
my bad.
This guy's too
Whoopsie
bad.
daisy.
But I called 6 games, so I guess the second series
Okay,
will go 4
listen, I
games.
was trying so hard to defend you. I was like really trying to be on your side here. He's not going to allow me to do it. Instead, we are going to be jumping to a break. It is an extended break, and when we come back, it will be LGD versus Aster. welcome back. Thank you for sticking around if you watched our previous series, or thank you for joining us if you are here for the LGD versus Asta series. Next to me is two people returning. It's Kezu and Lizard, and one new person, T.
Love this guy.
Hi.
You guys have a great color scheme going on, by the way.
Thank you.
True.
But you fit straight in as well. I don't
Do
know why.
I?
Yeah, you do.
We all kind of have earthy-ish tones, maybe.
Earthy.
Earthy.
It's very earthy, yeah.
But T, how are you feeling? Did you get to watch much about? Why did I say it like that? Watch much about Dawn gaming?
Watch much.
Last Aries Dawn.
Such much.
No, I mean, Asta Aries, of course, favorites of the Dawn series. Didn't really watch too much of it because I was holding all my excitement and joy for this series.
You were getting this fresh cut.
He
Getting
knows.
some fresh cut too. PSG Asta. Oh! This is what I'm here for.
It's going to be exciting. I mean, LGD know that even if they beat Asta, there is a chance that they go up against them again. If they don't, then they're going to have to go up against Knights, who beat them previously. So if you're LGD, what are you thinking when you're coming into this one? Kezu, how are you even preparing for a team that's undefeated?
I think you look at a little bit of their strategies. I think for the fact of LGD is that they play pretty fast. I would like them to continue to do so. Maybe look at some of their openings, and I think overall, you don't need to be too scared. You're 5-1 yourself, you're LGD, you have good players, you have a great coach.
Yeah.
Prepare for, a little bit, go into the series.
Yeah.
You all good?
There were only trip wars tonight, and that was very early in the DPC. I think that was on, I want to say day number 2 or 3.
It was early, yeah.
Yeah, very early. But on the side of Asta, it feels like there's almost nothing that we've been able to critique from them, Lizard.
Absolutely nothing. That's
that's
true.
it.
That's
Okay.
it. These guys are perfect. Even though if you ask them, I'm pretty sure they'll answer that they're not on the top level where they would like to be. It's something that we've noticed from all the teams in the Chinese region from the get-go. It's kind of they're always taking it a little bit slower. There's the Chinese New Year in the first season, so you can't focus way too hard on the games. I hope, they were 6-0, but I hope that they did still practice a ton, because this series we just want to see some great Dota.
Yeah, I mean, it's Asta. They're definitely going to be taking this one. T, I feel like you have something that you want to impart on us about Asta, I'm hoping.
Yeah, I can throw something in.
Yeah,
I think
a little crack in the armor at all?
I think Asta, they've only lost 2 games. Those 2 games when their opponents had really solid lineups, whereas big tanky offlaner plus range 4. The kind of draft played itself where it grouped up early. And that's where Asta wasn't really able to deal with this kind of 5-man, 20-minute, I'm not going to say death ball, but just a lineup that just scales beautifully. And I think for PSG, they've not always drafted like this, so they need to kind of calibrate themselves into that playstyle, I think, because if they draft their supports on 18 and more loose type of lineups, that's when I'm going to be favoring Asta a lot in this this matchup.
Yeah, we talked about first picks there, Kezu, at least you briefly touched on it. Are there any good... Let me restart this. What are going to be the most highly contested heroes between these two that isn't necessarily in the meta? So not so much the Rubik and the Task. Oh gosh.
I would assume that most of the first picks will be somewhat, at least some of the meta heroes.
Yeah.
I think there could be a Tiny. It's a hero that Asta plays a lot. They flex it a lot between 2 and 4. They both love Treant. There's some Marcy's in the mix, but I don't think it's that good of a first pick hero. Other than that, maybe some Rubik.
Ember as well.
Not first pick, but I think it will be highly contested between the two.
Guys,
Guys.
we're already in the draft, so you can stop predicting.
I'm sorry with the
They
code.
are so quick. What the hell is this? Damn.
That's why I'm saying it.
Speed draft,
They
yeah.
are speed running these drafts. I don't know. Is this an agreement between them?
This
or?
is amazing. Pretty much everything we talked about, except for the tree, has kind of already come up on our screens.
Yep.
Lena, Brood, obviously those are ones that you want to take away. The more questionable ones, though, are the Phoenix, the Marcy. You didn't know she's going to be first phase picked. Asta thought maybe she was, so they take her out in the first phase, and then it's a Rubik Pango for them, and then LGD with the Tusk Death Prophet. These are very stock standard, but great openings from both teams.
Stock standard, not easy to counter. Like you can cover all of them with the next couple of bans on Team Aster. Actually, they're still not removing the Bloodseeker. Interesting.
I love this. Zhao Wei, RTK, they've drafted thousands of times against each other at this point, and
it's machine learning between the two of them. It's literally a million drafts just going simultaneously playing it. There was. Do you guys remember there was like a drafting game
Yep.
before. Yeah,
On
I
the,
used to
some
play
like
that.
website. Yeah, it's good. You invite your friend and you just draft.
You just
that.
draft against him.
And after you have to try and have the argument who
Back
actually
when
won.
we weren't useless analysts on the table.
Whoa.
Back when we would actually draft.
I feel like
Pain.
there's a high chance that Aster would want to pick something like Magnus when I look at their bans. Their first ban is kind of for Pango. I think the other two tailored towards like some beefy frontliney offlaner, you know, your Tides, Magnuses, whatever. But also to go back to the drafting overall, I think if there's any team that can contest Aster, it's LGD. You have the big boy Jawed. He knows his shit.
Yeah.
The first and the most common answer to the Pango was the Bloodseeker recently. They go with the Bane instead. It kind of serves a similar purpose, but you are playing a Bane into a Rubik.
Yeah.
Like it's probably one of the easiest spells to steal, that grip.
I feel like if you want to go the Bloodseeker on the side of LGD, you're going to close the phase with it. But the other side is, does Aston not ban it because they almost want them to pick the Bloodseeker and then be able to counteract that with a nice offlaner that can shut them down?
I mean, they'll probably have some idea in mind that they're like, sure, even if they pick Bloodseeker, we'll already have a good lane against it, or we'll counter pick it later in the game, or then get the carry matchup. There's always people have different ideas about it. It's not like Bloodseeker against Pango is some Omega GG matchup. It's not like that.
Yeah. So this is the second Bane that we've seen in Chinese DPC. It's been played once before already by PSG as well. And honestly, with how solid Tusk DP is in lane, a Bane in this position actually feels pretty good because these two heroes naturally go into the fight. And for this Bane, sure, Rubik can always still grip. That's annoying. But I like the fact that they are going for a very aggressive combo because where Bane doesn't provide the damage, Tusk can with one core. So this support duo gives Bane more comfort in playing this game. And we don't really see a lot of value, but Bane, the reason why he fell off is because he just sets up, right? He nightmares one, he grips another. He doesn't really secure lanes as effectively as before, but if you can get yourselves into an aggressive position under your own vision, you still have the same tendencies to be strong. But if he gets a full duration grip off in this game, I'd be surprised. With Overgrowth, Roll, Rubik stealing it, and a Gust, it will be a difficult grip game, but I like the idea from PSG.
The follow-up from Team Aster is also really solid. Like 4 heroes in, I love their draft already.
Yeah.
Like, you've also kind of protected it with the Spectre and the Ursa bans. Maybe there's a chance for PSG LGD to think about Slark. It's still in the pool. I wouldn't mind seeing that at all. Decent matchup into the Drow later on. Decent into the Pango with the leash. Rubik doesn't like playing into it.
Why not a Tinker? Nothing to say Tinker again?
A Tinker.
I mean, sure, there's a Pango.
Do they have last pick?
They do.
On LGD?
But there's 2 more bans coming in, so it's like if they
you'd want
really
it,
want it,
you need it now.
Exactly. But the only reason...
So you ban what, Zeus and Storm instantly, if you pick Tinker, right?
Batrider banned.
Batrider's banned,
That has to be one.
Yeah.
He's
like,
not banned yet, actually.
He's not. Batrider is still there.
It's kind of scary, because Pango is very versatile. Like, it can be on offlane or mid. So if you're picking Tinker, you might find yourself in a problem. But
they just don't have the damage right now on Aster that is positional damage. Like, if Pango ever finds someone, it's Pango by himself doing it. Everyone else is super far behind. And I think because you have Tusk and Bane, very defensive support.
that's what I mean. So Tusk on Pango on offlane, and then you pick a Spirit mid.
Oh, I see,
and you
sure.
hunt down the Tinker if he's picked.
You can. But again, PSG with last pick, I think if you're doing that flex, Pango is a weaker laner, so then you pick up a strong carry.
Yep.
I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it. Maybe they don't do it. Maybe they themselves want some Storm or some backline jump to catch out this Drow. That's also very fair, but...
It can also be a Tusk mid for them, right? So they're still versatile in that way.
For sure.
For now, I like the way that Aster set themselves up. Like, you see this first phase DP, and even though it's flex, they kind of created a game already where it's not super easy to play the hero. There's a Pangolier that you're playing into. There's a Drow Ranger from long range. LGD just closed it out with a Void, which is... I think it prevents the Pango at least a little bit already from going offlane. He should have... I think that their bans actually need to be spot on. It's a decent Void game, but of course Aster can still counterpick it with their offlane.
And why the idea for going for the Faceless Void here? What does he add to the lineup, or is he able to play around with the support duo that is potentially in Tusk and Bane?
Just stability, I'd say. The PSG side lanes are very unkillable now, I feel. Tusk enables DP, Bane will enable Void. Void is also very elusive. So if Aster do want to go aggressive, they need to be very clinical in how they do it, because if not, it will just be the big chrono. I think PSG actually lack a lot of damage right now in the early game. That's where Aster can thrive. So they need this Nothing to Say here really just kind of present that.
Yeah. LGD's draft, one thing that I really like about it is the flexibility of Tusk and DP still like left in the pool, so they can Yeah, you're saying they need it from nothing to say. It's possible. It can also be DP mid. It can be Tusk mid, right? Like they can do these shenanigans. Maybe not DP into the Drow tree. That would be kind of perhaps hard.
Just banning out securing the Void lane here to both Beast and Viper. These are very prominent heroes.
Venomancer.
Oh God. Oh, that hero has fallen off.
It has fallen
face
off,
of a
but
cliff.
it literally demolishes Void. So,
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it's not a great hero.
Some
but
HP regen at 10 as well to deal with the DP. You know,
like,
yeah,
it wouldn't be
there's
that bad.
Seconds remaining.
yeah,
And their draft would be kind of completed with it. You benefit from the Drow, you have frontline, you have saves. I wouldn't mind it. Am I a fan of Venomancer? Definitely not. I've seen too many perfect Venomancer games just go straight into the trash can after he dies once or twice.
I could see something like Dragon Knight. I do think that the bans of LGD were very good.
Yep.
I could see something like a Lycan because the other heroes, LGD's heroes, suffer against it.
Just a
Different
Doom.
one.
Oh.
At
Why-
least
why not?
this is a better Doom from many of the others we've seen. I
We've
think.
said that 8 times in a row now. It's got 8 losses in a row, at least in China. It isn't doing too hot, but yeah, for Aster at least. BKB, Doom the Void, Drow just A-clips throughout the fight. Drow should have a really good lane. Aster are going to be happy with this lineup. I still think for PSG, they need nothing to say to pick up his hero here, just to be a little bit more explosive in the game with some of that big burst damage to enable everyone else. And I'm still going to lean towards Tinker personally.
Still really.
Yeah.
I can see it too. Zeus, Tinker. There's
Yeah,
maybe
Zeus, yeah, true.
one offlane option, but I don't know if you can get it through the game. It would be a Centaur. It indirectly would help your DP a little bit, and it's okay against the Doom.
Are you guys worried about the lack of damage in the sphere itself?
Chronosphere?
Yeah, that's why we're mentioning
Somewhat,
these big
yeah.
bursty heroes.
I think you want like more static damage outside of just the, I guess, Exo running around and Void right clicks, because Tusk Bane are mainly going to rely on the lockdown. Same
Yeah.
with Void, actually. So I think they need a little more. You need someone else to also help you to shut some damage.
They're kind of colliding in what they do throughout the game, right? They get the Kunka.
Damn. All right, so PSG's actually gone for a very old school hyper defensive lineup where every hero has a way of prolonging the fight and surviving. The only issue with this is if you do crumble a little bit in early rotations, you have to wait for items to come online. But once you get those items,
Yeah.
I feel like Aster will struggle immensely to take these fights into PSG. But there's a very nice window for Aster just to outpace and outplay in this game.
Yep. Do you think they're going to be hitting that pacing that Lizard Aster have been able to execute beautifully almost every draft that they've given themselves?
I'm not sure. Like for Team Aster, they're playing into a lot of damage mitigation, and it looks like PSG LGD wants to take it really late when Faceless Void is online. But at the same time, you're playing versus XXS Doom. So this is the true counter to that 4 Protect 1.
Yep.
If he can get some good Dooms off, I can see them taking this easily later on.
Okay.
I think we've got a really good game on our hands, and I think it will be very close. But I'm going to slightly lean with Aster. I think Monet is going to pop off on a draw.
All right, I look forward for a long game, a hype game. This is going to be an intense series. It's LGD versus Aster, game 1 with Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel. I can't wait. This one's going to be awesome. 2 of the top teams in China facing off against each other for supremacy.
We've been waiting the entire season for this one, right? Like everybody looks and they're like, "Damn it, why is it like best game of the season all the way at the end?" But we're blessed. Yeah, it looks like it should be a really exciting one. I'm also looking at Aster's draft, and I really like the way that they've kind of built it to be able to even scale towards later stages. I think sure you can look at maybe as like these 4 Protect 1s, maybe on slightly on both sides, but there's Doom, there's Pango, Aster, tons of scaling, a lot of different counter picks too. So yeah, let's get underway. Should be fun.
I can't wait, because the other thing to think about with this match is obviously, you're playing basically for DPC points at this stage.
Yeah.
It's a matchup where the majority of the time people know they're going to be going to the major already, but a little bit of preview of things to come and what they're going to be running against each other. Nothing to say, playing on this Kunkka, the last pick, you were saying that you're seeing them talk a lot. What was sort of, do you think, going through their minds of what they needed for this last pick?
I guess just ways to be able to take longer fights, because there are, like find this the catch also that comes into the play too. Not really too sure. I thought they'd actually go for a little bit more damage for this Chronosphere. I mean, this does, of course, if he's obviously not inside of it and stuff like that, will be able to, and they will be able to have like this rum buff to get on top of Drow and all that. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised that they did go for this pick, because I look at Aster's and now this just makes it so that Rubik even has a better game.
Right.
He can have tons of spells to steal. I'm looking at, of course, the Bane. They picked this to kind of counter Pango in a way and secure the lane for bottom and prevent all these pulls and stuff like that. But I'm looking at Baboka's potential here. I see Boat, I see Exorcism, Spirit Siphon we've seen, amazing. So tons of different spells that this Rubik could just thrive off of.
And you know that he's going to get the farm, right?
Yes.
Bobica, always the player that makes that happen, as Monet is going to be able to force back, nothing to say there. Planet running in too, and Monet's kind of in no man's land. Pichu moving over, they'll be able to protect their drow.
Yeah, he's got buddies. All right, let's get underway. And the other thing too is when I look at Aster's draft, they have a lot of what I want to call like preventative heroes, right? So they have the tree, they have this Doom, they have this Rubik. All these heroes have this like kind of save, and also Void can struggle in a way when he's playing versus, of course, versus Doom, but also versus Tree, because the itemization just becomes a little weird. You know, you want to go for your normal, your Maelstrom, stuff like that, but you're actually kind of just forced to go BKB Manta, because you're versus Tree. And then there's also a Doom. So for Shiro, I'm really curious to see which ones he does opt for when he's playing versus all these kind of counters in a way.
Right, yeah. Is he going to need to go in for something like that Lincoln Sphere? Are they going to need to get that from somebody else in this game? We'll have to kind of keep our eyes on that itemization for sure. As this Torrent hit there onto XWY. Nothing to say, already putting that harassment on this Pango and getting pretty perfect CS.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a single one. That's probably why he really wanted the Kunkka, right? Just to dominate this matchup and slow down the Pango. Just so that they can have that good early hero to be able to move around the map and help out the Void get the space. So that must have been, you know, what they were thinking along.
Down bottom, a little bit of pressure there. Up top, keeping it back and forth. XXS playing on his Doom. And obviously, the other nice thing that you get beyond just sort of securing that there aren't any pulls coming out in this lane down here with the Bane is a really strong laner to go up against Bobica. One of the few heroes that can actually trade pretty effectively against Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like exactly what they've gone, like kind of across the board. Just 3 really strong lanes. Aren't going to get pressured super hard. Should be able to farm and come out into mid-game and be able to have this explosive mid/late game timing versus what Aster's got. So, yeah, so far, looking clean. Nothing to say. I'm just going to be staring at mid because this guy's so damn good at mid lane.
Yeah.
It's a treat to watch.
Yeah, man. I think that that's probably going to be one of the interesting ones too, right? XWY, this kind of up-and-coming type of player, has made a really big splash so far in the scene. I feel like Aster has really gone up in stocks across the board. Torrent not quite going to be on the mark there, but nothing to say. Still the one that is definitely coming out ahead in this laning matchup. But it's not terrible for Pango right now. Only 5 CS behind, but those denies.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have a tough time catching back up if it's just that straight 1v1. And I don't know if they can really make too many rotations to look at these runes. Just looking at the way that these side lanes are presented. Rubik leaving Doom for a bit. I mean, he could probably, I guess Baboka could be the one to make moves, but Tree, I don't want to see him leave the Drow Ranger by any means. This is a very kill threat lane that PSG LGD has up top, the Death Prophet and Tusk.
Yeah, roll right on in there. If they get a creep wave underneath the tower, can make some plays with the glyphs or what have you. And you can see already Zhang Yu actually taking a couple of right clicks from the Tree and Monet there.
The battle bottom to get the sentry to block the hard camp.
Oh my god.
Why you smile actually took like 400 damage just because he was running up to get this sentry ward down to prevent this Doom from getting a creep. Well worth it though.
I saw there too. It's the same build that's coming out again for Death Prophet that we saw at a mid lane. This double Wraithband build.
Yeah.
People just keep on going for this, just maxing out armor. And against Drow, why not? That seems perfect.
Yep. I mean, Wraithband is just the most cost-effective item, it seems like, for quite some time now. I think even before pros were doing it, this item is amazing.
Can stand toe-to-toe against the Tree and the Drow Ranger very well in this lane. And already you can see that off to a pretty good start and getting some damage there onto the Tree. In some trouble with the Shard's block off. Does look like almost going down. Yes, first blood, Zhang Yu finds it.
That must have been exactly enough damage. It's level 1 Crypt Swarm. Beautifully done. And even looking to maybe continue going for this pressure. Planet's waiting on the side. Has a skill point saved. So Monet does have to be cautious how far he steps up. Yeah, that's what we were saying, right? The super kill threat lane up here. Planet now puts the point in Snowball, so maybe thinking about going.
I mean, if they go on Tree again up here, or no, instead they're just going to go back onto Monet. So, tag team, they throw out the right clicks. Is it going to be enough to kill off the DP in time? Monet is going to go down to Planet, but they get the kill onto Zhang Yu first.
Oh my god, I mean, the Wraith Bands, right? You see the effect of them immediately. 6 armor on this Death Prophet. They're able to just commit onto Drow.
That multi-shot almost killed her off before she was able to do the damage they needed. And that would have been a huge swing back if Aster was able to get the kill onto DP and keep the Drow alive. But
yeah.
doesn't quite happen.
A lot of XP for this tree, though, when he gets that solo XP for the... Sorry, he didn't get the solo XP, but he gets a ton of XP anyway. It's level 3. It's almost 4, so that's probably going to be a little bit harder for them to actually go aggressive on this Drow once Tree gets more points either in Living Armor or the second point in Leech Seed. Good pressure coming out from PSG LGD. Drow suffering, and looking at the lanes right now on the side of LGD, mid and bottom going excellent.
Well, speaking of, they get some harassment there onto XWY, who is going to have to take the long walk back home. So Kunkka able to bully him out with this double bracer build that we're seeing from Nothing to Say. And this is going to be a pretty nice window when he gets level 6 before the Pango's going to have it completed. Is why you smile. Trouble just gets dropped. Shiro trying to get something to turn it back the other way, but Bobica should just be able to walk that one off.
Great aggressive play. They got a good creep. Seed shot, pretty decent. Pretty expensive, but still a good one to be able to go for these kills. The Bane, he's just trying to constantly make sure that they don't get some type of creeps and stuff like that, but will get punished this time around. And now Bobica looking to make a move, but we also see why you smile. He's going to fill up nothing. He actually does not go for the fill up. They're just going for the kill.
This is level 6. They got him caught.
2 shield crash. He's got 40% damage reduction.
Snowball in, and yeah, he's going to be fine. And gets level 6 off the back of it. Nothing to say. Moving in, wants that region. Oh, good shards. Planet making sure you can't get that one in time. And now Bobica is just going to get nightmared. Everybody heads back to their own lanes again.
All the supports making moves. 6-minute power rune, super powerful here as XWY going aggressive onto Nothing to Say. Doesn't have the boat, but he's very tanky.
The bounce back doesn't get the best angle on it. So XWY, not really that much done with that roll, but nonetheless, will use both ultis out of the mid laners.
That was a bit interesting there. I guess just trying to get some type of harassment, but yeah, I mean, this Kunkka has more than enough HP. You know, he's like half HP, but it's like 600 or 700 when he gets the go on him. So yeah, bit of an interesting one there. And yeah, the double shield crash when they make the initial go, so too much damage reduction for PSG LGD to get that kill. But looking at lanes, everything is, I mean, exactly I think what we'd hoped for this game. We're dead even at the 6-minute 30.
And a lot of big team fight ultis for the late game that you could imagine. I mean, there are some sort of interesting things, and I think that a lot of this game is going to come down to XXS's moves, right? And where he finds those initiations.
Cool. And look at the build from Shiro that he's already queued up. He's got the Midas into the Maelstrom. We're going late game. We're going full greed coming out here because, you know, like I was saying, you want to go for this Maelstrom kind of build, but yeah, you need to probably go for BKB and Manta and stuff like that because you're playing versus the Drow Silence, you're playing versus Tree and Protector, playing versus all these big teamfight ultimates that can control you. This is interesting. Greed versus greed, baby.
I mean, that is super interesting. I want to see if like the rest of the team is sort of lining up with that same philosophy of, you know, itemization. Like, are we going to see Kunkka try and go for a greedy build along the way too? Or does he need to be sort of the one making the moves around the map and trying to play more aggressively just to buy more space for Shiro?
I'd imagine he just goes some kind of standard Kunkka, like BKB Halberd, right? It's really valuable this game versus Drow. Maybe he can itemize for like that AC and stuff like that, the plus armor versus Drow. Maybe he also goes Armlet, honestly. I think maybe that's going to actually be the build for Nothing to Say. He is versus Doom, which can sometimes be a bit of a concern, but the plus armor and heavy damage, and I think for the DP and the Kunkka, they want to be the ones making that space, as you were mentioning, for the Void, especially if he's going to go Midas. So yeah, we'll see what build Nothing to Say does opt for. And I think for the offlaner, you're just going to go the usual. I think it's just Greaves. Yeah. As EXO is popped, they're going on Monet.
Big play up top. Can they get him? Right underneath that tower, and the tree armor, oh, he's living through a lot of it, but the rotation comes on in with that Rolling Thunder, and Planet down low. Monet just barely off the mark. The Ghost is still chasing him there, but it looks like Monet's going to get out. Planet goes down, and Zhang Yu just sort of has to sit here and get some damage onto the tower. It is going to be a pretty good exorcism used, but losing the Tusk and not getting the Drow hurts.
Yeah. Still well worth it. As bottom now,
well,
Chrono.
He moves back into lane and is going to catch 2 ultis. Nothing to say, walks into the Chrono for a second. But XXS, Tidebringer hit, does have him pulled back in and then brought down.
Okay, his Midas is on the courier right above him. He actually didn't put it on himself. Thought he would maybe get it delivered and then just put it onto the creep immediately, but saving it for a moment. That's mid now. Power rune.
Just trying to keep him off of the Bane, it looks like. And Bobica still chasing. Denies the rune. Well played.
Oof, a slow start though for Monet. They are putting so much pressure onto him with that move that they went up top, even though they didn't get the kill onto him, did force him away from the lane, and he's gonna have a tough time catching back up versus all these ults, all these different things that can just get right on top of him. The Tusk, the DP as we've seen, and even the Kunkka. Like, everyone's kind of just gonna be able to get on top of Monet, so that could be some problems for Aster. Until they get some levels on these supports to be able to protect him, especially.
Well, it even feels like it's really not the type of game that Monet normally likes to play either. I always think about this guy as an aggressive carry that likes to get involved in action, and it's not really going to be the case. Well, down bottom, Why You Smile is going to get ran at by 3 heroes and killed off by XXS.
So the Drow is struggling, right?
Yeah.
Monet is having a bit of a slow one, but look at these supports. The Pichu's level 6 on tree already, so he is off to a great start. But Bonk already has Arcane Boots, so that's the trade-off. But still seeing PSG LGD in a better position to really take these early fights and early ways to take towers. Like, the way that Aster has to take towers is if the Drow wants to show up and go for them, but I don't think that she wants to by any means.
Okay. That was his boots, and he had to cancel his TV. That's the saddest bane ever. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. So he has to walk back out from base now to mid lane while Aster, they're going to put some really good pressure onto this tower. There's a counter move being made up top where they're trying to finish off the tier 1 tower. They're going to even pop Exo for it, yeah.
It just came up and he just instantly uses it. No funny business. They do not want this tree to be able to heal up the tower. So we'll go down, and bottom Aster will get the trade without having the Drow to show up. So nicely done. But LGD definitely coming out ahead in these lanes. And the greed, you know, Void being able to go for Midas like this, probably going to pay these dividends later on for them.
Yeah. And, well, they can find him here. Went for the overgrowth for a moment, but does look like they're going to be able to back out. Yeah, and won't get caught by that tree Pango. 4 heroes up there for Aster, though. So they do force a pretty big rotation to the top side of the map. It will make some more space for Monet to try and play this catch-up game like you're talking about. And you can see he is starting to kind of come back towards the rest of the cores. Only about 1,000, 1,300 behind the Doom on his team. So if they can make this space for Monet, that feels like it's one of the ways that you try and get back into this game.
Yeah. But will they be able to pressure Shiro? It's going to be up to XXS, really, it feels like, to be able to go for him. But you said, I think this is going to be a pretty farm-heavy game. We've got the double Midases, so Aster definitely going to be looking to play a little bit more catch-up and try to secure their jungle, but the double wards are actually just completely up. So they didn't actually find either of those wards given the vision of Monet.
Well, they find XWY pops the invis, and with no detection, he will be able to just walk out of there. Did force out the overgrowth.
They don't have a point in DP silence. He probably was just fine anyway, but
a little bit of safety, just to be sure. And Bobica, as you have talked about many times, the farm-heavy man that he is, but then on top of that, also having a pretty good game on this Rubik, as they will get the courier kill.
Planet.
Well, Planet, he gets pushed to the other sides of his shards. That was a really nice shards, actually. And now the mech move over. That was awesome.
That was sick. I mean, he just messed with XWY completely with those shards. They will find the D ward, since he did punch the courier there. So, at the very least, Aster, they don't get the kill, but they will be able to open up the map for Monet up there.
God, XXS. He just walks back in and double ults again right on top of this Doom. Yeah, they are doing what they need to do here on LGD.
The state of the game is just very slow, so they don't mind committing double ults to kill this inflated Doom. It's like a pinata. Look at that net worth, so bunch of gold, bunch of experience being given. And now they'll send Shiro up top to be able to get that safe farm.
So, spreading out the map and still even in kill scores, but those double kills on the Doom definitely giving a lot of gold back to those heroes that matter. And Shiro, unhampered. He's had a perfectly fine time. 0-0-2, just past 100 last hits. Has the Midas done?
That is definitely concerning for the side of Aster. They're trying to find something. They smoke into the jungle, but do they even have enough to be able to kill anybody here? With Death Prophet here, I think they have to kind of be very careful.
The X. They find him. Pulls him back in. It's only Bobica, and actually he's stolen X, as they get the overgrowth to catch on to everybody. Bobica low, but not dead yet, and the Fiend's grip from the side. There's nothing to stop that one right now. XWY tries to get out of harm's way, and, well, they do have the X to pull back the torrent. He misses it, though. Nothing to say, a rare whiff on that one. And now everybody runs into Monet. The Gus, the pushback. They do finally find that kill
But Boca
on
did
XY.
But Boca did the disjoint play. He had the X stolen, so I think he X'd his buddy and broke it, if I'm not mistaken there. So nicely done.
Very
Pretty
well
sure I
played.
saw that. Right, yeah, I think that's what we saw there. Yeah, he broke it, so yeah, nothing to say. Probably did not expect that X little, because for people who don't know, if you X the X target, it snaps it, because, you know, you can only have one effect of it. So nicely done from Babonka to save his buddy, and thought they were going to lose a lot more there on Aster. Trying to get aggressive, getting punished, and even though you see it's even net worth, remember, they have this Doom, so it's a little bit of that inflated net worth, where I feel like the PSG LGD are super happy with this game state.
Getting into this BKB for nothing to say, having the Greaves coming out very soon for this Death Prophet.
Oh boy.
You're hitting a timing here where, I mean, you don't even need Shiro in these fights necessarily. And he's going in for the BKB after finishing off the Midas and the Maelstrom, which is coming up pretty soon here. A lot of big timings for LGD.
Yeah, they're like, you want to play Greed? We'll play Greed. We'll take it late. BKB is up on XXS as well. And yeah, like you said, nothing to say almost has his. But let's see if Aster, they can find any successful fights. It's just difficult for them to really catch anything because of the way that LGD is just kind of playing as a unit and reading the map perfectly.
And even if they did sort of find moments of, you know, a couple of pickoffs here and there, those pickoffs haven't really been as impactful, it feels like. The deaths, you know, 2 of them on Bane, 1 on the Tusk, and then they got 1 kill on the DP.
Yeah, absolutely. They are looking for a timing themselves on Aster, though. With that BKB on Doom, Monet, you know, I always talk about this because it's really interesting to point out how different a lot of players play it. He now buys Shard this game very early on. He is playing versus the Death Prophet and stuff like that, and he is versus a lot of these tanky heroes. But yeah, this is going to improve his farm, improve his fight potential as well, too. So maybe they will be able to take these fights now around Diffusal, BKB, and that Shard.
And do they want to try and play with him right now? Because they've got 4 heroes in the mid lane set up to kind of look like a smoke. As X stolen again for the Rubik. We'll have to watch for those disjoint plays. Do they go for it? Torrent there, going to connect onto the Pango. And why you smile, he's going to be X'd and pulled. Oh.
X versus X. They're like, what?
All right.
They did it back to us. Look at that, and TS give me a little bit of a smile.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, that's going to mess with my brain a little bit. I got to keep an eye on that.
We need a green X mark, okay?
Yes.
That needs to happen. But Bobica showing kind of an interesting answer to this Kunkka. You know, you rely so much upon that setup that if you can have somebody in there to break it, it definitely will make his game a lot harder.
LGD looking to take advantage of the fact that Rolling Thunder's on cooldown. They've got Chrono. They've got everything.
No, this can't hit, though. They know.
Just clipped them.
Yeah, and now the wraparound. They have to get the hell out of here. Why you smile? Back behind the tower. Bobica, he's in their sights, trying to hide in the trees. Dude, are you kidding me? The X is there. He runs into nothing to say. Now he's in trouble and will get dropped. So it can only last for so long as 5 heroes from LGD go mid, and they're going to take this tower.
They want to kick up that tempo, start taking these towers versus the tree.
I really like the way that LGD are playing this, right? Just draft a bunch of huge ultimates and then commit like 2 or 3 of them for everything.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of the way they're playing. And playing around cooldowns, right? They wasted Pango roll, so they're just putting so much emphasis to take tower because of that being wasted. It is back up now for Aster. Rubik also respawning. The tower will drop.
And try and take the fight on the way out. I don't know about that one.
Okay, well, LGD just walks away.
Yeah, I guess that they were hoping somebody was going to stick around there. But regardless, tower taken, and LGD now another window where there's no Pango roll. I'm not sure if they know that that got thrown out there.
No, they saw it. Yeah, they definitely did.
Okay.
But they're just like, okay, whatever. We got the tower. We got what we came for. So back up, farm. It's not like there's another big tower that they can go for just yet, but they'll just wait probably for these next few items to come up. They're about to finish. They're about to get some more timings. Blink's about to be finished for Tusk. Death Prophet has quite a lot of gold. And okay, yeah, nothing to say. He's not even going to go the Halberd. So just straight BKB AC to deal with the Drow.
Did you see that one? Pango going back for the mech build.
Okay.
So a little bit of a change from what we've seen out of these mid Pangos, I feel like. Have we seen that much Greaves?
No, I don't believe so at all. I mean, from the offlane, I don't even think from the offlane Pangos we've seen him too much, if I'm not mistaken. But okay, cool. Wants to be able to fight a little bit better, wants to be a bit tankier. And eventually maybe he is going to go down the lines of, I don't know, maybe Greaves eventually, but that seems like a very big commitment of gold from your mid laner. I guess, yeah, he has queued it up. I mean, versus Death Prophet silence and stuff like that can make sense, but okay.
I guess maybe there's also this thing where like Doom is going for, you know, the big scaling items and stuff like that. So you feel like maybe you need these team fight items from somebody else. He's like, okay, I guess I have to go this.
Okay.
But
it's going to make him a lot weaker, I guess, in the point of like scaling.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels that way.
Interesting.
But
very slow game.
Yeah, they're kind of just chilling. Nothing to say.
They got the blink.
Dude, they wait for him on the back and pops the BKB. The roll used. This fight has not gone the way I think Aster envisioned it, as they will just walk away. So
they
BKB used.
Yeah, they do get the BKB charge, though. Nothing to say, very fast on his BKB. And now Aster maybe can get the push going themselves with Monet here, who also has found a Grove Bow. Just looking at some of these neutral items.
Okay.
But Grove Bow for Monet, Philosopher's Stone for Baboka, so as we said, the farm. And now we're seeing the itemization coming out from Death Prophet. He's going to be the one going for halberds instead of the Kunkka. So ways to prevent the damage from Monet. And now a smoke, Aster. Both teams playing super smart around these like wasted cooldowns, wasted anything.
So no BKB on the Kunkka, but no roll on the Pango, and looking for a target, nothing to say, is just going to walk away from them. You smile there too. Aster can't find a way to start these fights.
They're trying so hard to do something, but yeah, people just keep walking away. Tons of different ways to just reset.
Dude, now LGD feeling like they can maybe get aggro.
I love this.
I mean, they have Chrono ready, Snowball in, they find Pichu right at the start. Force Staff pulls Planet pretty far into this one, and now they're like, okay, we'll find the initiation here. Doom on to that Kunkka, but he's just walking away, as we have said.
All right, well, I mean, they'll get the Tusk, but a huge wasted cooldown, and BKB's about to be back up for the Kunkka.
God, you gotta imagine that Aster is so frustrated with the way that this game has gone.
Yep. No real great way of catching just yet until they do have like Tree with the blink or Rubik with the blink to be able to jump on top of people. Yeah, heroes just walk away. And this has been a little bit of the downfall and pitfall of Doom in general, I think, when we watched in this region, right? It's like a lot of times we just see the Doom gets thrown out and then nothing happens. So let's see if next time they'll be able to actually grab somebody as PSG LGD, perhaps attempt maybe threatening Roshan here. They have BKB on the Void. They have Halberd Greaves. They have Exorcism. Yeah, I think Aster might just have to give this one up without the Doom, BKB, and Doom.
It's interesting, right? Because you see that move go in as, you know, LGD are going to take this Roche, and immediately afterwards you see like the blink queued up by the Pango before the Greaves, and the blink queued up for the Tree, which was already kind of there, but I imagine they go for it earlier because they have to find a way to actually like force these fights. Otherwise, they're just not going to be able to, you know, take a good one on their terms.
Yeah, I mean, LGD, they're very content with game state. They're just chilling, farming. Shiro is having a free game. He has 200 last hits on this Void. I mean, this is insane how even the last hits are. Ooh, that's a big steal. He hasn't used, okay, didn't use another spell. They've got Boat.
Well, so do, yeah, LGD. Bobka, Force Staff, keeping him alive. Boat still waiting to the side.
Oh, Monet.
He's kind of caught. Oh, but the Hurricane Pike gets him to the other side. Overgrowth onto 4.
Oh no, it's success. He's on the cliff.
He is completely isolated. This has been a little bit crazy back and forth. Now stolen grip, but there's the Chrono onto everybody. They immediately decide we need to take down this Rubik, kill him off before he can get that grip off. And 2 already dead for Aster, looking like it's going to be more. Another Shard's connection onto Monet, and with no Hurricane Pike after this one, they're going to be able to chase down and bring down this Drow. Monet, Shards catches him again. The snowball forward, disaster in the river.
XX has blinked on the cliff. Oh no. He was stuck there as LGD, they land. I mean, the literal best chrono I think I've seen in such a long time. Catches everybody, catches Pango during the roll. Oh baby. Shiro, looking hot.
Yeah, you take a look at this one again, and
look at the poor Doom.
I know, it really hurts.
Everything connects onto this Death Prophet and lives with 70 HP and able to turn everything. Good God.
and what could have been, you know? Think about how different that looks if he can find that Doom onto Shiro. I guess he didn't even have it at that point, yeah.
But it's just like, you know, at least he'd be able to do something instead of just watch the fight.
Oh my god, shards on shards. And the snowball to dodge all the damage. And Planet gets the blink out. They will find the control now on a Xiangyu. He's in some trouble, but can they bring him down in time? The Spirit Siphon, he is so survivable right now. The shards are there again from Bobica, and eventually they'll bring down that DP.
He accepted his death. He didn't even use that last Spirit Siphon charge. So super close game. Definitely very back and forth as Aster, they've got quite a lot up right here. Are they going to look to try to take advantage of the cooldowns on LGD?
Ooh, XXS does a good play right there. That was very nicely done.
And he can save the Doom as well.
Oh, he's still taking a lot of damage. Nothing to say. Turns. Oh my god. Is he going to kill him off? XXS turns to punch. Nothing to say. Wants to find one turn, but not going to get it.
Big play. That's a huge pick off there. Not having to use the Doom, not even having to use his BKB. That might set them up for the next play too, as LGD does still have quite a few spells on cooldown, especially that Chrono for 20 seconds.
Well, a very scrappy game, this one. You see that play down bottom where Nothing to Say thinks he can just move in and clear out a camp, or rather a wave just by himself, and was sort of depending upon that BKB TP out, but in the end it did not end up working.
This is top tier Dota at its finest. Both teams knowing exactly how to play around each other, both teams knowing exactly when to fight, how to take them. Sure, a little bit of a mistake there, of course, from Aster getting that positioning there of the cliff, but still in a very comfortable position this game.
And with Chronosphere back up again, XWY, they break the smoke and immediately run away.
And he is going to be going for that Linken's on Shiro, but means he does not actually have a Dispel for the Overgrowth. So eyes on that inside of those Chronospheres if they just, you know, jump on the outside of it and get him trapped up with Overgrowth, as the blink is there for the tree now.
Okay.
And Monet does have BKB now, so Aster, they have a timing where they can look to fight back, even if LGD has all these ultimates.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a scary moment because, like you say, if he forced to use that BKB to try and dispel the Overgrowth, you're basically going to be wasting so much of the duration of that, most likely. You want to have those like little low-cost ones, but maybe he's just going to wait for tier 4 neutrals. That's the key.
I mean, this is going to be one of those games where we're playing to the late game, of course, because these Midases. Shiro finds himself a haste.
And you can see the next item that they're going for in XXS. He's picking up that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. He's expecting these Lincolns to start coming out soon, which, yep, it's queued up on the Void. I believe it's queued up on Death Prophet after Lotus, but yeah, he's looking for that preventative measure so he can always catch the Void or the Kunkka. As Kunkka now, nothing to say. He's got an AC. I mean, this is insane how close it is. Like, it's dead even.
Yeah. I kind of, you know, one of the things that I feel like has been one of the big downfalls of Doom this tour, and I would say in most regions we've been seeing the rough sort of Doom performances, but it's been this Aghanim Scepter in some ways, because you have this belief that like, oh, I can jump in there, I can Doom everybody, they're not going to be able to make anything happen, but oftentimes they just end up dying because they don't have that armor to deal with it. He's going into the Shivas after it, it looks like, but there is going to be this window with the AC done where I feel like Doom just might get evaporated by like an EXO or even just the right clicks coming in.
Initiation is going to be everything. And if Aster is also able to kind of just kite and reset fights, perhaps that's going to be something, right? Because during Rum, they probably are a little bit cautious of how they want to take that fight, but they have a lot of save, right? They have the Rubik Shard that we've seen, I think, this tour more than anything. That's why this hero has been so prominent on top of his little buffs and stuff like that. And they have 4 staffs, which I imagine they're going to get even more of to save their Drow Ranger. All about positioning, all about initiation this game.
Radiant's bottom tower
You can see there the trade-off of the tier 2 towers. Both teams willing to make those exchanges. Do you have some interesting items coming out now? There's a Blast Rig on Dire, got that Titan Sliver. I was waiting to see if there's going to be a Mind Breaker for Aster too for that Pango, but so far hasn't been able to pick one up yet.
Not just yet. Monet, he's going to get rid of Grove Bow. He's going to pick up Titan Sliver. Yeah, he's switching it.
They will just pull him back out of trouble.
Looks like he finds a Quiver instead on Monet. All right. Tons of different items. These are very impactful ones.
Yeah.
As we're pointing out here, though. Paladin Sword now for Death Prophet, too.
Dude. Shiro is just making items. Like,
so rich. Level 20 versus the level 16 Drow.
This guy just got a Lincoln Sphere, and he's already queuing up the Satanic, has Scotty on the horizon. I mean, I am very afraid for how big this Faceless Void is getting.
Yeah, this is going to be problematic. I mean, you have to get him with the Doom, but there's going to be that Lincoln, so they have to find a way to break it. Almost Ags on XXS.
And that attack speed during Chronosphere talent for that level 20.
Oh, yeah. And he finds a Titan Sliver, too. So if he does get doomed, might actually survive because that's status resist and whatnot, too. As LGD, perhaps feeling that they have a timing themselves here now, too. All clustered up. Ward coverage, though, from Aster has been beautiful. Very defensive style wards.
Yeah.
But I mean, both teams seem very content to just be able to farm. It's all going to be up to how those fights are taken with those jumps and initiations. So, yeah, really cool game. Calm, but cool.
Right. And it feels like one of those that is going to have that big breakout moment around that, like, I don't know, probably the second Roche fight is going to be one of the big ones. That might determine a lot of what ends up happening here. Going into the Silver Edge for Monet, so we'll see what items are up at that point in time, but also the vision and where teams are going to opt to play around. Because like you said, these defensive wards are pretty solid right here.
Yep.
Why You Smile now trying to take away some of them and also take over this outpost.
But Boca is super farmed, right? This Philosopher's Stone paying dividends like crazy. He has a Lotus, a Force Staff, and a Shard already. So big steals could happen, and now Aster, they've got their Ags. So let's see if they do look to take a battle themselves, even though they are in a pretty defensive posture.
That outpost under the control right now of LGD, so they can reinforce if there is some big fight with buybacks. Roche capable of respawning, but as you can see, it's one of the longer respawn times. It's about 2 minutes 45.
Yeah, that might be one of the big things that LGD does look to do, right? Since they're playing versus Doom, if one of them does get doomed up and killed right away, they have this outpost now to be able to go for those numbers, so very good call.
XWY, the wraparound. They're smoking into their triangle again.
Both teams are just so cautious the way they're taking any type of battle. Why You Smile, they'll walk in.
CM, and will retreat back. So hides off in that Roche pit for a second. The rest of LGD. Yeah, I mean, this little ring around the rosy deal is always so scary. And you can see that neither team really wants to go outside of where their vision is here.
They have to. I feel like they have to retake this outpost, but they're going to show if they do.
Yeah, they see it on the tree. Immediately there for a couple of them, and the Doom comes out. It's on a 2. That's a great 2 to get. Shards actually keeps the rest of his team encapsulated in it, and they're now onto the Kunkka. This is the best Ags Doom I've seen in a while. The mute is there onto the Faceless Void. He's starting to drop him down low, but the snowball turn onto Bobica. Meanwhile, XWY has to just get the hell out of there. Nothing to say. Down to super low HP, and Monet on top of him. Shiro, there's the grip from the low ground. They find it onto the Drow. That is the damage that they needed. The buyback coming in from that Bane did wonders.
That's the outpost, right? They just have this way to bring in the numbers. And Tree, he blinked into the Chrono. He tries to get the blink play right on the outside of it so he can actually root this Void during BKB, during Chronosphere, but a little bit of an overblink puts him into a tough spot, and they get smashed during that fight. Roche not up immediately, but yeah, we're going to see it again. After a great initiation, what it looked like to start from Aster, these buybacks come in and watch the Chrono push the Tree. So I think this was a pretty big slip up there from Pichu.
They couldn't keep him there, yeah. Just a little bit too close on the edge and ends up getting punished heavily. I mean, if he gets that overgrowth, you might actually live because, like you talked about, there isn't that easy dispel for the Faceless Void once BKB's been used.
Yeah. Oof. These type of little mistakes, they're massive in this type of game. As DD now spawns top, Roche is up in 2 seconds. Oh, God.
Well, you can see those damage numbers across the board pretty even. And, well, LGD, they want to try and take this. The jump in. XWY there, he's silenced. Does have the Greaves to pull himself out of this.
He had 80% reductions, also was pretty safe. But yeah, DD Void, it's going to get brought down pretty quick, this Roche.
Doom back up in 40 seconds. It's going to be way too late for that one. They have overgrowth in 13. If they can wait a little bit longer, they roll in. And no, the blink, he messed that one up completely.
Oh, no.
That was not the way it was meant to go, and that is going to, for sure, secure this Roche for LGD.
Oh, man. These little mistakes from Aster. Uh-oh.
So he canceled and then blinked in. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, I think it was just a little mistake. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything cancel. Unless it was like a mini X that I didn't get to see or something like that that just tripped him. I don't know. Something just went totally wrong there. That is a huge window. Now Shiro, we're mentioning the Dispels, the Mantos, etc., stuff like that. There it is. He's got Satanic instead, so he's going to be able to have that Dispel. And of course, this increased survivability.
It's still less than 1,000 gold separating the two teams.
But look at the levels, right?
Yeah.
Void's 22 compared to the 19 Drow, and yeah, he's feeling pretty impossible to bring down. And with Aegis now, very difficult for Aster.
Yeah, the game is feeling rather rough.
It's insane how these little things make such a big difference. They compound so much in these type of high-tier games.
Now, when everybody's playing at great positioning and all the rest of it, there's very little separating the two of them.
Yeah.
As Satanic completed, Midas backpacked, and LGD, they're ready to go again.
Aster's fights are going to be so complicated now. It's like now you can't actually prevent this Void from pretty much doing whatever he wants. He has Dispel for Overgrowth, Dispel for the Gust, etc. and stuff like that. Ways to control the Pango. Yeah, they're looking to get this another big grab here, as even saving buybacks on Nothing to Say still, just in case of anything.
And you know, you talk about like the little things mattering. Think about how different that Roche looks if they are 20 seconds later and all their cooldowns are back up, but the DD spawns, they're able to get it. And it's suddenly like a moment where you can actually take it too much quickly, and they almost catch on to Bulbaka there. That is a chrono use.
It looks cool. It was an arcane rune, to be fair, so less cooldown, of course, there for Shiro, but that whiff.
He didn't even have blink. This is a force staff.
Yeah, he just moved away from it. It was a little bit of a misplay from Shiro. And now Aster, they're like, all right, Chrono's on cooldown, let's go. Gotta make something happen. Because it does look like they're going to struggle in any of these team fights versus that Chrono.
It is into Aegis, which is a little bit of a concern, but Why You Smile finds the Nightmare onto one, blinks forward, catches, stun, dead. Can they get anybody else, though?
He's fine with that. That's the job of the 5 position, tank the gank, and immediately they push out bottom with the Death Prophet. So won't be able to get anything too big out of that Chrono being on cooldown from Aster. This is such a nice, like such a beautiful game of like the top tier Dota that we've seen in quite a few days, really. These two teams really understanding every little thing.
And where they need to sort of position on the map when there's the cooldowns that can try and make those big moves for it. A Hex picked up for Nothing to Say.
That's going to be massive to be able to catch this Pango, catch this Doom before they expect it.
Oh, yeah.
Blink on Monet, so as we said, positioning is everything really for the Drow to be able to try to protect herself, but LGD feeling real strong right now.
So I guess the one thing that I'm sort of wondering about is with that Hex sort of decision, do you think that they have the damage if they can just keep people under control? Is there any damage issues at all coming out for LGD?
No, they have Void. Yeah, Void is getting just way too big. Doesn't feel like they'll have any issues with that, as Death Prophet also. Sure, her items got slowed down because she had to buy back, but it's a level 3 Exorcism already, so she's almost at her peak damage ability anyway.
Right. And I guess these fights are consistently happening around the big ultis, so you're going to have Exo ready. You're most likely going to have Chrono there.
Almost got the courier there. While You Smile, I think he saw the components of that Aeon disc, so I think they know that the Pango's going to be going for that soon. Who was the one who just picked up Gem?
Not sure.
Just saw Gem on a courier.
Uh-oh.
It was Why You Smile, okay. It's Innocence.
It's looking okay. These tier 4 neutrals now coming out, so more ways to deal with these slight little dispels, whether it's a DP silence or whether it's a tree overgrowth.
Yeah, let's see if Shiro finds himself the incredible Witchbane that we love so much versus these Aeon discs and whatnot.
Yeah. He is getting close to that camera, that is for sure.
He always is. We always just got the beautiful eyes of Shiro.
Oh, I thought that was another Chrono use, but that was just the gem effect. As Shiro pressuring this down.
Almost 25 on Shiro now, too. Telescope's been found, too, so another great pickup for them.
And continues to just make so many items appear in his inventory. Is getting closer and closer to that Scotty being done. And Planet, he's going back for, was that Planet? Yeah, an Aghanim Scepter.
Cool. I mean, like we said, positioning, right? Everything. Yeah. So if he's able to kick the Drow into a bad position, even potentially kick heroes into Chronosphere to catch them, right? He could actually do a lot of really fun, cool plays. Witchbane is found. Or are they going to bring it out for somebody?
Oh, that's really nice.
Right now, not. I think right now he's still just sticking with Titan Sliver.
Okay.
Just, you know, that status resist and everything. Too damn good for now. Perhaps we'll switch it once he sees Aeon Disc or something, but we'll see.
Yeah, and you could see there too, the Bane is the other one that's going for the Axe, which is why I was mixed up a little bit. So they're going to have 2 different rounds of this, that Fiend script being thrown across 3 of the heroes. So next couple of minutes are going to be interesting to watch how Aster want to deal with this. Do they want to try and play aggressive? Are they going to be waiting for sort of the next item up for Monet? He's going in for a Lincoln Sphere too.
I mean, this game, like you said, it's as even as it gets. It's 14 to 12. The net worth is just literally ping-ponging between like 100 between the 2 of them.
And a lot of that net worth, of course, is going to be on that Rubik. That's sort of one of the big differentials, and I feel like a big part of that is just that it's been a Philosopher's Stone. Like, some of it's Bulbica, but LGD don't have one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's got 111 last hits too, but yeah, it's the Philly making that difference between him and the Tusk. As yeah, we see those beautiful neutrals.
Why you smile, trying to take away the vision, play around their ward. While likewise, Aster have one up over near that Roshan with no more Aegis. Could be waiting for that 3rd one around here.
Look how they're playing with the X. X plus Gem, throw Lincolns on him as well, just so he can go scout the vision so they can make sure they can get these ideal jumps. LGD playing very cautiously. Near 25 on Void. They do have, of course, that Silver Edge on Monet, so even when that 25 does come out, you know, backtrack, it is breakable. So they do have at least a slight answer versus Shiro, but so far, a very clean game except for that one whiffed chrono. 4, 0, and 8.
And 40 minutes in now, they are still continuing to protect Monet and his positioning. I do kind of wonder if LGD feel any sort of, you know, pressure at all at this point, because to me it feels like they're in sort of a super comfortable position, and for Aster, on a certain sort of way, it kind of feels like they're thinking, okay, our Rubik is scaling, we can just kind of play this defensive manner, wait for the next Roche. They don't seem too bothered either.
No, I think it all comes down to execution in these team fights at this point.
Yeah.
Who gets caught? If they're going to get the Doom on certain heroes, are they going to get the save? Is Monet going to be able to position himself? Are there going to be buybacks? I think that's definitely going to be one of the key things to look at for PSG LGD when they're playing versus this Doom. Is Aster looking to smoke out, Shiro playing around his ward vision.
Planet did just buy out and has that Aghanim Scepter being delivered to him as Shiro almost gets caught right there. XXS spots a couple in that river.
This is such a tense moment. Roche, 1 minute.
So WY, they move in. Shiro jumps up high ground. They find the Bane, and there's a kickback onto the Pango. But the Doom, he finds them all immediately on top of him. This Faceless Void can't do anything, and Monet up on the high ground starts to beat him down, but a great play by Jianyu to get right on top of him. It's not going to matter, though. Faceless Void doesn't get to cast anything. The Hex is there from nothing to say, but the control comes out from XXS trying to separate, and they do manage to get a little bit away from her. So on the low ground, they get the lift, the pullback. The Doom is fine. No buyback available for this Faceless Void. I mean, he's out of this fight completely. The rest of LGD in a ton of trouble as they get run down one by one. Planet kicks in Monet, but that just means Why You Smile is going to end up dying to him. They try and find a finish, but Monet still barely living through all of this. Planet, he just wants to kill him, but Monet gets away. And they're going to pause right after, feeling good. Disconnect.
DC's okay. I was like, what the hell? Like, I mean, you couldn't ask for the better fight there. Why You Smile, he walks up really far, gets initiated on first, and then they get the literal best possible situation. They get the overgrowth on the Void with the Doom on top of him, so he just can't do anything. He's stuck inside of it, isn't able to pop any defensives, and he committed his gold before the fight too, so he had just bought the Silver Edge, no buyback.
God, that's one of those moments that you just imagine how different that looks if he's able to come back into that fight and get the chrono. I feel like they committed so much for him that they would have just been able to wipe almost.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to survive throughout all this, then probably is able to get the turn of the fight, but a perfect commitment. This time, they don't mess up. They get the trio ult, plus that Doom right on top of him, and yeah. Without the Void, you can see like all of LGD's kind of like, we really can't take this fight. Even though we have EXO, we don't have our big damage dealer, our 28,000 net worth Void.
Yeah, it's a fight at a 28,000 deficit.
Pretty much, yeah. And now, Aster, they lost one hero, I think. The tree just had to buy back. Roche is up in like 10 seconds, so he's just going to sit inside the pit, and I think they've found their window.
God, in that last second blink away, they might have actually been able to kill him, but Bobica feeling himself after that, still cool, calm, and collected, playing on that Rubik, and the huge win means Aster are going to be gifted a Roche if they go back in there and check it out in just 3 seconds.
Bobica also got a big steal, so he's got the walrus kick as well, too, for the fun.
There you go.
They didn't go back to scout the Roche, though. They're trying to take advantage of heroes being dead to push some type of towers. But,
I mean, that makes sense.
But someone got to go scout that Roche. Yeah, it's a big one. It is a refresher shard.
That one would be enormous, because then you've got that double Doom.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But for now, at least, with 30 seconds, all of these heroes being got. Bobica goes for the kick and finally finds him. They get him immediately. Oh, Jiangyu, they get the catch for the kill. Tusk is regretting that purchase right now.
Oh my God, Bobica, you monster. What a play. Aster, all they needed was one fight.
Dude, they have been waiting this entire time, playing on the back foot, playing from behind. This Shiro Faceless Void just completely out of it. And you were talking about it during the draft. ROTK just kept on, talking for that last pick and finally went for the Doom. He says, okay,
we have
4
the
protect
answer.
1, let's get him.
Exactly. Just erase him from the game multiple times is, Aster. Now PSG LGD, it feels like it's desperation mode.
They need to get here. They got to take it down quickly. Aster, although they need to be careful. If Aster get caught in the Roche pit, there's no DP, but I guess that
they have buybacks though, right? The Drow has buyback, so if Monet does get brought down, which doesn't look like he's going to, he's going to get that Aegis. Picks up everything.
Aegis in hand. Back to the races. Why You Smile finds one immediately. Gets jumped on. XXS pairs together to get the kill. And Shiro, I don't know if you can do this alone, my friend. Although is starting to bring him down, but the kick away. Get out of there. Okay. Now Overgrowth Control, nothing to say, is in a ton of trouble. They throw out the Doom and actually throw him back onto the Tusk.
Oh my.
Dude.
Bobica. He is just on fire.
The Doom initiation from the Rubik.
He just throws him on top of him, kicks the Void away too. LGD, the fights have been found for Aster, and now, without Chrono, feels like they're probably just gonna lose their entire base. What a game. This is amazing, Dota.
Bobica is having a standout performance, as we become accustomed to. But yeah, they already, as LGD, felt like they needed to do something. Shiro throws out this Chrono, was doing a whole heck of a lot to kill off that Doom, but in the end, it was not enough. Range on that Walrus kick is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's got, of course, Supremacy plus Aether Lens, so just always going to be able to boot him out of Chrono every single time he makes a move. Look at that smile! He got kicked as he kicked him, too, so it looked really funny.
Dude,
I think they can probably close the game pretty soon. LGD, they have nothing left.
Legitimately, the Tusk Ags buy is losing them the game. Like, if he didn't have Walrus kick, I mean, obviously things were going bad before, but like the ability to kick the Void out of Chrono, the ability to find that initiation onto the DP, it turned a bad situation worse.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was all up to that fight, though, around the river, right?
Yeah.
They got the catch on the Void after he bought out. I think that's probably going to be the words from, I would imagine, from Xiao Ai being like, why'd you buy the Silver Edge? You don't have buyback, and they get this Doom off. If you have buyback, perhaps we can actually take fight around Roche. But, I mean, Aster, we've seen them do this a lot in this tour. How they just pick and choose the perfect battle. They're always patient. They always know that they can scale, and yeah. Blowing the game wide open. 2 racks is down 96%. After we had such a stable game for 40 minutes.
That one hurts.
One fight is all it takes for them.
Yeah, that's just stepping off the cliff right there into the Void. Wow.
I love this. I hope that the next game is just I mean, it was calm, right, for quite some time, but the way that they play the map, it's honestly some of the most beautiful Dota I've seen in quite some time. Because it's so careful about how they want to play. It's not just some farm fest or something like that. It's every single little thing. These timings for items, these timings for wasted ultimates, etc.
Yeah. How they recognize like their place within the game and what they need to accomplish at each moment. And with 2 sets of racks taken, there's still a range up top. It feels like it might be sort of that constriction time of sticking LGD in the base and making sure they stay there.
Yeah, Bobica is about to surpass the Death Profit in net worth.
I mean, some of it's Philly, but that's not all Philly.
No way.
That is a lot of just really clutch plays.
Yep.
And going in for a Lincoln Sphere next just to help his team that much more, and himself, I guess.
Yeah, at this point now, it's really difficult for LGD to really get much of anything connecting because they've started to fall apart on 2 of their cores. The Void is always going to be answered, and they're playing for Sages too. So Aster, full map control after they've taken also the gems from earlier from those fights too. Look at this ward coverage. There's nothing LGD can do. Nowhere they can go either.
Have to wait for an overextension. Kunkka, we saw that nullifier out for him. I'm trying to think. I mean, you never want to like fully give up, particularly if you got this Faceless Void in your lineup. You've got so much potential just to, in a similar way to the Doom, isolate somebody and make their net worth effectively 0. But it's going to depend upon some pretty big misplays from Aster. And, you know, maybe we see Kunkka get into like a shard or something and try and create some chaos with the tidal wave, but it's not easy.
No. And Monet, he's going to be careful, right? He has Aegis, but he's also saving buyback because Why You Smile gets grabbed again.
All it takes is 1 lift.
It's a lot of kills that he's been given. A lot of like positional mistakes, it feels like, for Why You Smile, but it doesn't feel like it's his fault, right? It feels like Aster just playing pretty much perfectly. This is, amazing game.
So, Monet set up down on the bottom side, double creep waves coming in and the other angles, and he's just going to plink away at it. Does have a torrent to try and force him back for a moment here.
Yeah, he's a come at me. I've still got Aegis. I've got my buddy Baboka behind me just in case of anything.
God, that swift blink. So much attack speed. Another torrent out, another creep wave in, and they're going to start to lose the racks up top if they're not careful. Can't quite get that kick back from Planet.
Yeah, they're trying to break the Lincolns so that they can go for the kick, but yeah, unable to. As now Aster, they're like, okay, got what we came for. Sit back, wait a little bit. Play this careful.
Yeah. With that Aegis expiring, don't want to throw away this lead because you can't give anything to LGD. They will take a lot back in return.
Look at this, they're playing the map super clean, right? They shove in all 3 lanes, go back to the triangle, make sure that LGD just is constricted and unable to really farm much of anything.
And if ever they're not showing, you're going to see Aster group together and make sure they don't get caught out by a smoke, most likely.
Yeah, just keep playing around this ward vision that they have like pretty much all the information of what LGD is doing. Baboka sitting in trees, waiting to break a smoke. Tree sitting up on this high ground, waiting to break it as well.
They know exactly where they're going to be coming in from. And LGD, look, he's walking with them.
Yep.
Pichu knows fully. They drop down a ward, blinks away in time.
Complete awareness.
Unreal. And yeah, I mean, that's the only place that LGB could be.
Uh-oh. Might get jumped. He's waiting patiently. The waves are forcing in.
As they try and re-enter the base, they could be in some trouble here. Hiding out, Tusk in the creep wave, and it looks like he's going to get away before the pain train comes.
I wonder if they're communicating as well, saying like AC aura on creeps, right? Because when that smoke comes out, you see that negative AC aura onto them, so maybe they did actually... I didn't see anybody ping it or anything like that, but you have to imagine that these players are incredibly aware of that.
True. Nothing to say. Again, does another round of shoving out waves, and the only time that LGD can leave the base is when they get this 1 wave shove out. And you can see that when that happens, Aster, they play together up on this high ground and cover all their bases.
Yeah, and even looking now potentially to take out some couriers here. I see the Tusk courier flying in, but they actually don't get vision of it. Yep, just keep them constricted, keep the farm going, let the fight come to you, Aster, with a perfect game plan.
Yeah, he's going back for that Aether Lens. I think that bottom pressure that we saw from Monet, he was just out of range of trying to find that kickback after the Lincolns had been popped.
I think he's... Does he have it finished? Yeah, he does. Okay. So Telescope put in the inventory as well, plus Lens. Yeah, they're knowing that their only real hope to be able to kill this Drow, to be able to have any chance to come back in this game is tier 4 / putting him in the fountain.
Right. Which they have a good lineup for.
Yeah. Okay, so he actually has done the double down. What, they're going to give the Telescope to the Bane, and he's taking the Eye of Vizier on the Tusk. So any cast range possible, the maximum to be able to try to boot him in.
That is very funny. That is a really big AoE.
Yeah. Shiro
jumps up high ground, says hello, how you doing?
Puts a ward down.
And has to get away.
Instantly taken out. Yeah, they need to be able to get... I mean, they need a multi-hero chrono for them to have any hope. And the way Aster's just been playing, everybody's just always playing separated. They have blinks on, what, everybody, right? All 5 heroes have blinks to be able to just... If they see a jump from the chrono, they're all just going to blink and just, like, scatter away from it, too. So, yeah, Shiro's job is just impossible.
Such a hard game for them. And this is where, like, you could imagine this Hex coming into play, right? If you can catch that one hero and, you know, keep them under fire, that's something that can kind of work. But it requires you having a good positioning. And Roche about to respawn now in just about a minute.
Okay, bottom wave is pretty hefty. Looks like Baboka is going to be the one to go deal with it. That gem is actually still left on the ground from when YU Smile died in the all-deciding fight on the ramp. It's pretty funny, but they don't care. Actually, they're sending a courier finally for it.
And they lose that top range barracks. Nobody was there to push out the wave.
Yeah. And Baboka fade bolts the top wave. Will be able to stop that push pretty effectively. I mean, it's still a big creep wave, but he wants to be ready to fight.
Yeah. And as soon as he shows, that would be the moment that you would run out as LGD to try and take a fight.
For sure. But yeah, instantly joins his team. And they're just tree armoring the tower also too, so it should just be fine. It is that level 20 tree armor also, so the tower's got 36 armor, so it doesn't take pretty much any damage from catapults.
So 25s, it's the backtrack. It is for Pango, the swashbuckle cooldown actually, opting for that one. And of course the Infernal Blade damage on that Doom as they almost connect right there. Just barely keeping him out of harm's way. Roche about to respawn. That bottom wave still there, and you can see Baboka in the pit, and he's going to see it immediately.
Yeah, that bottom wave, tree armor just completely nullifies it, so.
Do they go on into here, though? I mean, it's still a little bit scary against this lineup, and there's the kickback. They find him with the grip under control. The Chrono is already down, trying to kill him, but they just walk into the Chrono right now with nothing to say. Do they have enough for the finish? They will, but Monet, they're on top of him. Xian Yu trying to do damage to this Drow. Can they do it, though? Shiro needs to get a jump up at the Doom. At the last second, XXS finds him. Pichu just comes on in and punches down that tree to death. That is a triple kill for XXS. The man does it again, and though there are buybacks, there are not the spells they need.
No, Monet was just in the perfect spot, just hitting everybody. Sure, there's like a Tusk standing on him, but it doesn't matter. Has enough damage, and XXS buyback. He's back in the fray, and he has another Doom available too. As Aster finally going to be able to close this one out. Still, amazing game.
Yeah, not even opting to go in for those bottom set of racks. No. They're just going to straight hit onto these tier 4s. The buyback comes out from nothing to say. With no Chrono, it feels like an impossibility defending against this. They do jump right away onto that Drow, but the silence is there. They're waiting on it. There it is. Chrono, which was stolen by Baboka, because why not? And now the connection, that's a DP dead. XXS right on top of him. Didn't stand a chance. He's trying to beat him down, but the turn, it's too much. Nothing to say. Also in trouble. They buy back on this DP. She is going to be brought down. GG is called.
Wow.
Aster, still looking good, still looking like the top team in China.
These guys are damn good at Dota. I mean, after what, one or two little mistake kind of fights where we saw like the blink in the tree inside the Chrono and stuff like that, all they needed was one, right? They get Shiro. Of course, we talked about it where Shiro did spend for his Silver Edge instead of having buyback for the fight. Maybe something could have changed because of that, but either way, Aster playing a pretty flawless game, understanding the exact timings, how they want to take these fights, and wow, that was such a beautiful game.
Right. I think that like you think also about what this game means. Obviously, DPC points really important like that, but also I think for LGD and Aster, there's this like kind of back and forth dynamic that exists, right? For LGD, they've been the best team in China for so long, and for Aster, they've been that team that always like sort of knocks out the team from China that goes the furthest in the tournament. It's interesting to see them have so much success right now, and if that's going to continue. Like, is this a team to you that feels like it would do really well against some of the other teams around the rest of the world as well?
They look very precise. Like the way that they're avoiding fights, the way that they're taking timings perfectly. Yeah, I mean, but like you said, Aster's had this thing where they're amazing versus every Chinese team. They always dominate, and then they go and they end up like losing at the big tournaments. But this team, this roster, they look so damn clean. This was, like I said, one of my favorite games I think I've casted in the DPC.
One of his favorite games. You'll love to hear it. Hopefully we get another one. We'll find out in just a few, but for now, back to the panel.
What a high regard for just game number 1 between LGD and Aster. It was looking like LGD could have taken it. They looked like they were ready to put up a fight for Aster, but at the end of the day, they were able to prolong it enough that they ended up getting the win on the side of Aster. And Doom gets his first win in China DPC.
Congratulations. This is the 9th try at getting a Doom dub, and yep, they did it, and they did it with style. Of course, you know, this Doom Ags. Honestly, it was like the most impactful Doom Ags that we've seen, I think, in any region. Time after time, we see here already the first highlight. It's him jumping on top of the Bane, getting the DP, you know, and not allowing her to really pop off in the fight. And unfortunately for PSG, this was a beautiful game from them. in the first like 30, 35 minutes, right? They were sweeping across the map. They weren't even trying to be aggressive, just playing on their own side. And then they were hitting big chronos. And then at some point, Asta's like, well, we're going to get this Doom jump on you. You're not going to save anything. And we're just going to get the third Roshan. So commiserations for PSG. But yeah, Asta, they just knew exactly when to take that perfect single fight to break the game.
Yeah, they bided their time. They were able to get their heroes back online, especially Monet on Drow. He had a bit of a rough start, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, at least early on, it wasn't so good. I think LGD had like the commanding position in this game, as T was saying, for like, what, 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I think even the fight we saw before, where they used some double buybacks, it's something that this team is very good at, to like take all these roaches and come back into the game. But I think Monet and Aster together, they just know exactly what they need to do to come back into this game. And I think, to go back to what Fog was saying, I think this is one of the best games I've seen in the Chinese DPC in terms of skill, map movement, what they do on the map, how they team fight and all this stuff. And you can see he just comes back, he's top net worth, his itemization is
beautiful.
Just beautiful.
Yeah, I would just like to double down on the map movement and the strategical aspect of the game. It's why I'm like, it's literally the only thing that excites me about Dota. Like, excites me a lot. Like, I just love seeing correct placement of the carries when it comes to farming and following their team around. Like, there's a reason why this game was literally ping-ponging. That's what Fox said. Ping-ponging from one network to another, 1K for one team, 1K lead for another, until that big fight. They played the map perfectly. Like, I just love it. Everything from the way they set up safe zones for the carries, from ways they fight around big objectives and just planting wards in positions where they want to fight. And it's never like one team has a huge advantage. It's always, okay, you got a really good spot, but we have a really good spot as well. Let's clash and see which idea is better.
It came down to just the smallest of things, even playing around big cooldowns. You know, when we see the Faceless Void without the chrono, when they know to initiate, when they don't know, and it's just phenomenal. XXS getting the match MVP, Doom getting a win and an MVP.
Yeah, he had to be the MVP in this game. I think PSG was destined to win this game if XSS didn't find that perfect initiation at the top river spot underneath his own ward. He jumps on top of the void. There's no 4-staff to save him, and just getting that kill just breaks the game. And I think, you know, Kezu just mentioned itemization a little bit. This isn't a Doom that was like, oh, I need to go like third item Octarine. No, he was going like bots 2, BKB, overwhelming Blink, the Ags. He was just making sure he had a purpose in the game. And even the small plays like Baboka with the shard, he lifts up the Doom after killing one guy, picks up the Doom, and throws this Axe Doom onto another guy. It's like, now you're doomed. Now you're doomed. It's like, yeah, it was so refreshing to see.
He deserves the MVP for nothing else, for winning with the Doom.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah. The odds were stacked against him when he was able to do it. It was fantastic from Asta. They knew how to use their lineup. They had a fantastic draft for themselves. It's really hard now to look at game number 2 and be like, LGD need to fix this one specific thing, because it wasn't just one thing that let them down. But when we do turn our eyes towards their game number 2, Kezu, what are you hoping LGD is able to bring to the table a little more?
I think the only thing they need to change in terms of gameplay is that I think at some point they lost this discipline of who should go first and how you invade an area. I think they made a big mistake at some point where Y went first, because at that point you need all your 4-staffs available to counter the Doom. But when your supports go first, they lose position, it makes it very awkward. In terms of draft, I think they had a very solid draft. I
100%.
barely favor, like I said, Astros.
You slightly
I like
favored them, I think, for the same reason I did. It's the Doom possibility in the late game, right?
Like
Versus the Void, exactly what played out.
Like, I favored Astro just a little bit, but when you look at the game, whoever got the better jump and played on Vision, they were going to win. It didn't matter about the draft.
Yep.
It came down to just the smallest of margins here, but Asta took game number 1. Game number 2 will be happening just after this break. LGD versus Asta. Game number 2 is going to be coming up very soon. Game number 1 went the way of Asta. If you guys tuned out, well, let's say around the 30-minute mark, you probably thought LGD had it in the bag. But something Kazu said was a little bit of lack of discipline, per se. They weren't really taking the initiations.
At one point.
Of course.
One
but
Only
single
takes
fight.
one point.
See, you took the words right out of my mouth
Yeah,
there.
because it's just what happened, innit? You know. I mean, at least for PSG, I think the Bane, White Smile, why? Yeah, there was a couple of times where he was leading at the front of the engagements. He had a 4-star, so he could be a little bit cheeky. I think that is kind of a playstyle Bane players used to adopt, which was you run in, sleep a guy, force yourself back out, and now the fight's pretty much set up to be a 4v5. It wasn't really happening, and there was at one point outside the Roche pit, there was a die ward on the high ground spot. Y was still running into low ground, not high ground. It was just a really awkward fight for PSG, and it just gave them the perfect chance for Asta to have that comeback. And I think if you de-warded the spot, had a little bit more patience in that scenario, you're not going to fail the chrono, you're not going to fail the entire engagement, and probably PSG could have won out this game. It's honestly one fight equals Asta win, and that's how crazy this team is. They only need that one time to break the game.
Both these teams had fantastic drafts. I mean, game 1 draft was really enjoyable to watch play out, especially the bans that came out from it. Do you think there will be a lot of change in bans, not so much the hero picks?
You think they both had amazing drafts, and they kind of did until you get to that point in which Doom jumps you and the game is all over. Have you heard of the Thanksgiving turkey fallacy? Living the best life ever, everyone is feeding her.
What?
Until one day.
Until one day.
Until that 1 minute when Doom gets Aghanims, just destroys it.
I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, in the last 48 hours, I've heard Lizard talk about arteries and veins,
Yeah.
about drafts. Now he's got some turkey fallacy. Are you okay,
There's
boss?
more coming.
Is there,
I'm not
did you
okay,
have
but-
another one up the sleeve?
Go on.
We have to spice it up a little.
I
that's
see,
all.
I see.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think PSG can succumb to the turkey fallacy that Lizard was mentioning.
Thank you.
Whatever
think
the
they
fuck
can?
that means.
Yeah, we
Thank you
literally.
very
Yeah,
much.
yes, Lizard, yes. Oh, now I understand it. Yes,
Yeah.
great analogy.
It's a voluptuous turkey. On
Just like
Yeah.
the drafts.
I think
voluptuous.
maybe the treant is something that's annoying.
Yep.
At least in the second phase, maybe not first phase, but it's a hero that Astra pick up a lot. And I think they do it mostly in the second phase too, on 16, 17. They've done this tree Drow Ranger 3, 4, 5 times, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I think that's one hero that maybe they can think about. Other than that, I think it's all good.
The first phase bans for Asta was Phoenix, Marcy, and we didn't really get that much time actually coming into this series to talk about the Marcy. She's just before we went on break, she was rising in popularity. Now that we've come back from Chinese New Year break, she's still just as popular within the Chinese teams, but enough to be first phase, especially Asta being afraid that LGD want to first phase her.
Yeah, I like the ban, honestly, because with these Drows, Furins and stuff, you put an offlane Marcy, you have good presence in lane, you always have to jump to find them. You need to only get 2.5 items to actually pressure this core throughout the entire game. And also in the region, when you got Zhang Yu, Flyby and all these lads who are playing it, they are
love it.
insanely good at the hero. They're often top net worth. So
Yeah.
I don't think it forces the draft for you not to want to pick these ranged heroes. And we just saw how good Monet was on this Drow throughout the entire game. Imagine if that was a Marcy instead of a DP, just constantly threatening her. It's
I
a
think-
completely different game.
I think that Monet is the best range carry player in this DPC right now. He's also played range in 90% of his games from what I've seen. He has one melee game, it was Ursa. And other than that, I think it forces LGD to do openings they haven't done as much. There's usually a Phoenix or a Marcy in there, and they've banned both. And as Steve was mentioning, they love range carries themselves. It kind of checks out.
Makes sense. I do know for this game number 2 draft here, Asta are going to have a second pick. So do we feel that there's going to be a very similar essence of how this one will play out? Or are you hoping that there's going to be a really big shift in playstyle in tempo?
Already a little bit different when it comes to the bans. Brood Rubik, Lina on the other side. What else is there? Like a Phoenix? I think one of the reasons why you're banning out the Phoenix is PSG LGD just loves the hero.
Yep.
It's why is I don't know. He's just an amazing Phoenix. You don't want to give it to him. They snap the Marcy instead though. So what do you leave in the pool? You left the Tusk.
Yep.
You left the DP.
Tiny.
Tiny as well. Is there anything else that we're forgetting? That's Super 3 and
See him tiny go. Oh,
okay,
shit.
DP.
Is it tough DP? Tiny DP. Oh, Disruptor. I didn't even see that one. Yeah, cool. I'm looking at the wrong screen. That was a bit more delayed. Oh, well.
That's true.
What can you do?
What can you do?
Yeah, all right. I mean, there are so many options for Aster there. I thought they might go for like a CM Tiny option because I think in Marcy, you want a lane that just prevents her from entering the lane with confidence. So they go for a Disruptor instead. I don't know if China actually does it or not, but this Glimpse level 1 strat is really annoying because you just glimpse them away, you right-click the entire time. When you look at the damage of a max range Glimpse level 1 to Thunderstrike, it's near equal damage for nearly half the mana cost. So I think Disruptor actually can be very potent if you play it correctly. They just need to make sure they have a carry now that can also apply that pressure.
It's also kind of negating, well, not necessarily negating, but you don't really want a Mirana into this, right? Like, it's a soft counter in the lane if you're expecting a post for Mirana. But LGD, obviously, they just pick the Pango instead. Hero that, if he's in the pool, he will be picked. We get another Pango.
Feels like Pango is becoming the new Lina for China.
10 seconds.
It's just one of the best heroes.
It's just one of the most versatile and best heroes in every region, not only in China. Like
I ain't blaming them.
Yeah, in Europe as well. We don't see him very often, but that's only because he's banned all the time.
Imagine
when
a hero.
He isn't, he's picked.
Like you can initiate fights, you can push out lanes, you can buy right-click damage items if you need, or you go Lotus Yules. You always can go Shard. Like it does everything, and it doesn't really get shut down in lane by that many heroes. So, yeah, Christ, it really is about to get nerfed in the patch in about 4.5 weeks' time, guys.
No, I reckon we get a buff.
Get a buff?
Yeah,
true.
Longer roll duration.
Dude,
that would actually be the most power play from IceRock himself. Like everyone begging for a patch. He buffs Lina, buffs Pango, buffs Brood. Like good luck at the major.
He gets a free Lincolns when he rolls.
Oh, dude. He's untargetable during roll. He can't even be roared, right-clicked, anything. Just that's his level 10 talent. Yeah.
Okay, and he can move any way he wants to.
Just shuffling from side to side, perma-stunning. Yeah. God, that's what's going to be worth it when she pops out. Yeah.
We need that for Pango.
Yeah.
I think we should stop giving patch ideas on this Twitch
I agree
channel.
with you.
No, I mean, again.
Panel and cost is included.
We're going to have a patch soon, don't worry.
I mean, this Disruptor could also be a 4.
Sure.
I think when you do play against Marcy, and I think LGD have primarily played it as a core, I think having physical mitigation one way or the other can be very good. And Aster love these type of drafts where you have a potential, whatever, Sven, Tree, and I don't know if I'm missing anyone, but these can work. It's a more defensive approach to the Marcy rather than an aggressive one, which I feel like fits Aster. They could do it with the Glimpse, with the Disruptor, as you mentioned too. Similar story.
I still want to see CM personally. They've done CM Disruptor before. Like, it's solid in lane. Yeah.
Interesting though, like versatile drafts from both of them. Like DP again can be laned on the mid and the offlane, right?
Yeah.
Same for Pango and Marcy. These two can be anywhere, literally. I'm just wondering why the Eng ban.
That's a lot of respect towards.
It's a lot of respect, and he definitely plays a mean Eng. Like you get a lot of laning potential. I'm just thinking, is it only the laning potential, or is it maybe some Dark Seer in store for us, or something like that?
I think it's more Disruptor can be there for, and if it is there for, I think Baboku is going to hate laning into a pos 5 Eng as a Disruptor because he can never get into the lane to play it out. So it's more of a preventative measure for that scenario, I think.
I think also it fits the, I use the word tempo a lot, but I think that's what LGD want to do. Pango wants to play fast, Marcy wants to play fast, they do well in their lanes. You have some Eng rotating in.
Okay.
It like helps it. It's good against DP, it's good against Eng, so I don't mind the ban. It's pretty good.
Cool thing for PSG at least is in game 1 they went super defensive in regards to how they play their heroes. Like they win their lanes, they move together, they huddle up. This is now the opposite with this draft. It's like
Is this Scotland Ember now for them?
I was going to say, if this was Western Europe, I feel like...
For sure,
there's a high chance.
No, China did it quite a lot
there's
as
a high
well.
chance.
At the beginning,
yeah,
they've done the Kotl Ember, in which you have a position 4 Kotl with the DP, you just push in and you rotate mid all the time.
Ooh, Ayo, my friend.
Okay, now you have to take a step back.
Yeah,
and
you
really
gotta
think,
breathe
because,
for a second.
Yeah, because this is different.
I mean, so PSG, it's just a lot of...
Never mind.
No. They still go Ember, sure, but like for PSG, it's just super annoying because Marcy will always still be able to scale in this game. But if you ever jump a hero, they're going to get disrupted. There's going to be a reinitiation from Pango or Marcy, a relocate and heal from Io. Whatever this carry is from PSG, it is going to be one of the more unkillable heroes because Marcy buffs them, SD buffs them, Io buffs them, Pango creates the chaos for them. PSG is really setting up Shiro to have a great game. Yeah.
Nice ban rate, nice win rate.
That's clean. I mean,
Very clean.
good old China. They can't win on Doom and they don't pick IO. What a weird old region. Takes them to the final series before tiebreakers to start whipping out some of the the best heroes in the world, or at least most contested heroes in the world.
They did have a break, so maybe they like popped up there. Like, now's the time.
There we go.
I mean, I do think for LGD, I would like another hero that... They do have heroes that already go in, but when I see Io, I always love it with carries that can go in for you. Your Sven, your Ursa, just this high physical damage that pairs up with all the other heroes that want you to go in with them. And I think it would make the lineup of Aster very hard to play. Sure, that's one.
Panned
Maybe
out.
Sven second.
Ursa, Sven, Slark, heroes that are still in the pool that could go in. I mean, Slark, Io isn't really the greatest combination, right? But maybe an option for them.
It can work, I think, if the other two get banned out. Even though you play against Static Storm, you have like saves and buffs that like enable you through
I'm just
it.
thinking, like, you have Shadow Demon, you have Io, you pick Luna, you go Illusions, you go Overcharge.
Yeah, that's
But
true,
it's
actually.
I kind
not-
of like Luna too. I can see that.
It's possible, just the hero is kind of dead.
Yeah.
They've played it before once. They
Yeah,
were the
they've
only
tried
team, I think, to play it.
If they don't go Luna, I could also see them doing like a bristleback, because I think they have the SD to cover themselves from DP. Their lane will be super fine. DP can never take the tower.
What about
And it's
Nana
just-
League, though?
First, I was like, where? What? Oh, God. But no, I really like the idea of like Luna, if they want to go for more of the old school, push it through. I think Bristleback gives them Roshan. There's so many buffs from PSG that the weaknesses of Bristle in current patch are covered by the fact that heroes are helping him out. And I don't know if Aster actually has the damage to kill him off. Like, they need to itemize beautifully to deal with him. It's hard to get a Vessel. You can't really get Skadi right now for Aster. Monkey's already banned out. Ursa's already banned out. You could argue Slark is the only one PSG would need to ban if they wanted to go down this route.
Thinking of the counter... Aster our last pick, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm thinking of like their countermeasure to the Bristle. I think Luna is like the safest because you're picking out of phase. It makes it harder to counterpick. I do like the idea of Bristleback though. There's a lack of damage on their Aster lineup. There's DP into Bristle, which can kind of work both ways. But again, you have a lot of follow-up. You have some lifesteal. You have IO buffing you.
Got SD. You just ult the DP and say, see ya.
It looks like a Luna.
Are
to
they
me. Luna or a Sven
Are they
for now.
banning Terrorblade to bait the Luna ban to then get the Bristle?
Why wouldn't you just ban a hero for the Bristle then?
Because this is cooler.
No. Sure.
This is
Yeah,
cooler.
it's all about style points, remember?
just okay. If this happens, then
You're the god of overthinking.
no.
This
This
you go
is
4 levels.
Poppy's done this before, boss. He bans Veno here
Very
to
senile.
ban the Ursa. Yeah, he's heartily in Division 2. All right, that's a good point.
No, Puppy's drafts were always, from my perspective, like next level. But I'm not sure they're going that far. I think it can still be a Bristle pick, but you didn't have to ban out the TB to bait out the Luna to pick the Bristle.
Just you wait and
But
see. No.
ask them, maybe it happens. Ask them during the. So the Slark is.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Sure.
Well, that's a hard one to guess. He does go in at least.
We weren't guessing
You know
that
what?
one
Like
at
I was
all.
looking at the draft of Aster, and they don't have a ton of catch, and they have some heroes that hate being jumped on in the back. So I was thinking spirits. I wasn't thinking
Yeah,
anti-mage,
not
but
anti-mage.
they couldn't pick a spirit. They needed the carry. All right, IO AM.
If there was ever an anti-mage game, it is technically this game. There aren't really heroes. Sure, I think some Baboka Disruptor down the line can do
Let's
it.
pick Meepo then. Easy game.
Easy game, yeah.
Complete count. Like if there's one, it's not gonna happen. But
God.
one hero that really destroys AM is that one. So
Yeah, and that's
Would be fun.
more than enough reason to pick it.
would be. I mean, you would win if you had a good Meepo player, but it's hard.
What is more viable, though, as a last pick here for Aster?
I think they need some heavy damage because
Yeah.
they lack that for sure. Like
Yeah.
you're gonna need some TA Drow Ranger type hero, and I think they're not that easy to play. And Tupango Marcy,
Bloodseeker. You get
not
that?
good enough for me. I don't know. This actually seems a little hard, even though you do have last pick.
It's like a mid-game window of a Bloodseeker, but doesn't give you that late-game insurance. The heroes that you would kind of want here, like an Ursa or a Gon.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. PA is one of the nicer combos against it. Of course, you always... Like, it's hard for anti-mage to itemize to deal with PA, because when anti-mage eventually gets Butterfly, PA can go MKB. You don't care about buying these items. Yeah, I overall like the last pick from Aster. It does give them some comfort into this very good anti-mage pick.
I'm not sure. They just went so wild with the last 2 picks for me. Like
I mean, they're putting on a good show. Whether LGD force it to a game number 3 or not, it's going to be interesting. Because is it going to go to a game 3? Are you liking this anti-mage coming out?
I kind of like the AM pick a lot. I'm a big LGD fanboy. I like the IO AM too. I think it's some undiscovered territory where you can play more aggressive than just AFK farm and do nothing.
Yep.
And I want a game 3. I'm going with LGD.
Okay.
Same. Shiro AM spammer. Let's go. I want to see game 3.
T, are you a believer?
You know
Pulling
what?
up the stats right
I'm
now.
just checking when anti-mage has been played, you know? It's been picked once and it's lost once. All right, what can you do? But I really want to see a game 3. So even though I love the PA and what she's going to bring, I'm just going to blindly say PSG because I really want to see a game 3. I love watching these teams play.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Go on PSG. We're not going to curse it, but we cursed it.
The non-curse here for game number 2. It's LGD having an AM. We'll see if he's able to get a win. And we're going to head on into game number 2 with Lyrical and Fogged.
So much. We got the hero everybody loves to hate, the anti-mage coming out. Whether you're on his team or against him, it's always the worst.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is one of the weirder drafts. I feel like the last 3 picks for me just went kind of completely on left field for PSG LGD. It's IO, SD, and AM, not the pairing that you would imagine with an IO in particular. I'm really curious to see what they're going to do. I like Aster's draft personally, but hey, if there's anything that's going to surprise me, I mean, this AM, it's totally, it's totally cool versus what they saw already, right? Versus the Ember, versus the DP, versus the Coddle and Disruptor. He can be effective, but there are things still that are going to trip him up. There is Silence from DP, there's a Static Storm from Disruptor, and Chains can be a little bit annoying until you do have, Manta and stuff like that. So, wondering what build is he gonna just go Battle Fury? Is he gonna go fighting build? I'm super curious to see what this AM pick is gonna be about.
Right, sort of as they were alluding to, because it was talking about this, like with this IO, undiscovered territory, maybe there is something there you can pair together with the overcharge and start like getting in there to battle early. Maybe we see like a Vanguard or something like that.
Yeah.
Or Shiro just does the thing that, again, everybody loves to hate and builds a Battle Fury, and, they're just sad, but we'll see. It's a pretty
great Manta game, right? Just to be able to dispel the silences, the chains, and stuff like that. And, with all the buff ups, right? He's gonna have sidekick. He's gonna be tethered. He's gonna be amped up. Like SD's always gonna be there to save and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, this is an interesting one to watch. Aster, though, with a very comfortable draft. Baboka, an absolute beast last game. Got a respect ban of his Rubik. Now he's playing his
Coddle.
Amazing Coddle, too, with great heroes to play with, too. Chakra, Ember, Chakra, PA, Chakra even on Death Prophet. All these heroes thrive when you get that little bit of cooldown reduction and stuff like that, especially the PA and Ember. You're just able to kind of reset those cooldowns so they can jump all over the place in the fights, constantly put pressure. But let's see. We have a fun combo that I like to always mention on the side of PSG LGD also. It's the Marcy plus the Pango. Sidekick plus Pango Swashbuckle. It's like a little built-in satanic kind of style thing, too. So, yeah, let's see.
I just also realized, I was thinking a little bit more about what this game is going to look like. We're probably going to see Bobica just be AFK farming at certain points in this game with his Illuminate spam.
Yep.
Like, probably going to see so many camps stacked up. And then will there be any ability to contest them? Obviously, nothing to say on the Pango. A great hero to come and contest them, not necessarily take them himself, but that's something that could be there to watch for.
Yeah. He is in this matchup, though, that we see very often, the Ember versus the Pango, so a little tough for nothing to say. He's not like this dominant Kunkka like he was last time. This is a bit Ember favored, so we'll see how he's going to be able to fare to be able to make those early moves. And I'm mostly just going to stare at top lane, because, yeah, I'm just like, I haven't gotten to see IO, or I haven't seen AM, and I've never, I think, seen IO plus AM together, so, yeah, it's definitely the lane, at least for me, to watch. Because I feel like Aster, they have great lanes across the board just to be able to come out ahead in them, and then if they can stabilize and just get this PA's farm, PA should, in theory, be able to outscale the AM pretty hard, so.
One of the more traditional, well-known counter picks. And that's the thing, too, is like, people talking about whose draft they like more than the other. To me, I feel like I understand the Aster draft.
Yeah, me too.
That's the biggest thing. Like with LGD, they're coming out of left field, maybe come up with some new tech as they will get a couple of right clicks here on Bobica, forcing him back. And, of course, with that Orb of Venom and Overcharge, able to get some good damage out.
Yeah, good harass. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I want to know what the hell, what they're going to do with it. I'm so curious to see what PSG LGD's idea is with it. Very cool stuff.
For now, at least, they have pretty good lane control up top for Aster, getting it pulled back into their tower. You can see here mid, nothing to say, has dropped very low. Does get that bottle brought out to him now, though. So XWY and him will just trade off those water runes. That resets things a little bit, but he is behind.
Yeah.
as you might expect.
Yeah, it's going to be a much slower start versus the Ember matchup. Another thing too is that the more about the PA that I really like, besides just being the counter matchup versus the AM, is also versus Marcy. You know, it can be a bit difficult to itemize because it's going to come a lot later if you do want to opt to go for something like that MKB. You know, Blur is going to be incredibly effective versus these two cores.
Yeah, that is definitely a problem that Monet's going to need to contend with. Or rather, excuse me, Jianyu's going to need to contend with in this game. And maybe just the answer is you hit other heroes instead, but that leaves him open.
For sure. Bottom.
Glimpse forces him away. Gets some good damage there out on Jianyu.
They're just spamming the daggers on him, keeping him kind of low. Even though he's getting all these stick charges on both the SD and the Marcy, they're not slowing down Monet at all, and he is actually being able to free farm and put pressure onto Marcy. So 3 lanes looking in pretty damn good for Aster. AM is getting that farm, though.
Yeah, AM also having a very nice time for Shiro and going into those treads early. Hasn't queued up any other items as of yet. But this lane has consistently been pressed up right against the off-lane tower.
Yeah, they will get a pull off though. Nice play there from Why You Smile. He gets the pull between the, between that tree, of course, pulling up toward the tower. As mid.
Ooh. Yikes. That is a scary moment right there, but obviously did have that bottle charge, sips it up a little bit, but nothing to say. He's going to have to head off to the side. Jianyu down bottom is going to get ran down by Monet, wraps around the trees, gets vision there for the dagger, and that's going to be first blood. First blood for the PA.
Oh, God. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that is that might be a really bad sign there for PSG LGD. The ideal hero for Aster getting the kill. Free farming in the lane, Ember free farming too. Like we said, we're going to have to see what PSG LGD's idea with all this is, but yeah, Aster's just looks much more normal.
This is a hero for Monet that he is very well accustomed to. I think when he first started popping off as a carry back in the LFY days, he was one of the few that was playing it there too. But regardless, nothing to say, not having a great time there mid. XWY keeps on forcing him out of lane, and he's going to head back and have to pick up that bounty rune.
Yeah, Monet, I'm glad that you brought that up, actually, because it's something that I've always watched Monet as just this incredible super carry player. When he used to play his PAs and his Terrorblades, he was just unbelievably good. Like, he always was like split-second kind of timings with BKBs and all this crazy stuff. And yeah, him being able to have this type of start and in this type of matchup, should be some success for them for sure.
Planet. He's going to go in somewhat here. Monet trying to create that separation between him and those supports. A 5th stack of poison could have been pretty nice, but not going to be able to do anything. And Monet literally just bullying back this Marcy, even with the full creep wave on him.
He is owning so hard. Like, all these little plays matter so much.
He might die again?
Oh my God.
Does have that dispose, is going to try and slow this down a bit. Planet pulled that creep wave back in,
nice.
And that's going to be enough to keep him alive. Monet wants to go back for the creep wave. But yeah, this is not a good time for this Marcy at all. Gets a salve passed over. Not even going to get like the full value out of that one, obviously.
He's getting like no farm. He has 13 last hits down here. While we see on the other side, Aster, 26 and 6 on the Death Prophet, and even the Coddle. I mean, Baboka, of course, 12 last hits for him too. Yeah, this is an excellent game plan that so far everything is working out perfectly, really, for Aster.
And you saw there too, even like the poison drew the aggro of the creep wave over so that it reconnects again.
And they get the first power rune as well, XWY. It's not a DD or something like that, but it's a regen, so he can just stand his ground. He's now bottom.
This is 2 levels ahead right now for Monet. Gets another kill. And, I mean, they've got to be careful even when they TP back in, right? Like, Glimpse to go back to Fountain as a possible play.
Oh, boy. Yeah, AM is going to have to do some heavy carrying. He's going to have to do some crazy stuff. So, yeah, Battle Fury's queued up. So it's not going to be that too much of that fighting build. Maybe just with the IO with him, he'll be able to, but... You know, we're all hopeful. We're all hoping for this game 3, of course, but I don't know. Aster's game plan looks kind of amazing, and Monet getting this type of start is devastating for PSG LGD.
Yeah, it felt like there needed to be some like change up, some switch in terms of the mentality with this draft from LGD to really make this work. And of course, there is still going to be the strength of an anti-mage with the IO overcharge and the sidekick, all the rest of it, but will that be enough to sort of go toe-to-toe against this hard counter in the PA?
Yeah. As bottom rotation's coming out, but he's already under tower, nothing to say. Tries to make the first move here, but won't be able to find anything.
And Ember, completely free lane, is going to go back behind the tower now as Shiro eats one of those Illuminate blasts. And you can see that Aster, while the lane is pushing in top, they're getting free farm for there. XWY has got this regen rune and gonna start to put some pressure onto this mid tower.
Yeah, everything just going super ideal for them while they also shut down Marcy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Aster is beasts.
They're killing it.
They know exactly how to play their drafts. They know exactly how to set up these picks and everything too, yeah. This is looking really good for them going into the mid game. And we're now seeing Babok. I mean, Babok is actually just farming. He's like, all right, Death Prophet's fine top. Level 6 is picked up for XXS. He's gone phase boots this game on the Death Prophet to be able to distance himself. And because he wants to change the itemization, Babok is like, I'll get the mech.
Dude, why are they bullying him? They're actually not going to dive him under tower. I was wondering if they were going to go all the way in, and instead it's run back towards this side. Boca, trying to get out of there. Not looking like it's going to happen. So they do find themselves the first kill on the board, and trying to punish some more here onto the Ember. XWY keeps the right clicks going. Nothing to say, losing a lot of HP. This is maxed out Slight.
Went for the chains, doesn't quite get it. Yeah, XWY knows that he can just fight back right there.
When I read that name, I find myself questioning if I actually know the alphabet.
I say XYW, I think every time as well too. I'm like, damn it.
It's like, I know those are all near the end of the alphabet, but isn't it in a different order? 9 minutes in, and AM is top of the net worth.
Sure is. But what's he going to be able to do, right? What's this AM's big game plan, especially with that counter pick of the PA last? He has gone for Corrosion. He's going for... So it's kind of fighty. So it's Treads, Corrosion, and then Battle Fury. So at least he's able to pressure a bit onto this Death Prophet. But Aster, don't think that they're too fussed about it by any means. It's now the rotation.
Root there, onto 2. A second round soon to come out. Bringing YU Smile very low. Ember Coddle still very good in the Remnant chase. Sleight of Fist does connect for the kill.
And he's got another shocker in a second too if he wants to pump up his buddy. Sure does.
Will do just that. Great way to enable an Ember.
Oh yeah. And it's Io. You know, you might be the one that's trying to protect. Oh, actually we're seeing bottom. They're actually moving.
That was the bait. Oh wow. My god. They waited there under tower. Monet is like, yeah, come on, dispose me.
He's high-fiving. That's how confident. Monet doesn't do that very often. So the fact that he's even doing that says a lot. But top, Shiro will find himself a little bit of a snag. Nicely done. Yeah, heavy lifting is going to have to be done from this AM. Cool rotation from XXS. He's like, I don't want to play top versus AM. You know, I want to come bottom. Top tower might get me killed if I go for an exorcism play, so yeah, opens it up. XWY.
Take some more Shadow Poison stacks. Nothing to say. Sort of stays after him for a moment, but then we'll get out of there. So yeah, just trying to play around these DP cooldowns feels to be a pretty smooth way to play this for Aster. And I guess, you know, for the PA, getting into that big Battle Fury to allow him to just keep even the farm with the AM. Yeah. Bobica has Mechanism done. Trying to get those Arcanes next.
So early.
Yeah.
Support, by the way. He almost has same net worth as the Marcy. A typical Boboka thing is Aster even look at his body blocking their catapult mid and then tanking the wave so they can try to get some extra damage on tower. All the little things here.
Trying to put that pressure on as soon as possible, and the wave comes in. Slight spam hits onto him. Heal there, the damage back on, and nothing to say. They're trying to stop this. They will use the glyph now, but still willing to keep this pressure on. And SD almost going down. They're still tanking through this tower here. And the heals, they're out. It's going to be enough to keep it alive. They even use the glyph. They still have that mech ready.
That's a
if they decide to try and take this fight. It will connect, brings him low, but the mech to save. It's not enough.
Planet.
Too greedy.
Planet, what a play. He gets the 5th stack, puts the disruption on, and they get the commitment. It's going to say they have some struggles to be able to control this Ember, but that is probably the best and only way that they can do it on their team here, as Planet really nicely done hiding in the tree line there. Yeah, too confident from XWY.
They need to be able to replicate, like, eating, you know, 3 or 4 tower shots over and over again. But, well, that's one way to do it, for sure. Marcy, Bracer done, and the Helm of the Iron Will, so it's been a slow start for Jianyu. He's definitely been hampered in this one, but it's going to need to sort of make some comeback happen, trying to find his way onto these targets.
Yeah, he's good covering at least level, so he'll have sidekick for his Pango and for his AM in those fights. Is Shiro, 600 ahead of the PA. He is going to be able to get the Battle Fury. Had a very good timing.
Yeah, on top of those treads, corrosion.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, we'll be trying to play together with them. Like you said, very much a little bit ahead of that Monet PA. But so much pressure put towards this mid lane. It feels like Aster want to get this mid tower taken without having to commit Exorcism for it.
Yeah, they want to be able to kick the pace of the game up a little bit, slow down where the AM can farm. If they can just shut down the map a little bit, then it allows Monet to play more aggressively. They also can get these deeper wards to be able to watch AMs.
Dude, they're going to try and find this kill onto Marcy again. They're so close to level 6 on Disruptor.
That's why he leaves the lane, right? Monet, he goes to jungle. He's like, all right, I can just chill for a little bit. Disruptor, you get 6, and then we can actually threaten kills constantly onto Janyu. Really understanding how to be as efficient as possible.
Giving his team the rest of the space that they need to. And that's why XWY. I will take down that mid tower.
Yeah. Nicely done. Persists for a very long time there. So seeing PSG LGD in a fine spot, at least in the net worth, of course. And I believe that is the... Yeah, Battle Fury's done. And they've got stack. At least one stack prepped for him to farm.
Shiro there.
Ooh, he does not do that by himself. As they actually get the kill bottom.
Okay, relocate for the rotation.
Okay. Getting back online. Marcy now level 9 out of nowhere.
And likewise, up top, there is a counter play being made by Aster as they are just right-clicking down that tower, but the relocate back in. And XWY continues the slight spam. Does have another one in a moment. Thought about going for that roll, but it's a rune up top.
Ooh,
oh no, down bottom.
Yeah, he tried to wait for it as long as possible, but was scared because Nothing to Say has defusal and all that too. So, all right. LGD finding their footing here. Back to a 2K lead for them. XXS literally just beat... I mean, he does not want to use Exorcism for this.
No.
He just wants to finish it off, and he should be able to now.
Bringing in help from the Ember. He gets the last hit onto it.
Nicely done.
So the gold lead into the favor of LGD slightly, the tower lead into the favor of Aster.
And Monet now has Battle Fury, and he can farm stacks incredibly effective, just by himself. And they actually have a big stack already prepped for him. He can just blur and hit it if he'd like to, so we'll see that right away.
One of those creeps decided to draw aggro there.
It's
Not sure what that's
it's
about.
still chasing XXS.
Yeah.
It had no other target, and he was in the AoE, right? So.
Yeah. Clearing through this one as quickly as possible. Will get the full stack clear and then have the respawn ready. But XWY roots and runs. He gets out of harm's way. And yeah, Monet, another one of those heroes that is just going to absolutely explode in terms of farm, particularly when paired together with Boboka that spams out these chakras over and over again.
Yeah, he doesn't need to worry about any mana pool or anything. His bottom, Marcy, has Phase and Armlet, so a great recovery coming out from him. Does still have to be a little careful. Can just get caught out here if he plays over-aggressive, but perhaps trying to... He might be setting up a relocate play, and then he might get turned on. It seems like Aster may be reading this move.
I have an idea that this could be coming their way, and...
He's sneaking into the trees.
Pichu off to the side. They're calling for it right now.
They know he's there. They're waiting for the play.
Oh, man. This is...
XXS is baiting. That's what it feels like for the relocate play.
If they know about this.
Whoop.
Slight.
Scouts
hits. And yeah, he's in some trouble now. Gotta run. Janyu. Pig pull.
Gets away.
Well, heads up call right there from
Love it.
whoever it was on LGD to not go for that bait.
As we said, I mean, these two teams have just insane understanding of how to play the map and how to kind of play versus each other and bait each other in scenarios. Now XWY is by himself down bottom.
Another slight comes out, and that signals, okay, he's in the area.
And he's actually going to join his buddies in mid.
Wanting to make use of this static storm.
They're going to hit some really fast timings on this AM. He already has Yasha and the Manta recipe. So yeah, Treads, Battle Fury Manta, and then he can probably just join all the fights with his team. Just being able to prevent, you know, those silences as we mentioned before, and the chains in particular from Ember Spirit.
For PA, gonna be that little bit behind, but still keeping pretty even, at least with the Pango, as they're going immediately. Monet went for the blur to try and get out the vision, not there, blown up. That is perfect for LGD.
And Shiro gets the last hit, so big gold going his way, and that's, yeah, soon the Manta. They will be brought back, though.
Oh, and gets out of there with the haste, just barely. They will kill off that Isle, but Nothing to Say. Rolls back in. Trying to make something happen right there. Janyu finds Boboka. They're Tries to get a little bit of separation there. XWY, they're not killing Bobica. He gets out, and now the Chakram, the second round, they kill off the Marcy.
What a halberd.
That was everything they needed and a bit more, and now Planet wants to pop that ultimate, wants to get out of harm's way, but it won't happen. So they find a couple key kills after losing their PA.
Beautiful halberd coming out from XXS. Playing with his buddy Baboka, I mean, they always cover each other perfectly. They've played together for, 7 years, right? So these guys just have perfect understanding of, but nothing to say they'll survive, right? So that's the one, I guess the one positive there for PSG LGD was able to trickle out of that static storm. But they do lose 3 heroes.
Still, getting that PA kill that you just saw and then allowing AM to keep the farm game going, this is a recipe for success right now for LGD, it feels like, in some ways at least. Another DD for nothing to say.
This AM has to be ahead in net worth in this game versus the PA. As we said, the counter matchup and stuff like that, so he can itemize, so he can always survive and not get dealt with just like straight counter matchup, of course, is Shiro. Manta's done, level 15. PA only level 12. PSG LGD have a great timing right now to be able to pressure map.
Yeah, and it's going to need to come down to those plays like we just saw, the Static Storm, to really try and find that control onto AM, wait for a Shiro overextension perhaps, or set up for him on a kill. But it's not easy, and XWY has been having a really good game on this Ember despite being not super high in terms of net worth. He's been able to really draw a lot of attention around for himself. And
Shiro with Manta's ready to fight.
They go right on in, but Static Storm down and now in trouble. Can they all in onto this anti-mage? Do they even want to try and do that? Still getting healed back up. Why You Smile keeps Shiro alive, and the Static Storm was not enough. With nobody else nearby, they could not make that kill happen, and
XWY,
he has to get out of here. Bobica shows up. That gives the extra mana a slight dodge. Remnant, no, he can't get out. XWY dies, but the jump in, XXS tries to turn. Not sure if this one's going to be enough here, as nothing to say, just gets out of there.
My God, I mean, PSG LGD, they're making this draft work. They're even it's like we said, all the buff ups for the AM. They use even the demonic cleanse on him too, so can't get chained during this duration. Has Pupil's Gift, so super tanky can just commit in. Yeah, this is actually working out. So the AM, they had this idea, and it's definitely coming to fruition for now.
3,000 gold ahead of Monet. And, huge. I mean, you think about the way that these fights want to work out. If you can control them, like we saw with that Static Storm, it's great, but you have to have either the Death Prophet Exorcism going or Monet there for the damage to be there, because it is way too big of a hero right now to kill off with them. And jump right at the start. Monet turns, wants to blow him up. This is a very tanky Marcy. Monet cannot take this fight. Has to get help or has to get away, but the Spose and tries to jump out. Marcy's still on the hunt here, but won't go for it. There wasn't a relocate available.
But putting pressure onto Monet, tons of it. They're slowing down this PA's farm significantly. AM is humongous. And the smoke? Aster, do still want to try to pick a fight with Static Storm here. LGD. Whoop.
Nothing to say. Will he get glimpsed? It looks like he will. Static. No, roll up.
Oh, baby.
All right, now LGD, they might be willing to go for more.
Oh, yeah. AM has a basher as well. Like 2 items ahead of the PA at the moment. Wow.
XWY, every time he steps forward, there's just a nice little salvo of Diffusal Blade onto him, draining that mana. Pango, one of these heroes, the panel talked about it, just feels so strong in this meta.
Yeah, so annoying to play versus an Ember Spirit for sure. When he's got this item, of course. Yeah, just that mana burn is very effective. And yeah, the roll-up, I mean, it's another thing now that Aster's probably not going to go for that play again unless they can catch him on the initial go. But a quick blink out, PSG LGD playing map perfect, 6K lead. The AM is working. Level 17 as well.
He is so incredibly farmed on Shiro.
Yep, and I just see Marcy constantly hiding in trees, waiting for a potential jump. As there's the reload gate, they glyph.
BKB, TP out, but the bash looks for it and finds it. Oh, Monet, it's just not your day. As Will get the jump to try and escape. They have full vision, and Shiro cleans up.
Potential Roche now.
They want to go in for that one. That was just a little bit of luck and a lot of anticipation. And now, nothing to say. Rolls through, finds him. right at the beginning. A good blinding light pushback, trying to bring down this Ember, and do they have enough damage? Yes.
Wow. And yeah, now they get the rush and a big kill out of it. Wow, I mean, this draft, it looks like it is going to be working out for them. They are slowing down the PA constantly. She's not looking to be able to get online in time. LGD, Zhao 8, the big brain.
I feel like I can just hear the panel in the green room right now. LGD.
They're like, yes, game 3!
Feel very good about it right now for this LGD lineup with a 9K gold lead and an anti-mage that's completely taken over. If you think back to last game, there was that sort of like slight lead that went on. There were moments where it felt like LGD was in control of the game, and then like 1 or 2 sort of misplays, not having buyback on Shiro. It did cost them that in some respect at least, but this feels like kind of a different level of, I don't know, lead that they're holding on to.
Yeah, and they're not playing like, I mean, they are kind of playing this 4 Protect 1, but it's, I mean, the AM is just absolutely enormous. So.
And there's no Doom.
No, and there is no Doom.
So, 7-9, but
he's about to have Abyssal. Holy moly.
We haven't seen Anti-Mage in so long.
Yeah, how does Ember Spirit play now at this point, right? Versus the Diffusal that was out, of course, for the Pango, versus this AM who can lock him down with Basher plus Abyssal. Game feeling pretty hard for Aster to find this space for Monet, because the other thing, too, is they're playing versus the IO, as we've seen multiple times, where it's like Monet trying to find space to farm, and then a relocate comes in. So map is closed off pretty massively here. At level 20, Shiro at 23 minutes on an AM.
And every time you look, it's that other item done. So the Abyssal Blade done. Wei is out of control.
774 GPM.
That's not bad. That's a pretty good one right there.
Pretty damn good.
Tier 2 tower gonna drop. Obviously no contention going on for this one at all with the Aegis on the AM. You're not gonna be killing her twice. Does go into the Butterfly next, which is an item that, I mean, you know, it feels like it's a great answer for the PA.
Yeah, then the PA is actually the one who has to go and itemize for MKB instead of the side of PSG LGD. This is a treat to watch.
Well, the rotation on in. Shiro spots. Yeah, Ember, and immediately drains the mana, but not quite enough. Okay, that's a start, but oh my god, that Death Prophet just gets obliterated. And Marcy is back online after a very frustrating laning stage, I'm sure. Jian Yu is having a much better time of it now.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna go game 3. Woo!
It's happening.
Shiro, I mean, he just jumps in.
Bobuka, they're ready. They are pissed off about how it went last time around and ready to walk high ground now and start taking down this tier 3 tower.
Glyph was already used to. They actually popped it right away when Shiro jumped in. Yeah, looks like LGD have completely decimated the map.
Yeah, at some points, it's just Anti-Mage becomes too strong, and having all these buffs, the overcharge, like we talked about, the sidekick, just doing way too much damage, and Aster don't have what it takes.
Yeah, definitely not. Like Monet just tickles.
Even if they find this big static storm right here, I don't think it's really going to matter all that much, and maybe can go for some type of a glimpse, can't get vision. Wouldn't have mattered anyways, I don't think.
Would have probably just stood his ground on the AM and been able to survive, and he has Aegis too, so yeah. So many defensive things. SD could have just disrupted, also cleansed. Yeah, probably would have actually gotten all of Aster killed if they did get the glimpse on the AM.
Jian Yu pushes out bottom now.
Their map is completely restricted on Aster. Look at Monet, he's farming a hard camp, but he's under vision immediately. And even the triangle area too. They're controlling, and they have a ward on it as well.
Are they going to be able to even leave their base again, even for those couple of little movements there? It feels pretty unlikely. Shiro pushes out that top lane, and now Monet again playing under vision, but it's you know, the blur will help at least a little bit with that.
He can't farm anywhere. Can't go bottom because there's a Marcy that'll jump and they'll get a relocate on. Can't go mid because he'll get jumped by the Pango. There's no space for him to farm. 830 GPM. Just watch this AM's items just continue to jump out. Butterfly's about to be finished too. Good God.
Shiro is a monster. I mean, this is when I think they've looked the best for LGD, when they've really enabled Shiro to get, like, be that be-all, end-all carry. I think back to the, like, Lina games, obviously, that hero no longer going to be able to be played by anybody, but you can see he's smiling, laughing, feeling very good about this situation.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was after Aster had a really successful laning phase, too, right? They're the ones who took the towers early on. They're the ones who were getting the PA free farm. seems that, yeah, LGD, they came with the strat, and the strat has been working beautifully. Shiro up to high ground, 20 seconds on Aegis, says hello.
It's a strat as old as time. Pick anti-mage and get the bash. And Monet, okay, gets healed back up. The BKB just trying to escape, seeing if they can take down this Marcy. Not looking like it's super likely, as that is a dead Death Prophet. Static Storm dropped down. Aegis about to expire, and does now expire. Okay, XWY trying to control on Shiro. Silence is there, but the disruption to keep him alive. XXS, but the blink back means that Shiro is going to be fine.
And he reflects the glimpse.
Just barely able to get out of harm's way.
It's an expensive fight for Aster, though, to just hang on here.
And will at least get one return kill after taking down the Marcy and the SD. It is going to be Why You Smile falling. So 3 go down as that high ground push came out.
The important heroes got out, though.
Yeah.
The AM with that nice little counterspell versus the glimpse. And with his buddies all bailing him out. They threw their lives for him. Raster, can they get anything out of this? Did they get how many Deso? Okay, 2 Deso stacks for Monet there, at least. So very small silver lining at the very least for Aster. But yeah, expensive, and they can't actually get their lanes out, and there's nothing really for them to acquire after this.
Yeah, a good move in to sort of save Monet's life there with Bobica, all those heals coming out in time, and then of course the timing on the Static Storm as that Aegis was just expiring. There was a moment where they maybe could have done something to Shiro, but as you said, being able to reflect that glimpse meant that there wasn't any real
right here.
play.
See the poor disruptor glimpses himself backwards, so really well played. The whole draft is about the AM, so Planet just like, yep, I'm gonna throw my life away. Who cares? It's all about saving Shiro. Speaking of Planet also, super farmed, so much space. Aghanims is about to be done, so he's gonna not only have the triple offensive purge, which is gonna break the PA, he's also gonna have the demonic cleanses to just make sure that Shiro can kind of do whatever the hell he pleases in the fight, dispelling all those silences and chains constantly.
Dude, SD is such a good pick this game, like against DP, Ember, and PA. You freaking love that ulti.
Yeah.
That is so nice for them. Man, LGD, what a draft. It looked super strange, but like it's coming together perfectly.
Yeah, everything has looked... After laning phase, everything's looked amazing. Yeah, nothing to say. 5-0 and 5. Like, yeah, everyone playing perfect. The only people who really died was like the Marcy and the supports.
Monet shows bottom for a moment, and the ward expiring as Disruptor checks for it. LGD, they might have caught sight of that kinetic field, and so they will back out together, it looks like. So no smoke connection for any kills or anything like that. And Planet sitting with a very interesting looking inventory there.
The dream.
Arcanes and some mags.
Yep. As Monet trying to build toward this MKB. Has level 18, so does have that max crit built in. But yeah, the fight's super difficult because who does he focus fire? If the AM isn't dealt with, the AM's going to kill everybody. So for Monet, it's like, I want to jump the backline. I want to jump the SD or the IO, but it just feels like he probably can't. They also have itemized to deal with him, as we've mentioned. You know, these Ghost Scepters. See the Ghost Scepter plus Glimmer on Why You Smile. Planet, after his Aghanims, has Ghost Scepter Q too. So many layers of being able to protect themselves. Aster trying to get some maybe surprise here onto LGD.
And nothing to say, does swash in, but immediately jumps out. And now a smoke from them as they will run in towards mid.
Okay, I mean, I guess they're just like, we need to try to contest Roche if they go for it by any means, or the game's just over.
Yeah.
Can barely kill, if anything, even kill AM once, definitely not twice.
And LGD's like, okay, well, nobody's home. It must be
wrap.
smoked up. And it feels like they now know where they're at. Yeah. Immediately get that D ward. And are they going to just try and take the fight to him? XXS
Shiro's
on the low ground pops it. Okay. Keeping him under control and immediately bashed, brought down low, but gets the remnant out. Not a terrible way to start the fight. That one is kind of rough. Gets the Ogre Seal to get away, but Shiro with that BKB is there for the chase down. XWY, they won't be able to get in range to catch him, but they will get this Disruptor, who has no escape.
Felt like a kind of desperate play from Master to look for something there. The AM. Shiro, like we said, no fear at all in the world, just jumps into everybody. Also still, I believe, hung on to the illusion in the bottle. So was ready to be able to fight with that too. Another Dispel, of course. My God, 844 GPM, staying consistent.
Keeps farming, keeps fighting, finding those pickoffs that they need, and Well, every time you look, it's more and more damage, and Aster, no way in the world to deal with this hero. Staggers get thrown back the other direction.
It actually reflected Mindbreaker back.
Oh, nice.
It's actually pretty funny. He got silenced for a second. Rax being
Through
brought
back
down.
door.
And Roche next on the horizon.
Man.
Alrighty.
Clean play, and looking like we're definitely heading for that game number 3, barring some type of horrific display. It would take a lot at this stage.
Yep. Shiro laughing it up.
0%.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. MKB soon for Monet, but yeah, like we said, so many layers of how the hell does he target heroes. Shiro now Aegis 2 or 3 items ahead of him.
So has that Aghanim shard. See where he decides to pass it off to, but you can just watch these SD charges get thrown out in the next fight as they get set up to finish this one off.
Yep, one more fight.
Shiro walks up, spots, hey, Monet's there, jumps right on top of the DP, and a BKB comes out, but you can see LGD doing what damage they can. They actually overcharge onto the Marcy now, finding themselves Monet. He gets a little bit of separation, XXS there, and they do kill off one of these saving supports, but with nothing to say, rolling back and forth. Monet did not stand a chance. They kill off the Marcy, but everybody else starts to die, and GG is going to be called. Woo! LGD force game 3.
Yes, I mean, yeah, we're all blessed. I mean, everybody's blessed. Viewers, us, etc. Yeah, phenomenal. I mean, I had a little bit of doubts and reservations about the AM, but I was completely wrong about it, and it works beautifully. They made so much space, pressured the map. Monet had nowhere to farm, relocates every time he tries to show up in a lane, etc. Yeah, beautiful stuff.
Really, really impressive. I will say it always hurts me a little bit inside to see an anti-mage win. Just like it's a reflexive thing. I can't control it. I'm sorry. LGD is nothing personal. They don't care. But regardless, it is going to be one of those moments that you kind of have to keep it in the back pocket, right? You looked at the draft from Aster, not a ton of like great control, particularly out of the supports, and they took full advantage of that.
Yep. Absolutely. Even though they had like that big, that laning kind of advantage, the PA wasn't ever ahead of the AM by any means. They babysat, but Boca was like, oh god, I just need to kind of jungle to farm as this Kato, which felt effective for them. But quickly we saw that the game, there was no hope really for Aster as LGD. Yeah, beautiful game plan, and yeah, like I said, blessed. Now we get game 3.
Absolutely blessed. Game number 3 between the top 2 teams in the region. And I think that the other sort of dynamic that you want to think about here is for whoever wins this one, it's not like definitely guaranteed at all what their spot's going to be going in for those DPC points, but it's a huge win for them to, add more regions on or more slots for the region. So we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break down all the implications and what they hope to see in game number 3 right now.
LGD bounced back beautifully here in game number 2, and we saw the AM. We saw it pick up a win for itself, and it looked great. I would say the AM, the Pengo, they did fantastic lanes out of it. The Marcy, though, left a little bit of a question mark, had a really rough landing phase, Kazu.
He didn't do well, but that's also on the other side. That has to be worrying for Aster when he has this bad of a lane, and I still feel like he had quite a bit of impact. Of course, he will buff the AM. He played the map beautifully with the IO. Came back into the game, so I think going into the next game, even though he didn't do much, I think this hero needs to be on the back of your mind.
Is this one of those situations in which the offlaner is pressured so hard that the rest of the map is neglected? It wasn't, right? Because it's not like they brought in multiple heroes or anything like that. It was basically Disruptor and PA just taking him down. Yeah. So, yeah, peculiar. But overall, I thought this game was over 10 minutes in after crushing the Marcy that hard. Because I didn't understand LGD and what they wanted to do with their draft, I thought, okay, I know how this matchup works. Usually if PA has the same amount of farm or if she's a little bit faster, she comes online a little bit faster and the AM just loses these mid-game fights. But they just kept on picking Monet off. Like, that was really nicely done by them. All these small little ganks and kills on the PA, like with utilizing relocate to slow him down and kill him off. Like, really nicely done.
Yeah, I think when you leave laning phase, the anti-mage always had an advantage on the PA. So even if Marcy's having a bad time, anti-mage was 500, 1,000 gold ahead, and he was able to get his battle through earlier. So the entire game, it felt like PA was chasing the anti-mage rather than being a contender with the anti-mage, and that's where the games don't go as easy as Aster maybe expected. I think, sure, their lanes aren't too strong into them. I think this anti-mage lane into Death Prophet, anti-mage will always thrive, but for Aster, it's like this PA, you could have maybe found a way to keep online, but the speed that PSG plays the map we also didn't really see too much in like the Pango Diffusal Blade early on. Just getting those swashbuckles on, it gave Anti-Mage a bit more confidence to join the early fights because like Pango's burning mana. I don't really need to be there to burn the mana, but I can throw out a mana void. I can join the fight. So they just played super high tempo. Everyone enabled Anti-Mage, be it the Marcy, SD, the IO. It was a really fun draft, and we never got to see PA come online because there was no map for him to farm.
Is there a way that the 4 other heroes, Kezu, could have been able to make this space for the PA? Is there a way that they could have worked as a 4 to try and slow down the LGD tempo?
Honestly, I feel like it's hard at some point where LGD, they move the heroes properly together. You have the Pango playing with the IO, always helping him around the map, because eventually Aster, I think they run into a little bit of a damage problem at some point when, sure, you have some Ember who's getting Chakra, but I feel like it kind of stops there. Shiro has some flawless game, 10-0, top of the network whole game, having like 4 buffs with him.
But look at this kill participation, 95%. All right, guys, if you are going to be playing Anti-Mage in your pubs, don't only look at the jungle, look at the lane as well, look at the kills. This is what you're meant to do if you pick Anti-Mage.
Or just don't look at Anti-Mage, please, if you're playing my pubs.
Yeah, that's a good point, true. Yeah, you're not a pro team.
It does help that he had IO, but I agree with you.
Yep.
People, I think, I'm Anti-Mage, I farm 40 minutes. Oh, we lost.
Oh, what a shame, but opposite from Shiro.
Yeah.
In hindsight, I guess Ember couldn't allow himself to make too many mistakes. He didn't make too many, a couple on the mid lane, and they just lost that momentum because they popped the Exorcism together with the Ember. Ember dies, you don't take a tower. It slows you down. It slows your momentum down, and Anti-Mage is taking that time to finalize his Battle Fury and his items.
It was very impressive just how active LGD were, especially because everyone in the back of their minds has this connotation that AM is like, you need to farm and you need to farm and you need to farm. And I guess that's where the benefit of having an IO to help you sustain yourself in lane really comes in too.
Yeah, it's the lane and pause the lane, because if you have an IO, you can easily connect on the Anti-Mage. If he chases someone, or if there's a fight, let's say a Shadow Demon catches, and you're around the Anti-Mage, you can relocate in. IO and AM aren't really a popular pairing because IO doesn't enable him as much as he enables some other heroes. As AM, you want to be blinking very often, and as IO, you want to be tethered constantly. So it kind of doesn't work in a way that you're going together and sweeping an area, but they made it look really damn decent.
Yeah, I just like the fact that they picked Anti-Mage into a lane that he will always find his Battle Fury. Like, I don't see a scenario where this Anti-Mage isn't able to leave lane with some 30-minute Battle Fury and having a comfortable farming game. Of course, the fights can be awkward depending on how the PA and other heroes do, but I like that they picked the hero confidence because DP is such a popular hero. Now, what happens in the future if teams start thinking about, if we pick int heroes plus a DP off lane, where does our pressure come in? Anti-Mage is a forgotten hero, but if you pick it in this position, it can just be disastrous. So I love the fact that PSG, Xiaowei, they have this kind of thought about it. And they've been banning out in other series as well. They've been thinking about Anti-Mage throughout this entire DPC, but this is the first time they've had like the confidence to actually pick it and put it into the game.
They just see the hero, the games a little bit differently. It is very nice, refreshing. That's why this series has been so enjoyable. And it also is the reason why we are going to a game number 3 between LGD and Aster after this break. Welcome back. We have game number 3 between LGD and Asta.
Damn.
We have
Called
been
it.
blessed. The draft is already underway. Yeah, it's going to come straight up here. And one of the questions I was going to ask you guys was about the Marcy, if it needed to go back into the first phase ban, but we already have our answers. Asta had first pick. They went with Rubik and LGD. You called it, T. You said
on stream,
Marcy,
though. What can you
Pango.
do?
I
What
mean,
can you do?
all 3 of us heard it, so we
That's
can vouch
true.
for it.
Yep.
In before you gaslight me and say I didn't. But thank
never-
God you didn't.
Like you
Woo!
gaslit me.
Anyway, moving on. So, no, I think for PSG at least in that previous game, we mentioned already that Marcy against the ranged heroes or ranged carries is always reliable. Even if Marcy has a bad game, she just needs levels and BKB, and she'll provide something in the team. Sure, you sacrifice auras, but other people will need to step up and provide some level of enabling. And I think at least with the Pangolier, we've seen it across all the regions. It's too damn reliable in creating the chaos, stemming the early aggression, securing your late game. So yeah, I think this is a really good opening for PSG to fight up against what Asta has been doing in the DPC so far.
I kind of like the response with the mag. So we've talked about how Marcy makes it harder for range heroes to play, which I think makes you lean more towards melee heroes already. Magnus enables that to like kind of speed it up, because I think last game you could see it took too long. So I think they're taking a book out of, and page out of LGD's book where you help your carry a bit. So I think kind of checks out. Can be good against Pango too. RP him, get all the physical damage in. Good answer to both heroes.
How are you feeling about it? Lizard, you're the only person that hasn't given input so far.
We do
They're,
need
they're
another
the
turkey.
smart ones. I took my glasses off.
Can't see
No,
anything.
an analogy,
I
yeah.
can't
We've got an
see
analogy for
anything.
game number 3.
An analogy.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Maybe at the end of the draft. Not
I like that.
Ooh, that's
Okay.
nice. Do you want my
He's putting it in
tablet
the back pocket.
to,
He's waiting
to
for
Google
it.
something
to
up
Google
real fast.
some fallacies?
Yeah, like they picked up Magnus very fast though for Aster. That's for me very peculiar. Like in the first stage, we don't really see it that often. Usually it's a little bit later on in the second, like we see Magnus plus I don't know Ursa or something that he enables. We saw yesterday, who was it, like JT owning on the hero, and he said that it's one of his, if not currently his favorite offlane to play. It allows you to adjust to the game. I guess if you're picking it this early, you know that Magnus can be played in many different ways when it comes to the item build. So it's not like too flexible when it comes to the laning, where you're gonna lane him. Most likely you want him on the offlane, but item builds are so.
Yeah. So what he brings to the team and how you build the rest of the team around him. And LGD, pardon me, go for the edge.
Yeah, we normally PSG have been picking their supports a little bit later, but we saw it get banned out in the previous game. This time around, though, it really just leans into what they're trying to do. There's an Eye been banned out. What's kind of an accelerant enabler is also Ench. You secure the lane, you make a lot of things happen on the map, so you secure farm for your carry to play behind it. We've seen these builds where you don't even go for your impetus, you just go for enchant and heal, and you just absorb everything. I think I love seeing supports that can actually face check high grounds and just face check fights. Because Magnus, he needs to have the vision, and if he only sees an Ench, it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable.
Especially if she's hitting you, you can't even blink behind. You know, she comes uphill, starts hitting you. You're like, I don't want to touch Ench. I can't. Even if I wanted to, I can't really kill you. You're annoying. Can you just move away? Step aside, please.
Also secures that potential like Spectre and stuff down the line. Ench is such a strong position 5 that you can go as greedy as you want with your carry, because Ench alone can just win lanes. And Asta needs to be careful here. Like in this position before, they've done, let's say, Tree Drow, for example. But doing that now into an open pick of PSG with not many cores banned out in the second phase could be a bit scarier. But for Asta, they often have picked it with confidence anyways.
What happened to Sniper, guys? Where did he go?
Yeah, I think he got assassinated, sorry.
Where is our poor boy?
I think how LGD play, there's too much, I think, running on you and getting on top of you. I think it can work, but I think now with the mag and playing into the Marcy, playing into the Pango.
Like overall.
Overall.
Yeah.
I think it's just like when you
flavor
come,
too.
Yeah, I was gonna say when it comes to like range carries, Lena's obviously the best, and then Dro, she can at least hold herself a little bit. But Sniper, as soon as you jump on him, it's just like you feel so useless. There's like next to nothing you can do.
Yeah, I guess the reasoning before why he was picked is you buy a pike, you have a shard, and then what you said, like you can jump him, but he gets away, disarms you, then pikes away. But teams just started forgetting about him, I guess, with the Drow, with the Lina, with the Prophet.
Are you about to level up and put some glasses on or something mid-draft?
No.
Okay, I was like, damn, I thought you had to go, and they will pick this hero.
Yeah, and he's like,
we have too
a
many big brains
Dragon
here.
Knight.
I really like this SD pick a lot. I think it's so. First of all, it's going to be a bit preventative against the carry, because a lot of carries hate Shadow Demon, Break, being purged. It will also permanently take off the Empower that Magnus gives to you in the fight, because you purge it off, so that's very nice. Another layer of save. It's also good against the Treant armor. We've seen it from Tundra also against Treant defensively, because you can buy the shard for your allies. You will take away the, what's it called? Fire Breath, Dragonite spell, and the root.
Breathe Fire.
Yeah. So
we have the
very
spells
nice
for Team Master and the spells for LGD on LGD side. Like you can dispel them, purge them, dispel yourself as well.
Very, very good pick.
Yeah.
Dude, both teams need some like big old carry right now. I mean, like some beefy boy. I still think Spectre for PSG.
Did you see Skitter?
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe that's the case here as well. You get Dragonite with armor, you level him up with some more living armor, then you give him an Empower. You buy Aghanims, you fly around in dragon form. It is a little scary because of Shadow Demon though. Disruption. You get those illusions as well on your side. So
I'd like to see Aster just put the DK mid, just because it's like Pango wants to make things happen on the map. You just hit his tower. You force Pango to think more about mid lane and the rest of the map. And you can still play through those itemization choices. You just need to go Blink, back for the Midas, then BKB, and then you can pivot for the other items down the line. Aster ban out the Spectre, great ban.
So they most likely want something ranged. I was thinking maybe DK safe lane and puck mid. Then you play into the Pango like that. But
Sure, you could.
I think you need a melee carry.
There you go, Bloodseeker.
Okay.
Finally, I was going to say,
Aster.
Pango keeps getting picked up. Bloodseeker not getting banned. Maybe see it punished now in game number 3.
I called for it a game before, but I didn't get it.
Every other game. Game 1 and 2, you called for it, you didn't get it.
They have so much reserve time. This is the longest reserve time I've seen on our last pick, because it's full.
They're just going to be able to. They can talk about anything. They probably even know the hero now. They can spend 2 minutes just talking about the game at this point. That is an unhealthy amount of reserve
Strategy time.
Yeah. So again, you just feel for this pick at least for PSG, they need to respect the fact that there's going to be some ruptures into some skewers away. SD needs to be positioned well. So you kind of want to carry. I don't know. I just love how the first 3 heroes or 4 heroes enable this carry to be anything.
Yep.
There's so many saves that.
I just love this meta of the draft as well. It's one of those, the further you go into the sea, the deeper it gets. It's like that as well. We arrived to the 3rd game and teams are definitely like very well aware of what each other can pick. Like there's Bloodseeker as well. I'm sure PSG LGD anticipated it.
I mean,
go with the Life
I was
Stealer.
going to say, you'd hope they anticipated it. They respond with the Life Stealer here. They don't use all of their reserve time.
No, yeah. So Lifestealer, in theory here, it's someone that Magnus, of course you would love to be able to RP, but he can always rage the initiation off. He can stand his ground if he gets ruptured. And if he does ever get caught off guard, like we mentioned, there's already a lot of layers to PSG's lineup. I don't think you need your carry to be the biggest damage dealer in this game, because the Marcy will always scale into that at some point through levels.
They have like 3 brawlers, right?
Yep.
The Pango, the Marcy.
Lizzie, you're going to start thinking about your analogy.
I just did it with the sea and the deeper. You didn't catch it.
No.
It's
I
good
want
enough.
I want one that's literally about the drafts only. Okay,
God.
you got to think about it. And Gezu, I don't even thinking hard about these 2 drafts. Where are you sitting with it? You got your game number 3. You already got your wish. Now, what's your final wish?
It's actually a very tough one. I
Yeah.
think I like the Life Stealer and the LGD's draft. I think something that either was going to go in to make Pango's life harder, or something that helps your teammates against the Rupture is good.
Yep.
Did you just kill the platypus?
No, he just wanted to go into new
Dive,
pastures.
yeah, I get
Into the deep sea.
Yeah, he wanted to dive into this game.
I like LGD's draft. I think they have a lot of saves into this Rupture with the SD and the defensive infest and the sidekick. I'll go with them.
I'm trying to find something relevant to the draft, but I can't. Okay. Maybe in the post-draft.
Maybe
when it comes to the
interviews,
sayings, during the interviews.
Chinese Magnus against position 1 and 3 that are melee. Could be pretty hype. Game's going to be close. We're at game 3. Hopefully PSG wins again, so we get to see the same best of 3 happen tomorrow in our tiebreakers. There you go. That's all I'm
I was
saying.
going to say, it's not probably going to be hype. It is going to be hype. It's game number 3 between Aster and LGD, and our casters are Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Nat. I'm looking at the wide shot of like the platypus on the ground, and I'm just like, it's like, your parents say your dog went away to a farm, and it's just like, yeah, anyways, we'll move on. We got a great game. It's going to be lovely.
It's almost, it's not, obviously by no means it's like identical, but a lot of similar picks coming out from PSG LGD. Aster going for something kind of completely different, more of these counter picks again. They did counter pick the AM with the PA, it didn't work. This time they're going to counter pick the Pango with the Bloodseeker. Let's see if that's going to end up working when he's buffed up with Empower. But I mean, Shadow Demon just seems to be like such an incredible hero at this point. Like we saw it, of course, from Tundra, how they're making work. We saw last game how much Planet was able to do, and I mean, this could be another one of those games where if he gets an Ags on this SD, what the hell are they gonna do, right? You purge Bloodseeker, he's done. DK's done as well. You have the defensive Dispel that's gonna come from the Shard versus Overgrowth and stuff like that too. I don't know. This one looks crazy.
Yeah, those
LGD seems to have the answers.
Those double breaks feel so rough against those two heroes in particular. And then, like you kind of talked about and alluded to, Shiro playing on this Lifestealer. I mean, this is a hero that in games where it's like a perfect game for it looks amazing and just looks like the be-all end-all, that anti-carry. And this could be one of those games. You know, he is up against two big strength heroes that, you know, hate to sort of go toe-to-toe with them. I'm really curious if it works out.
Yeah, same. I mean, it's definitely like that. Because now it's like, okay, Bloodseeker, you're rupturing Pango, right?
Yeah.
But then Lifestealer is like, nice. I got all the potential to be able to move around freely inside these fights besides the RP. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. They've got, of course, they've got Overgrowth and stuff like that and the RP to lock him down in place like that. But as we said, you know, there's a lot of defensive capabilities. There's Sidekick. Yeah, we're in for a treat.
You know, I think that the other big dynamic with these teams that we've seen is each game, game number one sort of went the distance with this like passive farming type of dynamic. And in game number two, LGD was like, all right, screw that. We're just going to hit this like insane timing with the anti-mage and just win the game at that point. And effectively they did at like 20-ish minutes or whatever it was. This time, do you think that LGD are going to be looking for a similar pace to game number two, or is it going to be more back to that like farming, let's get our items, and late game we're going to be able to take a stranglehold on it?
I feel like this one's going to be a little bit more like trading cooldowns and fighting like we got to see the first game. I think the second game was just this, you know, Shiro becoming a monster on AM and taking over the game, like you said, at 20 minutes. It felt very limited for what Aster can do. So yeah, it's going to be a fun one. I think this one's going to be a lot more farming, which for some people can be boring, but we get to see the beautiful macro plays from these teams, which I think is the highlight, at least for me, in this series.
Well, and we did see in that game, it ended up being Aster that came out on top, you know, playing what I felt like at various points there were some moments where they were getting outplayed by LGD, but there were a couple of those pivotal engagements where, you know, Aster were able to come out a little bit on top, and then of course Shiro not having buyback on that Faceless Void obviously made up for it more than a bit in game number two playing on that anti-mage. But we're taking a look at these lanes, and you can see the Lifestealer doing very, very well. DK giving some punishment to that mid lane.
Yeah, DK able to just free farm in this lane, no pressure whatsoever. I remember when we saw the DK versus Pango, I think one of the other days, and he killed him at level 1.
Yeah,
that
was crazy.
We were like, what the hell happened? He killed him literally with stuns and auto attacks, which was pretty insane. But yeah, I mean, that's not going to be the case here. But XWI is going to dominate this matchup. But he did the same last time. This is Ember Spirit. As bottom, they get the big pullback onto Why You Smile.
Making sure that that Bloodseeker is fully topped off on movement speed and everything else up on the top side of the map. So yeah, OGD gonna need to get some help there, making sure that they don't drop down too low and make that lane rough for Marcy, who is having a pretty good time too. You can see 5 denies on the Marcy already, not bad at all.
Yeah, I would say still for Aster though, 2 pretty dominant lanes, and on the other side, I don't think they're gonna be able to they're never gonna be able to really kill the Rubik or the Magus, unless Baboka just gets completely out of position. So XXS should be able to just farm nicely down here, but Shiro will get free farm.
Okay.
As this Lifestealer. So one lane that's going to go really, really nice for LGD, but 2.5 for Aster that look great.
And then we'll see what they want to do around that. I mean, DK not really known for those big 6-minute rotations, but could start to try and put some punishment onto these towers, particularly if Pango leaves.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the idea of the pick, where he does excellent in the lane phase, and then yeah, Pango when he moves, your tower is just in jeopardy every single time. So we'll see how they respond to it. I've seen Why You Smile do some incredibly impressive stuff as his Enchantress, where he's actually the one just pressuring towers so early on with the enchant. I think that's probably going to be what we see from him, because he can also move a lot, right? As this Enchantress down bottom, get the last hit there. Actually, Why You Smile gets it with the Ghost. Cool. He can actually move around a lot in this Ench because, Shiro's a Lifestealer versus a Magnus. He can just stand his ground and just hit the Magnus all the time.
Yeah, keep him back if you can. And you can see they're also trying to send that Ghost in for some extra bits of harassment as Planet facing off against the tree down here, trying to cut the trees down too. the hero that we talked about is sort of his job in the laning stage and everything else, but the DK is one of the ones to me also this tour for DPC that has kind of looked the most different at various points. They'll dodge the blood right there. There's a lot of different ways that you can play with it. We've seen, I think just the other day, there was like a Blink into Ags build from a DK, but also Blink BKB, sometimes a Midas. Like, there's so many different ways that XWY can go, and I feel like that's going to dictate kind of the tempo that Aster play at.
Yeah, how much is he going to be able to scale? I mean, that one was a Skeeter.
Right.
Skitter playing it, of course, going for that Ags and just playing like a carry style versus the Naga Siren. This one, he does have Empower, so he could get to the potential of getting this type of scaling, but does have to always be careful. He's playing versus Lifestealer, right? So there's always going to be that kind of front. But right now, yeah, looking very good for the side of Aster on the 3 lanes, but either way, it is still PSG LGD leading the net worth slightly.
Just made up for a little bit by that Enchantress. Still no first blood here at 5 minutes in, as XWY has a couple creeps coming into him under the tower there. And YU Smile has himself another creep. So gonna hurl some boulders back this direction and try and bully the side of Aster as much as possible.
Shiro free farming.
Yeah, Lifestealer off to a really good start as XWY mid will pop that first DK form with the catapult coming in. Nothing to say. Gonna have to try and stop this pressure.
Those levels really matter. This type of early start. That is a crazy cosmetic. That almost looks like the level 18.
Yeah. It looks like Winter Wyvern kind of.
Yeah.
Oh my god, stun.
I've never seen that one. As nothing to say.
He's in trouble. Doesn't have Swashbuckle, and look at that.
He's dead.
Oh, it's actually Pichu that moves in and gets the first blood of all heroes. And now with the disruption, okay, Aster, this is a pretty freaking good move from them.
This is beautiful. I mean, this DK pick, it's working out amazing. We are seeing the rotation from YU Smile.
Okay, now he's in some trouble. Hurl one boulder, has a second one to hurl, has some more right clicks. The tree armor trying to keep him alive, but the stacks of the shadow poison, it's not going to be enough.
No, he's fine. Playing around this DK, shutting down nothing to say. And how much damage did they get? Not the most damage on the tower. The catapult actually did not end up aggroing up, so PSG LGD, the double support rotation is going to be that answer to try to at least stop some of that push.
Very, very well done. I mean, because that's the type of thing where if you get that catapult pushing in with the DK form going, it'll just die so quickly. And even as it is, it's going to get some probably decent damage onto the onto the tower here.
Yeah, I love that they do this, because as we were mentioning, Lifestealer, he can be left alone on an island when he's playing versus the Magnus, until that level 6 comes out in particular. And the Marcy always has a way to get away from Bloodseeker and Tree now at this point. He's got this, the rebound that can just jump away from the blood, right? So really good moves from PSG LGD to react, but will, of course, give up that first blood.
Double hums of Iron Will on this team. You don't often see it, but
cool.
I think there's going to be 2 armlets.
Yep, does look like it. We've seen that build so many times now from these off-lane Marcies, and I think Lifestealer, you have to go this build, like 99% of games.
Yeah, of course. And, well, the rotation in from YU Smile made sure that the tower did not go down. A second rotation here could be looking to do some actual damage to XWY as they'll get the disruption and now the roll. So we'll have that effect placed over onto him too from his own dragon form. And well, just like that, he's dead. What a great rotation from LGD.
And I love the skill build from Planet. He even takes 1 extra point here. He takes the Disseminate. Not something you always see. The last game, he didn't actually opt for it, but wanting that little bit of extra damage versus a DK. And now they get the push going themselves. PSG LGD coming out with some very clean answers.
I mean, that was perfect, right? Because they did the exact timing, and he immediately popped Dragon Form again and then just dies. Like, recognizing the timings of when they're going. LGD, after a frustrating game number 1 for them, have really pulled together a solid 2 drafts, and I think they're in a good spot right now.
Absolutely. Does feel like it. Zhao 8, the big brain. This last pick, Lifestealer. All 3 cores having ways to kind of escape in a way, right?
Yeah.
Lifestealer can just kind of rage and walk away. Marcy, as we mentioned, the rebound to get out. So self-sufficient laners that the supports can just freely move around with. So we are seeing that SD and Enchantress kind of move wherever they want to, wherever they see the next play coming from Aster.
Well, YU Smile, secured bottom, secured mid. There's one more place for him to go, and already the Bloodseeker's like, I don't want any of that mess. Monet's out of here.
Yeah. Having the jungle already here on Bloodseeker and the DK, I mean, this is impressive, really, from PSG LGD.
The Shadow Demon also, because the Enchantress can move around, this is freeing up Planet to go stack Ancients. So that is a double, triple stack for both of them, which is going to be a huge win. I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take it super easily with their heroes. Unless they go, I mean, you're not going to see a Battle Fury build at either of these two, I don't think.
No.
So yeah, it's just going to be nothing to say. He tries to take it himself.
Cool. I mean, the regen is probably the best rune he could have found for this.
Yeah.
He's going to just be able to stay full health and just keep spamming it down. Yeah, it's very ideal.
Man, that is so lucky for him. Holy moly.
Like literally any other rune would not have done this fine. He wouldn't be able to. Yeah, this is pretty sick.
He's just got to keep taking damage right now. It's going to run out anyway, so doesn't need to.
Either way, got it very... I mean, he's pretty much finished it off, so... Great, efficient plays. Shiro, just chilling bottom. Armlet Deso, queued up. Looks like he's going to have a free game.
And up top, they find their man, Monet, right there.
Whoops.
Goes for the Rupture. And, well, Marcy, no way out of that one. So a little bit exuberant.
A little bit of an overextension, but also an over-rotation coming out from Aster. XXS comes top, but he's not needed up there for that kill. Now they'll send Monet bottom, but he can't even stand toe-to-toe versus Shiro at the moment. Level 8 on this Lifestealer.
Queues up that Deso after just finishing that armlet at 10 minutes.
I think you just go the normal build on Lifestealer. Your usual like Deso, AC kind of stuff.
I'm looking at this timing though, and that is... I don't know how they're going to deal with this.
I don't know either.
This is looking really scary. If Marcy gets into like armlet BKB without being hampered, I think this is going to be really hard for Aster to contend with.
Yeah, it's like we said, there's too many targets for them to focus on with the Rupture. Because if you Rupture one of them, if you Rupture Pango, the other two are going to be able to freely run around. And as you mentioned before, the SD, we've seen that response a lot. We saw that response from Tundra. That's kind of the counter, it feels like, to Treant Protector. Because the offensive Dispel versus the Armor versus the Empower as well from the Magnus. And then the defensive Cleanse versus the Overgrowth that's going to be coming out too. So, yeah, PSG LGD have themselves a very, very good opening into this mid-game.
All right. Shiro takes a couple tower shots while Tree Armor is being placed on the tower down bottom. Monet will clean up this creep wave. And then back to the jungle for the Lifestealer. As nothing to say, trying to finish off a Diffusal Blade. I mean, the one thing that I think does give Aster a little bit of a better time is going to be this XXS Magnus. The hero he originally gained prominence on, and with the mech done, he can now go back for that Blink Dagger, and then maybe you can, you know, somebody's Rupture, just skew him around to death.
For sure. And he's just constantly throwing the Empower onto Monet so that he can keep up and farm at least, but yeah, so far, PSG LGD. Looks like a really good game plan for them. And now giving levels, so they're distributing farm, nothing to say, continues to just farm these Ancients, while the SD takes the mid lane to finish up Arcane Boots, and Shiro does whatever the hell he wants bottom.
Why you smile, resummons skeletons and sends them at the tower. So the rally coming into effect.
It's taking a ton of, they gotta kill this creep.
Yeah, this is gonna drop rather rapidly, and very low HP on that tower, but does keep it alive just barely.
Yeah, they'll be able to just tree armor it. But I think they might, I mean, the next round of creeps are gonna come, and eventually, yeah, it's probably gonna get brought down pretty soon. I imagine he's gonna go back down there. So Blink Dagger is now finished. Aster feels like they gotta start making some moves. This game state does not feel good for them.
Pango is being revealed on those Ancients with the Thirst. And Shiro jumps inside his creep, runs away.
No funny business.
But look at the Wild Wing at that bottom tower.
He's taking it. He's doing it.
Can they get there in time?
It's dead. One more hit. Oh, maybe some couriers too. Wild Wing.
Up a little higher there.
It'll finish the tower though.
Okay. Sneaky.
Very. I mean, him. Innocence. Why you smile? He is just. I mean,
oh my god.
Is he gonna kill two?
He's killing.
Oh my god.
Okay.
This man's Enchantress is just too good.
That is silly.
He's secured the bottom lane. He ganked the mid lane. He went to the top lane. He takes the tower. Is he gonna get another? Oh my god.
Dude, this freaking Wild Wing over here.
He used the Hurricane on itself to get the second hit on it. He literally gets 3 couriers and a tower. Look at the gold lead. Like, they just have a 2K gold lead now because of all this.
All right, that Enchantress is crazy.
That was amazing. And now he's smoking up his Marcy. The whole team on PSG LGD is ready to fight.
This is going to be a big window for them here. And, I mean, they're going to run into the tree as they head up to this high ground. Smoke is going to break. They spot him. Hello, hello. Overgrowth out. Can they do anything? Monet is there. Does have Rupture, but doesn't look like he wants to fight yet. XXS with no blink. 500 gold away from it. They can't really run into this. And now Shadow Demon ulti, so he can't even get his blink off. XWY in trouble. XXS looks for a skewer, looks for anything, but it's just going to be to try and get away.
They might still go down.
Sure. Yeah, nothing to say is in some trouble here. Has to stand his ground. Monet very low, but nothing to say lives. Unreal.
All right, maybe we are going to have a repeat of the second game. My God, LGD. So good at the way that they play the map. I mean, this is insane the way they've played this lanes. And now they're going to even go into the enemy, still stay in the enemy triangle, take away the farm. And this is almost a Deso finished up on Lifestealer. Holy crap.
The timings.
That was the blink reveal of the DK, by the way. And he almost just dies immediately when he tries to go for anything. Having to fully... I mean, everything was used defensively.
It's been a really rough couple of minutes here for Aster.
Yep.
I mean, since the courier slaughter of 14 minutes, they've never been the same.
No. And now look at the wards too, right? They didn't get to block the Ancients here, but they blocked the hard camp with the Sentry. So preventative measures versus this Magnus and Power and versus the Bloodseeker farming. And yeah, Shiro, the Deso's done. They're starting to take towers at a much easier rate than we are seeing Aster able to.
They're bringing everybody, but I don't know if they can do anything here. They do have that stun from XWY. Jumps for Shiro, gets him there. Where's the save? Gets the rage off, gets the back away, the armlet. He's fine. And now Aster, I mean, they're going to get a skewer back on an illusion, but XXS, he's in trouble.
They're in.
They got him caught. They got him controlled, but the root, okay. Stolen shield crash, that's not that great, but a big blood right comes out, and that is going to be 2 dead. Monet running very quick and gonna run down. Nothing to say here too. Does he manage to escape from this one? The swash to get away does slow him down, but they've got vision, so nothing to say. He's gonna get ran down.
Nicely done. All right, slight overextension. Shiro goes. I thought Shiro was just gonna completely bail out of the fight, but his team must have said, let's go, as losing all 3 cores there. Aster, they hit back. These teams are just so good at knowing when to fight.
I mean, showing some of the scariness too of these armlet builds against Bloodseeker, right? Like he's just going to be running around so fast on Monet, and now
Baboka,
why you smile? They're on him, and he is going to drop. Wow!
All right, back to even.
Just like that. Wow. I mean, the tower damage is still a problem, though. I guess that they took mid tower on Aster as well, though. So yeah, only 1 tower advantage into the favor of LGD.
These teams just know exactly how to play around everything. Even when they didn't have RP there, that's a remarkable fight there for Aster to be able to gain back their side of the map and keep their Ancients and Triangle kind of protected here. PSG gets shaken up.
It's true, and that's without that Blink Dagger yet done on XXS. He has it now.
Now he does, yeah.
And if they can sort of take the fight that effectively against LGD at that point, could be something to watch out for.
It looks like LGD looking to continue try to fight here. Taking away actually the... Wow, that was like a quad stack. Nothing to say, able to take it. And now going into Roche. There's everything up for Aster though.
Yeah, not Observer Ward scouted all of this, so Aster are going to be aware.
Why you smile still just hitting? He went back in to hit, his whole team bailed away, so looks like they are not going to go for it versus every single one of the ults.
A little bit too scary to do that. Shiro also is going straight afterwards into the shard.
Okay, cool.
So haven't seen open wounds yet, obviously. Needs to get that one done there. Kind of nice to pair together with Marcy.
With Marcy and with Pango. Like, there's going to be a crazy amount of sustain and heal. Cool stuff. Monet getting annoyed here by this Centaur. Chasing it out because it's trying to block his Ancients. It won't be able to get the block. Why Innocence just, or Why You Smile continues to just do his micro stuff with his Enchantress.
Yeah. WY will be building into the BKB next.
Yeah. Needs it to deal with that Marcy and Pango in particular.
Right. But to be honest, it's also going to be a while before he feels really comfortable. I think if Lifestealer ever gets on top of him, he's going to need to get into that AC and something else to sort of keep himself alive, because Lifestealer just gobbles up these big tanky heroes.
Yeah, he is going to be, of course, they do have the protection that's going to come from Baboka, so he does always have, he's the shard purchased up first item, so he will be able to at least pull him out of these maybe difficult scenarios, but yeah, XWY does have to be cautious of how he goes in and out.
Speaking of which, Baboka, Aether Lens done. He is catching up to the Marcy. The Marcy, the lowest of the cores right now,
He's
as
always
we've seen.
He's always so farmed.
Yeah.
having the enchant for all this duration is quite nice. He just keeps scouting. He has this Satyr Tormentor even going to the top tower right now to do a little bit of damage.
Right.
So
Well,
he's making the Enchantress play versus herself.
trying to be annoying as she is.
Yep.
And last game, you know, it was, I think, or was it the game before that?
Oh.
LGD was blessed with one. Philosopher's Stone has nothing to say, is going to get caught by that Overgrowth in the Rupture. TP out maybe, RP used.
Holy.
Wow, that is everything.
They really want him dead.
Yeah.
All 3 ults. Monet now has BKB secured.
But with all 3 ults used,
okay,
LGD is like, let's go then. Dude, they don't even
let,
have
the,
the life
let the Enchantress tank. There we go. I mean, they have sidekick. They're going to be able to keep themselves healed up. Not even popping on. Okay, I was going to say, is he going to pop the Unleash? I imagine so. Dagger of Bristol?
Shero's coming in.
Not using the dagger, okay. Either way.
I'm down to half HP, but it feels like they know, and XWY walking forward in the middle of it.
He jumps in.
Pops the ulti. They need to get something out, but no Overgrowth, no nothing. But Monet, jump in, find it, but before the skewer comes back, able to get in on top of them.
Oh, Baboka
tries to chase and gets that finish.
What a play from Baboka. Lifts, saves the DK, and then also gets this rebound steal. Probably one of the best steals that you can actually get on a Rubik in this game. One of the casual spells, not one of the ultimates, of course. And they're the ones actually who just walk in and get it.
Oh, that hurts. That one hurts a lot.
LGD tried to do some type of fancy play to play around those ultimates, but XWY, knowing that he's fine with Baboka around. That shard purchase, right? That's why we see this Rubik picked so often, and it comes into play immediately.
Yeah, you can see this replay. I mean, the thing that's crazy about this is that the initiation wasn't even that great. It was just them showing up.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. Maybe just feeling like they couldn't really take that fight regardless what ended up happening. And Aster, they move on in, find themselves an Aegis.
They moved so fast, right? They were just bottom, and then they all just appear as 5 around that Roche pit. And now it's a Basher for Monet. So a full BKB was just finished, and now he's on that too, with SM Power constantly busting up. 3K lead.
Back and forth we go. Just when you think that LGD are going to start, you know, pulling things together and making everything work, Aster put the clamps on it.
Yep. And yeah, now they have a fantastic timing for themselves. Double BKBs, the Blink, the Mech. They want to fight. And LGD, they need to just sit back and kind of farm for a little bit here before they take any type of battles. No Shard yet finished on the SD. He's gone for Lens this game first. BKB still not finished up for the Marcy. Only Lifestealer really having that good time now.
Ooh, nothing to say is down here along with Why You Smile. XXS runs into that Enchantress, and they're going to get that kill. And I think that Nothing to Say should be able to get out of here. Yeah, so he will give up his life for his Pango on that Enchantress. Nothing to Say, obviously needing to get into that Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, before he can take any fighter, he's just constantly ruptured. And they do have a Philosopher's Stone on the side of Aster, so we do see that Blink already finished up for Pichu. Or, yes, I was going to say Siamese Cat, but yeah, he's Pichu now. So has this control versus Lifestealer and versus Pango constantly. So now, yeah, Nothing to Say, it's tough, right? Because he needs to build Lincolns, but now it's like, damn, he also needs Shard, because he needs a way to also dispel versus the tree in his own way.
He just needs money.
He needs a lot of money, and it's Aster, they're closing the map off a bit here.
Should have bought a Midas.
Definitely not.
Live and learn. Okay, fair enough. Force Staff almost done for this mag, and they're setting up to try and take this bottom tower. Nothing to Say. Oh, he gets caught. It was a greed play from him, and then the Rupture's there. Dude, he was so close to that Lincoln Sphere. 400 gold away, just wanted to get it from that tower. Killing off those creeps. It doesn't happen, and the tier 2 has just gone so quickly.
Aster reading the map perfectly. Just the instant jump when they knew that he was going to try to do some type of play like that, and they were super prepared. And now they have ward vision, even on top of the Marcy. Uh-oh.
LGD, they are looking good, but Aster, that little bit better, and it's the little bit that's separating these two teams as every move they make is being countered. Aster are playing flawlessly.
And look at Baboka. Now he's got sidekick. So this DK, this Bloodseeker, they're going to just run rampant inside of these team fights too. They banned it the first game, or they banned it that second game, and now Baboka, he's starting to just have a field day.
Yeah, I mean, so much value gotten out of this pick, and so much that at this point, like, LGD really feel like they don't have an answer. That early game started great, And Shiro, you know, incredibly farmed on this lifesteal. And it all could turn back around again with one or two sort of misplays. But it feels like this XXX Madness just unlocks so much for this team in terms of the team fight, in terms of the acceleration of farm for the cores.
Yeah, especially because all of the team fight is coming from nothing to say. And he just gets ruptured. He's going to get ruptured or overgrowth every single fight. It does feel like now. So they need a bit more time to be able to look for these type of battles. It's Aster not wanting to give them that time.
Monet staying on the front foot. And XWY there right beside him. With this Aegis, they have taken the other two side tier 2 towers and are likely going to be looking for mid next.
Yeah, and look at Monet. He's just going to get side kicked back up to full HP probably. Oh, he's actually... Okay, there we go. Side kicked up to full HP. That is another amazing steal.
But this is the thing too, right? You look at how dominant they've been in the last couple of minutes. It's 11-3. The gold lead, still only 3K. LGD is keeping that farm going and keeping themselves in this game. It's just sort of a moment of definitely dominance coming from Aster.
Yeah, they're literally just playing the farm game because they don't have BKB yet on the Marcy. Their team fight has been countered. Their Pango, of course, as we mentioned. He has Linken's now. Still needs Shard to be able to... I mean, Shard and maybe even Blink or something like that to be able to get inside of these fights because he's just answered from Rupture. But yeah, LGD just playing on full farm mode. Innocence, point booster. He's going for Aghanims on this Enchantress. And he's found again.
Doesn't have a way out. So they bring down Why You Smile. And LGD, they're going to try and reclaim their triangle, move in, get the D wards.
Okay.
And they can potentially make some type of a fight happen with Linken's on nothing to say. But like you said, it still doesn't feel easy because there's that overgrowth, because there's these other factors that he needs to consider.
Yeah, it's like Planet now at this point. It's like, ooh, who do I want to use the Demonic Cleanse on? He might have to use it on the Pango for the initiation just to make sure that he doesn't get overgrowths. Yeah, it's lots of layers of these team fights that are happening that Aster just a step ahead.
He walked over there, nothing to say. Nearby, XXS looking for an opening. They find that Marcy right at the start. Disruption to keep him alive for the moment. Turns, unleash, Monet hit upon. XXS still waiting just to the side with that RP. The rundown comes out. Shiro gets caught right on the edge of that RP. They pull him in. They find that bash. The stun is going to be there. Although, nothing to say. Looking for the roll around. He gets to the infest out, but the bash, as soon as he comes out of it, Monet will fall. Shiro needs to armlet toggle, but there's not enough toggle in the world. Nothing to say. Still living in that ball form, but with the rest of Aster still alive and only Monet dead, I don't think that LGD have enough damage to get through these heroes.
They did it perfectly on the side of Aster. He blinks past the initiation where the Marcy is getting ruptured onto the Shadow Demon that prevents this Demonic Cleanse from coming out there. Beautiful play from XWY. It's now 4K lead and a big item picked up also for him. Now he's got an Orchid. So now they have an answer perhaps versus the Lifestealer pre-Rage and perhaps versus the SD to get the saves off. You don't see it on your screen here, but right in the back, you see the DK on the minimap. He's jumping onto the Shadow Demon to prevent this type of Demonic Cleanse and type of save. Aster, next level in these team fights.
And then that RP, feeling like they just plucked him out of the air. Lifestealer not able to deal with that BKB Pearson disable. Shiro, for a moment there, it was like maybe he can make something happen, but Monet is just so big already.
Yeah, the bashers, all these bashes and control coming into play. He couldn't even get, I don't even think he got open wounds off. Yeah. So I wasn't able to get this extra heal and sustain that maybe could have ended up turning something there. Aster, 6K lead.
Oh, the Hurricane. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Why You Smile, the tree after him, and Monet.
He's just got a Rupture, okay.
Yep, they got that stun, so nowhere left to go for the Deer Lady. They bring her down.
4-16. I mean, after that early game, they just, it didn't matter. They found these like 2 fights, and that's the way that Aster plays, right? All they need is 1. It's almost a Satanic finish on, I mean, Shiro is still unbelievably farmed, but the team fights just look very difficult. The layers that LGD has to take in order to take them, as they just keep getting jumped.
These wards, so much vision.
XWY is a menace. 8-1-5.
The silence will be there, so Shiro, he can't even really feel confident. He needs to sort of finish off the Satanic. You don't want to have to pop Satanic to dispel an Orchid, right? Feels pretty bad.
Yeah, they need something to start going in their favor. This game feels pretty impossible. Look at the Dragon form. Isn't it the same as the level 6 one? I mean, he's level 18 now, though, so that is the Blue Dragon.
And they get him there. Shiro pops it, turns the control onto XXS. That's a good
Shiro's
fight.
dead.
But yeah, with Shiro already gone, it doesn't matter. Even though they take down XXS, even though there's no RP, LGD just still don't have the tools to deal with Aster.
Scaling too hard on multiple cores on the side of Aster.
So much vision everywhere. That ward up on the high ground breaks the Lincoln Sphere. Monet jumped upon, but the stun for the turnaround. Monet can just fight if he wants to, and Bulbaka says, get in there, buddy. It's time to battle. Nothing to say is going to actually bring him down. So Bulbaka gets his carry killed. Okay, we can't praise everything this guy does, but still a nice response from LGD.
Why You Smile says, all right, move over everybody else. I'm becoming the carry on the Enchantress. I want to see how much damage he did in this fight. Yeah, he did 4,300 damage on Ench. He's starting to get a little left alone, and Aster, after some really successful fights, this time do make a bit of a mistake and get taken advantage of. I mean, he is farming a lot on this Ench, and he did find a quiver.
Right.
One of the best items you can find on an Ench.
I mean, it's a good point, right? Like, Bulbaka with that sidekick felt like, okay, I can just turn that and, you know, find immediately onto, you know, the kill. But I'm wondering if maybe there was a dispel that happened on the sidekick too, maybe, or something like that?
I think he got disarmed from the Pango,
Okay.
right? I didn't actually get to see entirely of it, but yeah, they have to be a little cautious how they overextend here, because I'm just watching. I think Innocence, Why You Smile, used his entire mana pool on Impetus in this fight.
It did so much damage. Yeah, just left to the side there, and there are moments where it looks like it could have gone better, but also losing XXS at the start of the fight is always going to be a little rough.
Yeah, let me see what it was, actually. I think it was a disarm, but I didn't get to actually see.
So you'll see,
We'll see in a second.
Those right clicks coming out, Why You Smile, pop the heals. If you can get to Aghanims too.
He's going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get to see. There's another fight happening.
Why You Smile. Doesn't have as big of a mana pool this time. Jump in. Already, Rupture used, and Pango in a ton of trouble. Did manage to get disrupted for the moment, but the jump out of the Infest, it's there. Monet's dead. And again, the Rainbow Flurry, it goes out, starts to bring down XWY. RP from XXS, but the Skewer, it's not going to be enough for the chase. Why You Smile, one more hit from downtime. He gets it for the kill.
Oh my god, he's
Roche about to respawn, and back and forth the series goes.
Holy, it was 4-16. 9-20, they completely bring it back.
And Roche,
I have to see the Enchantress damage again. Waiting for it.
Oh,
where's this fight recap?
God.
Okay, he didn't do the most there. There's actually the Marcy, but either way, he has a full Aghanims now.
Dude, this Ags, I think, is silly, too.
This game is insane. They've turned it completely.
Look at that. 53-40. I mean, it's all coming together for LGD, but I mean, this is 2 fights in a row where, like, that RP hasn't been there with the follow-up afterwards, or this time the Skewer didn't pull him back in. I mean, if they get that fight, it feels like it should be going better for this than for Aster.
Yeah, I honestly, Why You Smile is just, he's walking into the midst of all of them, and they can't go on him. He's just untouchable, literally, the spell. He can't actually get gone on. And they have to ignore him, which just allows him to do all this damage. And then, yeah, Shiro with Satanic is able to actually stand toe-to-toe with Monet. They have tons of disarm to deal with this Bloodseeker post-BKB, which is down to 6 seconds now. They even have a Halberd now. So many different ways to control him as things have now shifted completely.
I mean, the other thing to think about in this next fight is a lot of the sort of stopping damage that came out from Enchantress was just the fact that she ran out of a mana pool. Now you're getting 3 impetuses for 50 mana.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this damage output is going to go through the roof, I feel like.
It's like, what? Do you focus the Ench? It's like, there's actually so many targets again now that they have to focus fire.
Well, how do you even focus her, though, right? Like,
don't know.
You need that burst damage, and they don't really have that.
This is insane. PSG LGD turned this game completely. On top of the Halberd disarms, on top of the Pango disarms, they also have Elven Tunic with that evasion that comes in from Halberd. Bloodseeker doesn't have any way to hit through this.
Dude, she has the 45 damage talent.
Oh my god. I'm just watching Ench.
Okay, all right. Who cares about Shiro anymore? Shiro does have the DD. Give it over to the deer.
Yeah, I mean, we praised Paboka a bajillion times, but it's really been this Enchantress that's just popping off.
Oh. Switches back over now to the Grove Bow instead.
Okay.
And with that tier 2 tower taken, that first Aegis that was sort of gifted to Aster, if we remember back to it, enabled them to shut down the map and close down those tier 2 towers. Now it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Where one big fight win turns into an Aegis for this Lifestealer, and now they're going to try and take down that top tier 2 tower as well.
And he's got, I mean, they don't have anyone to take the shard. So that's, I guess, the one unfortunate thing for PSG LGD. Everyone who has a useful one already has it. They don't want to give it to Marcy because that one is not good. It actually kind of griefs you a lot of the time. And they don't want to give it to the Enchantress because there's no purpose for it. And it just inflates their net worth, which makes their, buyback and stuff like that.
The little friends, though.
I'm pretty sure he just killed it.
The little friends. Giannis, I want it to be good.
Did he? I think, he killed it, right? Yeah, he killed it.
I like the little friends.
Good man.
It is terrible.
It is terrible. I've never seen it a single time.
Well, I've seen it in demo mode when I tried to make it useful, and it was not. Maybe if there's mega creeps, right? That's the moment. Surely.
But they don't want to inflate net worth. That's the big thing, too. So these players really understanding all that kind of stuff is... Aster now feeling totally on the back foot after having such an incredible start. Now it's difficult for them to take these fights because now the layers, as we were mentioning before, feels like they're in trouble with those layers because the answers for LGD are coming out. The cleanse is out. They have blinks even on the supports. The Enchantress is a carry. And is that a Linken's on Baboka? Holy moly.
Whoa.
Okay. So wanting to protect Monet, I guess, versus that Demonic Purge that's going to be coming out. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think that they need something like that. And again, like we talked about later on in this game, Planet has that Aghanim Scepter queued up. If he can start getting into that type of a farm, it's one of the big hard counters to this Aster lineup.
Yeah.
Like 2 heroes that just hate being broken. You've got 3 charges of it.
Yeah, and then they just can't move either, right? Bloodseeker thrives on having to move around in team fights, and if you're just stuck in place pretty much from that. Yeah.
Shiro almost full AC done.
Let's see if Aster's able to take this next fight.
Although he's not going to have it in time for this fight to break off.
It's coming out on Courier. They still have Aegis also for a minute.
Really good vision in the area. It's not going to be here in time. And Aster, they find one, the RP. It's already connected onto 2. Disruption, the cleanse. Shiro's fine. And look at the rainbows. Dude, XXS, he has to run. Everybody has to run.
It looked like he was going to get 3 heroes there, but ends up only getting 2 and instantly have to retreat. LGD, too damn strong.
Dude, are they going to keep going here?
I think so.
I mean, with RP down...
AC Satanic, or AC Deso.
There's still some scary points, like being pulled back into the base, stunned again, and does have that Aegis expiring. Nothing to say, trying to roll back and forth, finds onto Baboka, the overgrowth is there, steals the Unleash, and Marcy in trouble, getting bashed, getting controlled, getting killed. Rubik for Marcy, so far favoring Aster. Can they find any more? Planet dead. Skewer back looking for, but why you smile, throwing out the rainbows, doing those right clicks, disarm onto him, all the rainbow damage. And that is enough to at least scare Aster away for the moment.
I would be scared too. They have to focus so much. They do get these 2 big targets though. They find the SD and the Marcy, probably 2 of the more important ones, but you can't keep committing versus Shiro and versus Why You Smile. And we're seeing these disarms, they're a problem. Monet, he only has 6 seconds of being able to actually target people.
So we take a look at this replay here. The skewer back, it looks like it could have gone really bad. Again, 30 seconds still left on that Aegis, so understandable LGD would try and make something happen, but it just didn't end up quite working out for them. Do lose the Marcy there.
Yeah. And we see there, of course, roll up versus overgrowth, etc. Tons of different ways that PSG LGD have to be able to bail themselves out of that awkward position they were in.
So as far as like the way that these fights work out now, do we need to kind of like see from Aster a big RP for them to feel comfortable, or is it more about just stopping the pressure from LGD and then like allowing the team fight to drag a little bit? What's sort of the recipe for success for Aster? How do they win a fight?
I feel like it has to be like simultaneous kind of jump-ins where XXS gets RP, but at the same time XWY. His target, I feel like for him, is just Shadow Demon. He has to control the Shadow Demon, otherwise some disruption, demonic cleanse and stuff like that is going to just cause problems. So I think for them it's just multi-initiations.
Finding the vision beforehand is also going to be pivotal, then I'm imagining.
Yes, for sure. They do have the tree, of course, so they should be able to get a little bit better information. Right now, defensive wards placed up, but LGD ready to fight. Their avenue of taking fights just feels much easier. If they have the protection of the backline, which is mostly going to be there because they have 3 bruisers that just jump in.
Then they can win that one. Well, they smoke in, get the ward taken out, and now retaking this outpost as they know Roche is going to be on the menu soon. We're a minute away from it capable of being able to respawn.
Can we actually get those damage numbers again if we don't mind? Thank you very much. I actually wanted to look just how the breakdown is. Yeah, let's see. The Enchantress is the highest on his team.
I mean, DK and Bloodseeker definitely getting up there. A little surprised we haven't seen XWY go back for that Aghanim Scepter on the DK, instead opting to go sort of this more pick-off-oriented route, queuing up the Mage Slayer into Bloodthorn next.
Okay. It does give them a bit of that true strike, of course, versus the Lifestealer when his rage and whatnot is down. Sure, he's going to have ways to dispel it, of course, and they do, of course, have multiple ways of that, but can understand why. And it's also, you know, the Orchid makes a lot of sense versus the Shadow Demon, of course.
Yeah. And the Lifestealer. I mean,
Yeah,
like you
yeah.
said, the disable or dispels, but still not bad. Aster, they know that there's a ward up there on that high ground, so they're going to try and play around it and instead retake this outpost.
Okay.
But moving into Danger Town.
LGD's got vision here.
He four staffs in. That is a dead tree. And now XWY, they did not expect them to be here. RP back onto 2, but can Monet do enough damage? Disruption there immediately. Why you smile, keeping XXX's Blink Dagger broken, and Shiro just dies though.
They get the stun.
And now Monet, they gotta run. Overgrowth out, control there, but immediately takes it off. Nothing to say, bouncing back and forth, trying to kill him off. The heal, but the Enchantress is gonna die. Nothing to say. Barely gets out of there before Bash comes.
Roche just respawned.
Dude, the instant respawn.
This game is insane.
Oh my god. Tries to chase, wants to find Planet, but can't quite get him. And they see it immediately.
2-man RP, and SD Disruption's there, but I believe they get the immediate bash when he gets out of it, and they have the control for the Lifestealer. And now they get themselves a Roche. So you said he didn't purchase Aghanims,
Yeah, right?
right?
Yeah, it's a bad thing. I don't know.
Oh, look at this. Free Aghanims for XWY.
He knew. Did the math of, you know, this many respawns, gonna be there.
I mean, the graph tells the tale of this game right now. Look at this, just completely back and forth.
Swinging back and forth for them, and yep. Now we're at a place where win probability still could be anybody's game. It's swinging very heavily back into the favor now of Aster, but I mean, I don't know.
Who knows, really, at this point. The first game in this game, like I said, 2 of my favorite games I think I've seen in this DPC. This is incredible. Both sides just know exactly how to take fights. LGD a little bit of a slip up. Aster punishes just like they did earlier. But who knows if it's enough yet.
I mean, yeah, that is kind of the thing that has stood out to me about Aster, is that in these clutch moments when it comes down to like the last little bit of execution, they've just looked like the better team this entire tour against everybody that they've played. Can they do it again now against LGD? LGD putting up a big fight, and this last round definitely came out on top.
Yeah, it's all about execution, but now feeling like the execution for Aster is getting a little bit easier now that they're getting all these big items.
Yeah.
XXS now has a refresher. So 2 rounds of these RPs with Timeless Relic, of course, that we didn't point out too. So heavy amount of disable, how long it does last.
Has that cheese, and DK, a massive damage dealer now. Does spot, nothing to say there, but with Lincoln's, hard to go.
Does have, of course, the Orchid, though, so can Orchid plus stun to perhaps go for him. But needs to have better vision to take a fight.
Right. And like you said, he wants to be jumping that Shadow Demon anyways.
Yeah, most of the time. How many more Lincolns do we have now? So, okay.
Oh, interesting from Shiro. That 20 talent. Yeah, I had that a while ago, but the move speed and health. So, Aster, what do they want to do with this Aegis? You've got it on the Bloodseeker. The Tower Sieger would probably be this DK, but without an Aegis on him, it's a little scary going up there.
It's everybody has both teams just have to be cautious in kind of any situation. The team fights have to be perfectly executed.
Right.
Otherwise, yeah, it feels like it can definitely still go both ways. Big things, of course, though, is to point out, like we said, the refresher on the mag, this Aegis that they have, and also getting closer and closer to 25 on Monet, where the double ruptures, then maybe there is these answers always for Pango and for the Lincolns and whatnot, too. As the siege now does start, double catapult still alive.
So much damage to that tower, but that dragon form. Scary stuff. 42 minutes in. Why you smile on the high ground. Starts to throw out some impetus shots. The pullback, though, onto 1. They find him. Nothing to say. Gets the roll up and gonna get bashed. Gonna get abyssal. Gonna get killed. Does have buyback. Why you smile? He went too far forward. Disruption's there to keep him alive. Now the Pango buyback. Disarm Onto Bloodseeker, the overgrowth there. Tries to jump, tries to kill. Monet, very low, does go down once. Shiro gets that finish. And now Marcy's low. Marcy's dead, doesn't have a buyback. Rolling back and forth, finds XWY, but the rest of these heroes don't want to fight. The RP comes out, connects onto 2. The AoE damage, another disruption save, but it's only delaying the inevitable as the second RP comes out. They find themselves target after target. Shiro controlled. Shiro living for a long time, but eventually Shiro will die. And Why You Smile does a lot with this impetus, but it's not looking like it's quite enough in the end.
They got XXS.
That's a big one to get, but they just back out on Aster after the buybacks.
Huge commitment to buybacks, and Aster come out with the win there. I mean, there's so many things to point out. The space fights are insane. I didn't even get to actually point out something that happened earlier, but I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. But Boca, he actually used some Unleash there and was actually dealing a crazy amount of damage. Oh, but these fights are just absurd. But this one, of course, the RPs come out, and it is heavy buyback. So the next fight, it could just be the nail in the coffin for PSG LGD.
Way too much coming out too quickly. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways that they can kind of, delay the inevitable a little bit. If they can find that control, though, onto Shiro, he's so much of their damage. That Rolling Thunder looked like it maybe could have been a turning point, but XXS was there with the finish.
Such a beast RP. Pops the cheese as well to make sure he can get the second one off right onto the Lifestealer. And yeah, now Pango still dead for 40 seconds, and Shiro without a buyback also. These next few moments could be the last ones there. Maybe. Who knows, though?
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good point.
But it has been a big swing, and Aster now has 25. So Monet, it's actually not even just 2 Rupture charges. He's got a Refresher, too. So it's 4 Rupture charges, so more things for LGD to try to deal with.
And Why You Smile, you can see feeling like he needs to get into more damage, just queuing up a Scotty after a Sheep Stick.
And now they have the Ags on SD. So now they've got these breaks. They've got triple Purge and triple saves, too, from the Demonic Cleanse. And he also hits 20, so Disseminate now shares 45% damage.
Actually, I wouldn't mind an SD ulti onto Enchantress.
Honestly, maybe, yeah, I believe so, right? A Disseminate onto one of the targets, and then the Enchantress multi-hitting and spreading all the damage. I mean, who knows at this point? Shiro.
Keep him alive.
Also has hit 25, so increased rage duration. Uphill battle for PSG LGD. As the Refresher, 30 seconds until XXS has double RP. And speaking of double RP, they also have 25 on DK, so he has a built-in RP of his own, kind of, in a way, with the AoE Dragon Tail, too. Good God. So many layers.
Dude, you know what I'm waiting for? Big RP onto like 3 or 4, triple Rupture on them, and then just skewer to death.
I mean, could put out 4. He could Rupture 4 people, and it could be a 4-man Rupture kind of thing coming out here.
16,000 gold lead. Still, no lead is safe, as we've seen. And an overextension by Aster could get punished super hard.
All they need to do, though, is get these big targets, right?
Yeah.
Get the heroes that don't have the buyback. Nothing to say in particular.
Now that win probability, as the game has gone later, has moved further and further into the favor of Aster.
For now.
For now.
But likely, yeah. I mean, the graph is just, it's all over the place. It doesn't know, because these teams just know exactly how to pick and choose their fights. But yeah, Refresher, back up. 2 RPs, 4 Ruptures, etc.
47 minutes. And, maybe for LGD2, if they can try and wait things out, I don't know. I feel like you could even wait for the 60-minute items or something like that. Because I don't know if they actually can take a good fight outside of their base. It feels really rough unless they have, like, perfect vision.
Yeah, unless they're the ones who get, like, this ideal positioning as well, too, for the Shadow Demon to get all of his spells off his... I think Planet actually solo smokes. So you're that's indicating how much his positioning is going to matter for the next fights. If he can get these triple breaks / purges / saves with Demonic Cleanse. A difficult one, but definitely a possible one.
Yeah, and Aster, after going a little bit wild down bottom, are going to be playing a little bit more defensively, waiting for that next Aegis. 40 seconds till it's capable of respawning.
They're getting a lot of farm, too, even on the supports, as we were mentioning, of Baboka, but also now, look at Pichu. He's getting close to his Refresher, so much control, so much BKB piercing stuff between Ruptures and RPs and Overgrowths.
Yeah, these BKB piercing disables out of supports just feel so strong. But 25. Any other 25s that are coming out soon?
I mean, Tree's almost 20, Rubik 22 on their way.
Pango's close.
Pango's close, okay.
That might be worth just taking the tome on him, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he might be able to get it before then anyway. He has a big creep wave coming in mid. Unless Innocent's just like, nope, mine.
Aeon Disc done for the Pango.
Okay.
So has a way to sort of stay alive in that role and maybe just keep the stuns going, even if he's not doing damage for a little bit.
Now Shiro buys a BKB. I believe he sold his armlet as Why You Smile steps up. Aster.
Now this is a dangerous position to be walking into, but this wraparound...
If they find the back line, that's all that matters. If they find the Shadow Demon...
This would be everything. Shadow Demon Courier heading out, so they're going to know he's in the area, but they spot Shiro first. That smoke making so much value play, and Shiro...
He gets the rage before the stun!
That was not what they were hoping to do. Okay. Now trying to play into this vision. I mean, they're all smoked up. It's not an easy jump, but good placement by Aster at least. Looks like they want to back out of there.
Marcy's ready to go in.
Finds one, jumps immediately, gets the control, gets the damage, the Hex out, and he's dead.
Holy moly.
Dude, are they actually going to do this?
Oh
they
my
find
God,
the tree and blow him
well.
up too. Bulbakas to get out of here, but does manage just barely escape at the end of that one. I can't believe that just happened.
I mean, Shiro with the fastest fingers ever. They threw the Rupture before the DK stun did come out, so it did indicate that they're in the area, but they know how to fight. Planet, he throws the cleanse onto his allies, immediately onto the Marcy, and she can just jump in onto anyone, and now it forces buybacks the other way.
Double buybacks, and yeah, we saw also the power of that Ag Scepter Shadow Demon ulti on to the Dragon Knight. Like, if he's caught by that, there's nothing.
Yep, they're just broken and dead. And, a DD top.
Dude.
Planet just takes it. He's like, no, don't care.
Oh my
he's like, I don't care. I just don't want them to get it. Like, I'm just grabbing this. Is now Roche.
Yeah. Oh man, that DD, that would have been really helpful.
That probably would have been really nice on Shiro, but what can you do?
No. Oh no.
Tensions are high.
That's right.
As again, let's pull up the graph again, just by the way, because it's hilarious. The most back and forth game I think we've ever had. Doesn't matter about net worth. All is execution.
Oh God! Why You Smile can keep vision in the pit really easily with his creeps sending them in.
With his beautiful little wine cup.
Now the speed demon.
I love him. Look at him, the little kobold. Love him.
Dun, 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 dun.
And Planet, again, look, this time now it's ninja gear that he's given. So all about positioning again, like we keep saying. He's hiding himself perfectly, and Demonic Cleanse charges are starting to replenish.
Takes the outpost bottom.
They have a big wave also pushing down bottom. They have the tree armor, though, so I don't know if Aster's even going to respond to that. They probably just throw level. It is level 20 also, so 20 armor bonus on living armor as PSG LGD. They're ready to hit again. These buybacks.
Can they make this work? They are in the mid lane, a little bit separated from each other. Shadow Demon kind of just drops down the ward. Oh, and he finds him. They get him right at the start. Broken, in trouble. Hex the bash. It connects now onto Monet. DK's dead. Aster are falling apart. XXS, he gets his blade broken. Oh, the Shiva's Guard, it barely clipped him right on the edge of it. And Monet, he is in no man's land. LGD make the comeback happen, immediately buys back.
DK's dead for 110 though.
Oh my God, LGD, how are you swinging this again?
They're just incredible how they take these fights. They get the vision for a hot second. They make the immediate jump. So, okay, I'm gonna try to be quick about this because okay, actually, there's not gonna be a fight, but so many little things again in the fight where Planet, he actually demonic purges the Lincolns on the Bloodseeker, and Monet actually refreshes his Lincolns and blocks the next one, but it's actually not enough to protect him either way because the Marcy's on top of him. I mean, this is just insanity.
God, on that blink cancel too, that's all the difference in the world right there. Okay. They're trying to cover each other so well, but it's just at the end of the day, if you can jump on top of them, if you get that vision to start, that's what sets it up, I feel like.
I mean, this Shadow Demon is breaking Dota. Look at this, he's got Refresher Shard now too. So he has 2 cleanses, he has a Demonic Purge, and he also has another set of 3 each because Refresher Shard replenishes all of them.
So they get set to go high ground, 50 seconds with no DK.
Good God, they're doing this when they're against a team that has all these BKB disables, all these BKB piercing things, PSG LGD just making magic happen.
Pull back one, but the rage immediately, and XXS is rebuffed for the moment, but Rax down, mid already taken.
Oh
LGD, they want to look for more. Stolen rage for Bobica, and XXS, he can't really make these plays to find that opening unless he commits the RP. Has it back up in 20 seconds along with the refresher.
Okay,
Monet, he has 2 sets of ruptures and a BKB, but his refresher's down. Second set, melee racks.
Demonic Cleanse, he doesn't feel comfortable with it. They find one. Bayou Smile brought down to no HP at all, dies in his Sproink, and now the rupture onto Shiro, but the jump inside and nothing to say, and the long range runaway. Marcy gets out of there too. Are they gonna go back in? They don't have Ench.
They're thinking about it.
I feel like that Hex has been so pivotal to their team fight wins, to getting the sort of lockdown there. But yeah, they're gonna play it safer now.
Yeah, they'll back it up. Everything is coming back up. They know that the double RPs are ready, so yeah, we'll back up. Good God.
I don't even know.
I'm having a hard time following every little spell. It's so many things, right? I'm mostly keeping eyes, of course, on Planet. I think he's still, to me, the most important hero kind of in the game. Sure, there's the damage dealers and everything like that, but he's the one who's allowing them to go for all these type of plays, breaking the enemy heroes, keeping these defensive purges so they can't get overgrowth or anything like that. So, yeah, still, I think for Aster, they need to find this pesky Shadow Demon, who now I believe has an Aeon Disc, so has another form of being able to protect himself too.
If they can find him at the start of these fights, it would be huge. And this is, I think, part of the reason that we're seeing this like swing back and forth, right? Is that in a way, you have to make these sneaky plays. It was Shadow Demon alone going forward to that high ground, placing down that ward, getting the vision that allowed the rest of his team to find him. If LGD were the one, say for instance, like we just saw, breaching high ground, if everybody's up from Aster are going to have that vision advantage. They're going to have a better way to start the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they need the vision, they need to get the jump, and they just 100% need to find the Shadow Demon. But difficult, as we said, you know, versus these 3 bruisers that just jump in and start the fight. Now LGD, they're actually looking to smoke themselves. They commit gold, though. Planet does not have buyback, but has an Aeon Disc.
Well,
and he's got all the charges, so 6 demonic cleanses and 6 demonic purges potential.
And the ninja gear really being a huge part of this success too, right? Like the fact that he can stay back and away from those fights, throw the spells out, and then if he needs to, after the refresher shard, even pop ninja gear again.
Absolutely. And no buyback on Bloodseeker, no buyback on DK, while 4 heroes on the side of PSG LGD have it. Monet has to be incredibly careful.
This game has been back and forth, but and in moments where we felt like one of the teams had like a lock on the game, it swung the other direction. Right now, it's feeling like LGD have all the momentum. Can Aster turn this around one last time here?
Who knows? I mean, I think that a lot of the rupture skewer plays could come into play here, but it's mainly finding Planet, who's just sitting in the back ninja geared.
They're gonna look for him. Drop down that fireball. RP onto nothing. The blink away, the move away, and XXS doesn't have it.
They're feeling the pressure for sure.
Scary times, but they kill off the entire creep wave. We're, what, 4 minutes away from those tier 5 neutrals. There's 40 seconds left on this Aegis. Shiro, he's gonna walk in with this demonic cleanse, and that is going to be enough to take this melee racks most likely.
Even though they're both living armored.
He's so scared. Even still.
He's playing completely around Rage right now. So he's infested until Rage probably comes back up, and then he's gonna look to pop out and finish off the racks. It is back up.
Careful, the stun, the pull, the rupture. He's dropping, he's dead. Shiro dead inside the base. The refresher needs to be careful. Marcy trying to move in and save him. That's the BKB. They've already used the control though, and now the break has to run away on Monet. Shiro keeping that control, roll forward into damn near the fountain as XWY 4-staff and runs into the fountain. Now looks for more. The rupture's there. Aster, they've pulled them in pretty far. Why you smile just does so much damage. Look at it. Look at him run down. They have to pop that abyssal and try and get out of there. Marcy controlled. Marcy goes down. There's the buyback. XXS also dead, and he doesn't have one. The broken DK hides in the tree line, and LGD, after taking the full set of racks, are they going to go for more?
They got what they came for, and they still have 2 demonic cleanse. He went through 6 demonic purges and 4 demonic cleanse, or 5 demonic cleanses there. I mean, good God.
Oh, God. I mean, they know there's no mag. The sort of threats that were there before no longer a problem.
No BKBs either. Bloodseeker, DK, they can't come in.
He's 120 gold away from buyback on that mag. Go get a bounty route, somebody.
He doesn't have RPs, though, and that's megas.
Oh, LGD, they might have finally closed this one out. They might have finally done it.
Feels like it. Good. I mean, this is insane. I said the first game was one of my favorite, if not my favorite game I've seen all DPC. This one just became it as well. This is unreal.
Shiro Feeling comfy, hitting tier 4 towers, and Aster wanting to slow this down, waiting for XXS. 40 seconds have never felt so long as those tier 4 towers are dropping. 60 gold away from having a buyback, and it's just not there. Shiro, he's ruptured, but jumps inside while you smile. XY gets caught. He's stunned.
broken.
He's killed. Well, no save from Rubik. Okay, broken.
But Monet?
But still okay there. Monet has to run out of there. Oh, the damage. It's way too much. The overgrowth trying to cover each other. Monet pops the BKB in the fountain. Nothing to say. Getting turned on. They popped the glyph finally. 10 seconds until XXS. Aster, they might finally be brought down here by LGD as DK is going to die. He does have buyback. Throw bodies, throw everything. XXS is back up. And do they finally retreat away from this? The lift back, the catch, the control. They find that Enchantress. She's silenced and looking like she might go down, although the save is there from Planet again. Gets caught. And they do manage. Well, now find Planet.
Find Planet. Okay.
Oh, all right. Aster, hold on.
Only just.
Somehow they hold on to their Ancient.
Oh my god. And Monet, he's actually going to have buyback. So 10 seconds and 300 gold. They couldn't bring him down. Can they hold on, though, versus Megas? They have in power. They have the heroes to be able to hold on to it. So let's see how these next fights go.
And 60 minutes. The items are going to be here.
Oh, baby.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, surely now, surely LGD has it. You would imagine.
They have a big advantage for sure. Like everybody except for the Marcy has buyback on the side of PSG LGD. And now 60 minutes. Let's see what they get.
Oh, my heart.
That's a good item.
My heart.
That's also a good item.
I feel like they can just run in and hit the building.
You have to remember though, there is living armor. This is a 43 armor Ancient whenever the living armor does come out onto it. So a bit hard for them to just full commit.
Pirate hat for the DK now.
Oh, do you pass that to Monet? I wonder.
A mirror shield. Oh, that is a nice one.
Everyone's just gathering items here.
Yeah. It's just a chill out for a second, get your items.
Oh, okay. DD spawns top and Roche is up.
Fifth Roche.
Good God.
Oh, man.
This game has delivered absolutely everything. This series is just, yeah, like my favorite series in a very, very long time, I have to say.
LGD versus Aster. We were waiting for it this entire tour, and it's come back around at just about the perfect time.
You actually could be right about them committing for Throne, though. With Pirate Hat, with the Stygian Desolator, plus Deso AC effect, no glyph available for Aster, they might just be able to run it down and go in.
Of course, it's a dangerous proposition against that BKB piercing disable. Bobica found. Force Staff gets him out of harm's way. Monet, it's his Lincoln's broken, but another lift and the BKB popped.
Trying to maybe force a fight somewhere so that they can jump onto that throne, but not the easiest still. Good God, this is so insane.
I mean, this is the scary thing though, right? Like, it's 3 melee cores against a mag. If they're hitting that Ancient, you've got double RP. I mean, you could potentially throw this game at the last second. Now, they do have the Ex Machina available on Marcy, or excuse me, on Why You Smile.
He's tanky.
And
has double hex too. That's
smoke. Waiting for anybody.
They actually trade items. They gave the Pirate Hat to Why You Smile.
Waiting for anybody. Monet pulled out. RP finds it on 1, but that's not good enough. Has to get out of there. Marcy on top of it. Second RP used just to get XWY a little bit away, and now the throne is open. They're going on it right away. The Unleash is there. Monet just gonna get dropped to the Enchantress. Shiro pops Refresher, runs on in. They turn their sights onto the throne. LGD are going to win this game, take out Aster, and get us set up for a nice little rematch tomorrow where they get to play again.
Yeah. We're all so lucky. I love my life. I love Dota.
It's so good.
This is, yeah, like I said, probably one of my favorite series I've casted in easily like a year or something like that. That was remarkable. The comebacks, the back and forth, Innocence, the Enchantress like carrying some fights. Shadow Demon, for me, the absolute MVP though. Once he gets the Aghanims, that felt like it's like the full momentum swing for PSG LGD. They're always the ones, even if they got initiated on, he's still getting all of his purges off, his cleanses, etc. Wow. That was, that was difficult to find all the little things inside of these fights, but holy crap, I'm like, how am I gonna, after casting this, like, how is all these other series gonna deliver? This was
This is the best game ever.
Well, it's true. And the bonus is, again, we're going to get to see it again. I can't wait for it. Tiebreaker is still to go on, but that was the last one in like the official DPC setup, and we were treated with it. We were blessed with it. We got more to come starting tomorrow. But first, let's get back to the panel. Let them break down this great game.
Thank God we got it.
Oh my goodness. This was a fantastic series, but this game number 3, it was looking one way and all of a sudden it's back the other, and then it's back again. But LGD, they persevered, they prevailed, and they were able to take the throne there right at the end, past the 60-minute mark.
Yeah, it's them that won the game in the end.
It's hard to know,
Lost
right?
track.
If at any point you mentally checked out, you probably wouldn't know who won it, because there was so many intricate things, T, and moments that pivoted, items that changed the outcome of this game.
Fundamentally though, already the first highlight is going to be why he's smart on his Enchantress. I think this boss man in himself, what was the damage? 43,900, the most on his team. He's in position 5, ending with Ags, BKB, Hex, Skadi. An absolute stellar game from him. I think overall, PSG, they were cool, calm and collected. They waited and they found their time to get into the fight, and you got to respect it. I didn't expect PSG to be able to come back into this level of aggression from Aster, but my God, they did. What a game.
Yeah, Enchantress does not care about your armor. Like once she gets a couple of items, it's just ridiculous how much damage he dishes out, and they don't really have heroes that deal with her very well, so she's just kind of ignored every single fight. But Kezu, that moment at the cliff, that jump on the Ancients with the stun from Dragonite, I still felt that Aster had the game up to that point.
I don't actually know what happened.
How is he a god?
The rage timing is insane because they're so far ahead. They make this like beautiful smoke around, and then he just rages the stun somehow. I don't know if he knew, or Fog was mentioning maybe the rupture before, because they were so far ahead. But then that play, now they're stuck in that area because they showed themselves. They get to turn the game around there. I feel like this is just one of the best series we've seen. I think this is why we're all here. This is why we're all watching. These teams are insane. The way they play, like, it comes down to the smallest things: how you fight, how many buybacks you have, what vision do you have. And also, once before, I think Aster misstepped a bit where they like dove the tier 2 tower. That's one of the few mistakes I saw XXS do.
That was the one that I wanted to ask you guys about, because Aster were very much in the lead with kills at that point. The gold net worth difference wasn't an insane amount. It obviously was very much in the favor of Aster, but there was that misplay. I know Ant was able to kind of free hit in that fight, but to get to the point where you're still doing impact in a fight despite being, you know, gold down and despite being kills down, how are LGD still having a foot in the door?
I think their supports are just beasts.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, just supports have been insane. I think for Aster at least, as the game progressed, it got harder for this Magnus to find the RPs, to get the cool wombo combos to allow Monet to actually hit. And then when you have the fear of, okay, we need to RP the Lifestealer pre-rage. Okay, but if we don't actually connect on him, then there's the Ench. And it's like, okay, so if we're not jumping the Lifestealer, we're going on Ench, then Lifestealer is enabling someone else. And then we haven't even mentioned nothing to say this entire time, but he, throughout the entire game, he went Lincolns, he's got Aeon Disc, he's got Shivas, he's buying just protective items to allow himself to play into Bloodseeker.
Gets the Mirror Shield as well.
Yeah, like everything just worked out for PSG to play this defensive style, but if they didn't have this Ench 5, they would not have won this game. Hands down.
You
Easy L.
full in on Ench MVP, because we heard at the end that Fog was like, for himself, it was Shadow Demon.
I think,
you got a 50-50
for Shadow Demon as well, because Enchantress is a little bit more obvious for like a casual viewer. You see those rainbows flying, hitting heroes for a lot of damage. Looks great, yeah.
Looks fantastic.
Shadow Demon was doing all the silent work. Like in the back, he was dispelling, he was saving. It was just an impeccable game from him. But overall, what was really interesting is how much heroes on the other side as well, and players on the other side, never gave up. Like, if you just look at the Treant, they're losing the throne. Impetus is flying his way while he's in the fountain. He's buying smoke, popping it just to survive. And as he survives, he starts TPing to the throne to heal it a little bit more, to like save it from a couple of kills, to disable. Even though the throne is like on 30%, the game is over. Like, never give up.
Whoa, the game's not over until you see that.
Exactly.
True.
Exactly.
Can we pull up the stats one more time of the post-game? Like the heroes.
The hero, yes,
Like who had what KDA?
The scoreboard.
Yes.
You want scoreboard,
the leaderboard. Yes, the scoreboard. The scoreboard. Yes, sorry. Yes. Yes, we can make production do that one for us. There you go.
Look at this. Like, you look at LGD. It doesn't matter if your KDA or kill def is negative. Look at all the heroes.
Everyone
6, 7, 4, 5, 3, 9.
It's atrocious.
Yes, look at this. How would you expect them to win the game? But they know that it stats like here, they don't matter. Net worth as well, sure, net worth matters, but the most impressive thing in Dota is when you can do a lot with little.
Yeah.
Those are the best players, and I think when you see these two supports have this much impact in this game, it's incredible. Sure, maybe Asta making some misplays, but the fact that you can do this and have this impact with all your players and come back.
Yeah. I was going to say, the thing is, people are always going to make a misplay. There's always going to be a small mistake. And when you're down, like this game ended with 1933 as the kill score line. So even if there's a misplay, it's the fact that LGD are able to punish that. They're able to capitalize on it, whether it's the support, whether it's the cores doing it. It was an outstanding performance by both of them. And on the side of Asta, they're going to have to be coming up against LGD again. You lose against them today, you're going to have to go. You guys are very lucky, by the way. Kenzo especially. He got both his wishes. He wanted 3 games, and he wanted LGD to win.
Yeah, I'm all with Kezu too. I want this to always happen.
There's a lot of things we want, but the fact that both of them happened, and
amazing.
Tomorrow Asta are going to have to come up against LGD. How do you reset, bounce back? What are you even taking away from this?
This has actually happened, I believe, in previous seasons in the Chinese region as
well.
Literally the same thing happened. And in the regular season, the series went one way, and then in the tiebreakers, it went completely the other. So maybe we'll see something like that tomorrow.
We hear a lot when we interview the players as well. They go, it depends on who shows up on the day. It depends on how you feel.
Who ate well, who slept well.
Exactly. But LGD, they showed up today. They were able to take it the distance. They close it out in the end, which means we get a winner's interview. It's Shiro joining us here. We get to ask him some questions. Shiro, congratulations on this win. It was such an intense series. Did you feel a lot of pressure coming into it, coming up against Asta, who are undefeated?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。那之前的话 ，Aster 是一个全胜的战绩。这场比赛开打之前的话，有没有感觉到一些来自对手额外的压力？
有一些吧。
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure coming to this series.
I could imagine. I want to ask about in game number 2. You were playing the anti-mage. I want to know how much you guys have thought about picking up the anti-mage, how long that's been sitting in the back pocket, and how excited you were to finally play it.
想问一下，第2场比赛选了敌法吗？就是当时这个选敌法是一个什么时候开始有的思路呢？队伍大概讨论了多久？然后在这场比赛之前的话，有没有有专门讨论过这个英雄上场的可能性？
就是看到了对面前4手的英雄嘛，然后觉得这把很好发挥，所以就选了。
We saw the first picks of the Aster, and we think it's gonna be an anti-mage game. That's why we pick him.
Okay. Hi Shiro, you're a beast. I have a question about the game just now where you played Nags. At 49 minutes, you had an insane reaction to the DK stun. Was that reflex, or did you see a rupture on you and you figured, oh, they're gonna jump me, I need to press
Next
rage?
to the ancients, right?
Yeah.
我想问一下，就是首先你打得很猛，然后49分钟的时候有一波你被血魔放血了之后 ，DK 有一个贴身的这个端被你躲掉了，被你顶掉了。我想问一下，当时你是这个肌肉记忆，就是在对面基地旁边吧？就是你是当时是直接自己反应过来了，还是你看到了自己被放血了？你觉得对面会上来激活你，所以你有一个预判？
我觉得还是就是那个放血给了我一定的准备吧。如果是完全没有准备的话，应该是按不出来的。
Yes, I think the rupture is a little bit a reminder to me. I think without the rupture, I wouldn't be able to pop my stun immune.
Very soon.
Okay, and one more. You seem incredibly good and you play a lot of heroes. I want to know who's helping you improve the most in your team. Is it your teammates? Is it just the scrims? Is it Jawed? How does it work?
我想问一下，就是这个赛季看下来，你的英雄池也非常广，然后打得也非常不错。想问一下，你觉得对你来说的话，谁对你的提升的帮助最大？是你自己，还是说你从训练里学到的，还是哪个队友，或者还是我们的教练小八？
都挺大的，我觉得。外队还有85。
Yeah, I think every aspect helped me a lot, especially thanks to my captain Y and my coach Xiao 8.
Beautiful, thank you.
So congratulations, Shiro. So my question is, when the games get difficult, who on the team is the one who's trying to convince you about like the win condition or like the next big play that will allow you to get back into the game? Like who's making sure the team doesn't crumble under that pressure?
我想问一下，现在的队伍里，在面对劣势的情况下，谁是站出来去，指挥队友去强调自己的下一波强势的团战，或者说跟队友确认自己获胜的这种条件的这个选手，现在队里是谁？
就看当时的装备吧，当时谁强的话，就谁来说。
Depends on the situation. Who has the who is the winning condition usually is that guy making the calls.
Okay. And so after game 1, it seemed that you kind of lost grip on the game when the Doom initiated on you on the Faceless Void around the Roshan pit, I think like 40 minutes into the game. How did Zhao Wei after the game kind of communicate with you guys, kind of the events that unfolded and kind of the things you needed to adapt and change on going into game 2 and 3?
第一场比赛一直都非常焦灼，但是40分钟有一波，末日在肉山附近找到你的时候，那波团战就是决定了比赛的走向。那小巴在赛后是怎么跟大家复盘，去确保大家就是把这一页翻过，然后去专注到下一场比赛的呢？
就只是简单的说了一点小小的问题，然后就还是要打下场嘛，所以就不是很在意上场。
Xiao 8 actually just talked some minor problems we made, minor mistakes we made in the game.
Okay.
We kind of just focus on the next game, and losing one small game is not really a big deal.
Okay, sure. And if you had to then, on a positive note, who would you give to MVP on your team for this game?
想问一下，就是那这场比赛的话，如果让你来选，你觉得队内的 MVP 该给谁呢？
给外队。
To our captain Y.
Ah, yes, the carry for this game. Thank you.
Of course, that Enchantress was insane. Congrats once again on the win. Just a short little question. Now that you have won versus Aster, do you consider yourself like PSG LGD to be sitting on the throne of the Chinese region once again? And will we see a repeat of today's series tomorrow? Like, will it end the same?
想问一下，现在既然你们已经战胜了 Aster， 那你觉得现在自己可以说是中国赛区最强的战队了吗？然后明天的这个加赛，你觉得结果会跟今天一样吗？
我觉得如果明天赢了的话，那肯定就是。然后希望明天是2-0吧，不是2-1。
I think if we can win tomorrow, then we can say we are on the throne right now, and if whatever happens, I wish the score. I hope the score gonna be 2-0 instead of 2-1.
Of course, thank you.
Alrighty, well, Shiro, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for the interview, and congratulations again on a fantastic series and an amazing win.
感谢你接受我们的采访，赢得非常漂亮。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Bye. I mean, he's right, Liz. It's a bit preemptive to say LGD are on the throne.
That's true.
But I do like that he said, whatever happens, I hope it's a 2-0 tomorrow. Everyone else here is like, no, we need 3 games again. 3 games.
I was thinking,
games.
like, how do I construct that so that he can actually say that they will win and that they will beat them?
Yeah.
Because usually, like, in these interviews, players are a little bit too timid to say, yeah, we're going to own them.
Yeah, we want to see that, like, passion, that ego. Like, just come out straight with it. Just be like, yeah, we're the best, and we're going to 2-0 tomorrow instead.
He's kind of scary, though. Like, he in like a good way. Like, as a donor, like, okay, let me add some context, right?
Yeah, I think you might need to.
So he's a carry player. He's
Yeah.
21 years old, but
Yeah.
he answers every answer very, like, stoically, very, like, to the point. He doesn't, like, he doesn't, like, add fluff. He just says it. And in game as well, you feel that same aura. Like, when you look at the wet player cams, he's not getting excited. He's not getting sad. He's always focused. Like, that is so scary. And he's 21, and he's potentially going to be topping the Chinese region with a newly formed PSG. Like, that's a spooky carry player.
That's what you want from your carry, right?
Yeah. That's how you have longevity in the scene, and also is potentially one of the best, if not the best, carries out there in China region. Before we go through results and leaderboard stuff, I want to give you guys the very difficult task of picking your favorite game from this series. There were 3, so you could almost go 1 each. But let's just say people are only joining in. Let's say people want to go back. Which one game from this series are you like?
Not the last one.
Okay.
For me.
1 or 3, I think, go to 2.
Well, you have to pick. You can't say one.
I'm thinking the third one. You guys can do you.
What did you
All
say?
right, well,
I'm
Lizard's
going with the
picking
last
game
one.
number 3.
The first one was good for its strategical approach from both teams, but
Yep.
I think the last game also possessed the same and a bit more fluff, a bit more fun.
Okay, so game number 3, T.
You've already stole 3, but I'm a 5 player, so whenever I see Ench do more damage than
You
the
can
carry...
take game number 3 too.
We can have the same answer.
Oh, you can definitely have the same.
So game 3 then, because
All
Ench
right.
did the most damage and Y is a god.
He was a god in that game. A lot of back and forth.
I won't be boring and say game 3, even though it is kind of my favorite. But I think game 1, just to see like
Game 2, let's go.
Game 2 was kind of too easy for LGD. But
Anti-mage though.
I don't care about anti-mage.
He's not about the hero
good
picks.
games.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
about the execution.
Game 1 was like the map play was immaculate from both teams. I think it just shows why Asta are one of the best teams. Then LGD made some adjustments, came back, beat them 2 games in a row. I love LGD. Let's go.
Right. So we can order. It's game 3, game 1, game 2 here for this final series between LGD and Asta. Let's have a look at how today played out, though. Let's have a look at our leaderboard and what is to come. The first series. There we go. Leaderboard right there. LGD, Asta, Knights, all going to the major. I keep repeating it, but now we have that tie for first place. LGD and Asta, they're going to be rematching tomorrow in a BO3. Then eHome and Extreme Gaming were tied there as well for the last slot at the major. Only one of these teams is going, and they'll be battling it out in a BO3. So that's going to be the schedule for tomorrow. And the rest of the leaderboard was IG, then Asta Aries, and Dawn Gaming. With Asta
I think T has something to say.
Dawn. Yeah, you guys, why shy away now that the camera's on? Yes, T.
This is about revenge for PSG, because if you remember about TI, Asta knocked out PSG. So this isn't about DPC points. This is about organizational pride right now. PSG, they beat Asta one time, they beat them again. They will forget about TI, and maybe Asta won't beat PSG ever again. I nearly broke the glass.
Yeah, I was going to say, please don't do that.
I got passionate for a second, all right? Yeah, sorry, glass.
That's okay.
I'm
We
so
forgive.
sorry.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
mean, it's a
little crack
different.
here, but it's fine.
It's a
Sure.
different
Don't tell
LGD
anyone.
lineup, but you're right. Organizational pride. Hopefully, if you're an LGD fan, you want to see them come out on top of Asta there tomorrow. Which matchup? It's hard.
No,
it's pretty simple.
No, it's not. You have
Asta.
LGD and Asta, which is insanely high-end Dota, but then you have eHome and Extreme battling it out for the final major slot.
Yeah, the final
that's
major
true.
spot probably brings more value, but the quality of Dota will be the same in both. Maybe still a little bit higher in.
I mean, they can't see it.
In
So
LGD Aster.
Before we do sign off, I want a redemption arc T. I don't know what's up with the
Yeah, what
Brits and
happened? Is it
hating
there?
this
Oh,
platypus.
sure, all right, cool.
But,
Do you want to mute my mic for a second so it
but
doesn't...
Alex came in here and she was killing the platypus. Can we get a camera on this? I want to shame this. Yeah. No!
Get this man off the panel. You're not paneling LGD tomorrow,
I said,
sir.
we gotta mute this microphone. I don't want to hear a single thing that he has to say again. As we do close this out, though, Lizard, do you have any final words? It was the final series of the DPC regular season.
It was like a crown. Whoever was making the schedule, good job.
Yeah, well played.
It was the crown on the whole season. Exactly what we needed. 100% the best series. I'm not sure. Like we were watching Europe. I think it's the best series.
This is the most exciting I've been
Yeah.
the whole time.
It's
I've been here.
giddy. I'm
Exactly.
giddy. And
Yeah.
also my 4-star has worked successfully, so cool.
You stop touching that.
I'm not touching it.
It has genuinely been, I think, one of the best series that we've been able
Yep.
to witness here throughout Tour 1. Anything else, though, as we do close out China before tiebreakers?
Looking forward to tiebreakers.
I want to see
Tiebreakers.
tomorrow. That's all.
Tiebreakers.
That's
all I
it.
want.
Just please.
So get to
Just
tomorrow
get to
already.
tomorrow.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to get to tomorrow. To
Bye.
get there, we have to
See
end this
ya.
stream. We will see you guys at the same time as always tomorrow for the insane tiebreakers.
He's doing it again.